protection, and recovery. Alex kept their party going at a steady ground-devouring trot, with only a few short rest breaks to check on the injured and rest the horses. Alex kept a strong hold on the power of the veil, channeling more of it than he ever had, pulling it to him from every available source within his grasp. He pushed it out from himself, trying to obscure their path from anyone who might try to observe them, creating a shield around them at the same time. He didn't know how successful he was. It was something he only practiced with Jess and Kyle for short periods of time. Alex knew, could feel, that both Kyle and Jess also drew power, although he couldn't spare the attention or strength to work out what they were doing. At a guess, he thought they probably quested ahead of their progress, checking for danger and turning small groups and individuals to another path. They'd discussed contingency plans before, even though they had never believed they would need them. Despite the pace they set, it was dusk as they caught sight of the king's camp, with little light left. Still, Alex continued his efforts, not wanting to drop any protection he could offer too soon. The burden he would carry if they were attacked this close to the camp and lost a life was not something he cared to contemplate. Alex gritted his teeth and drew in yet more power. He couldn't stop the groan that escaped his mouth as pain shot through his head, a sure sign he'd channeled too much of the veil already. "Your Highness." Marcus was riding close enough to hear the groan. "I'll be fine, Marcus. I won't be worth much when we get to camp. Try to get me to my tent before I collapse. Brief the king." Alex didn't recognize his own voice. His tone was low and rough, the fatigue obvious. Alex saw Marcus nod, then passed rapid hand signals to his men. He knew Marcus was far more aware of what was going on than anyone at court, outside of his family or Jess and Kyle. He had seen a lot, and Alex suspected he'd also been briefed by William, if not his father himself. On this occasion, at least, Alex was glad that Marcus had pulled him out of trouble often enough and seen his near insensible charge to his room so many times he knew enough not to question. Alex nearly cried with relief when he heard Marcus's voice, loud enough that he could hear, but he doubted others would. "Whatever you are doing, Your Highness, you can stop. We don't want the archers to be startled and turn us into pincushions. Leave the rest to us." Alex nodded and withdrew his compulsion and shield. It should, if he had managed it well enough, look like they had appeared out of the darkness, rather than just all at once. He heard his own trumpet blare a warning signal, and knew it was telling the camp they were approaching, that they were in trouble and the camp's guards should stand alert. Alex let go of the veil. As he let go of the power, he felt his head pounding, and fatigue hit him like a hammer. In a litany running through his brain, he kept telling himself to stay conscious and on his horse. Alex was aware, beyond the pain and the crushing fatigue, of the yelling, the movement of men and scrape of swords being pulled from scabbards. Then the camp blurred as they passed. He vaguely knew that hands were supporting him, pulling him from his saddle. Voices he recognized as belonging to Marcus and James reassured him they were safe. The last thing he remembered was being carried before he lost his battle and sunk into unconsciousness. Alex struggled to regain consciousness, aware enough to hear fragments of conversation, overextended being the most common, only to be compelled back to sleep, a soothing voice in his head reassuring him he and his companions were safe. As gentle as the mental touch was, he winced away from it, sinking into the black depths, unaware for a space of time. Alex became aware in stages, and his fogged mind put together enough information to know he was rocking. A memory from his childhood told him he was in a carriage. Alex groaned as he noticed the pounding in his head, although it was not as bad as it had been. He felt hands support him and prop him up with extra pillows behind him, so he was in a semi-recline. He raised a hand and rubbed his temple before opening his eyes to see William on the bench next to him. "Sorry, little brother. Aaron tells me you need to wake. It's not good for you to stay unconscious for so long." William's voice was soft and he looked concerned but not panicked. That observation made Alex smile. He wasn't sure he'd ever seen William panicked. Alex knew he wasn't all there, since the next thing that occurred to him was to be grateful that the light was filtered. He contemplated the information he wanted and decided what was most important to him right now. "How is everyone?" Alex relaxed into the pillows and was surprised that he wished he was lying flat again. "Kyle and Jess are recovering, just as you are. We commandeered 3 carriages, so you'd each have your own. There are some very disgruntled lords and ladies, although their offspring are delighted. The healers assure me the guards who were injured will recover." William sat, relaxed, although Alex knew he was being assessed. "How long?" Alex had a million questions he wanted to ask, but didn't think he'd be awake long enough to ask them all. "You slept through the night and most of the day. Some of it assisted and enforced by the healers. They said you'd overextended yourself." "Alex, you know it isn't good for you." William wasn't critical, only concerned. "I know. It was necessary. William, there were more Sundered than the ones we killed. I could sense them. I've never felt so many." As the memory of the Sundered assaulted him, Alex shuddered. "William, what if I become like them?" Alex felt a tear slide down his cheek. It was a fear he'd had since he was a small boy that seemed an increasing possibility the older he got. William moved, sitting on the edge of his makeshift bed, gripping his shoulder. "Believe in yourself, Alex." Despite his calm words, Alex could see William was concerned. He also knew the healers and his father must have been as well. That's why William was here. Ever since he was a child, it was his big brother who had the uncanny ability to chase away the night demons from his dreams. Alex couldn't help but chuckle. "You've always been there for me, William. I know they're worried, otherwise you wouldn't be here." William smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course everyone is worried, Alex. You collapsed after being attacked by the Sundered. Trust me, the court remembers, so none of them are second-guessing why. They all think after what happened when you were a child it must have been traumatizing, and are praising your brave actions in defending everyone. Your guards and the servants have been spreading word about how the 3 of you defended all of them." Alex closed his eyes again, contemplating that the court was happy with his actions. The first time in his life he remembered that being the case. His eyes widened and he tried to sit upright, only to be restrained by William. In his current condition, he did not have the strength to fight him. "Stop it, Alex. Amelia is fine if that has concerned you. She is riding in the carriage with Father, surrounded by almost half the guard contingent. No one, not even a Sundered, is getting anywhere near her." William kept pressure on his shoulders for a moment longer, then, believing he wouldn't struggle anymore, sat back. "Just relax. We'll be in camp soon and we'll get you into your tent. Then you can sleep, assisted by the healers if you can't fall asleep yourself." Alex knew that he was already drifting in and out of sleep, lulled by the rocking of the carriage. He wasn't sure how long they had been stationary, only that he knew they were. He sighed. The pounding of his head was almost a common feature, so at least it let him know it hadn't been that long. William had been consulting with someone outside the door of the carriage, or rather delivering firm orders to whoever was on the other side. Hearing the commands for people to move back, Alex gathered that William had been giving orders to the guards. "Joshua will get him out of the carriage now and into his tent and bed. I trust everything is made up and ready." The dim light of the dusk flooded into the carriage, and the rear was open to allow easy access. Alex cleared his throat and spoke as William turned. "I can walk. There's no need—" Alex stopped as William cut him off. "No, you won't. You will stay in the stretcher. You will be carried into your accommodation, and you will be settled in bed. Before you think you can try anything, by Father's orders, I'm staying with you tonight. It's not that he doesn't trust you, Alex. It's just that he knows you." William smiled, taking the sting off of his comments. "We all know you well enough, little brother. Rest. You'll feel better for it tomorrow." Alex had a moment where he contemplated arguing, but then signaled and settled back against his pillows once more. In his current state, he knew he wouldn't win any argument he started. He wondered if he should be embarrassed to be carried into his tent on a stretcher, but then decided that he was too fatigued, that it hurt too much to care. There was a little jostling as several of the servants maneuvered his stretcher out of the rear of the carriage, and Alex vaguely knew of the row of guards with courtiers being held back by their line. Then he was within the confines of his tent, and the healer's aides had him off the stretcher and settled in his bed. Even though he had done nothing to move himself, Alex was weary after the maneuvering had been completed. He noticed that his brother hadn't been joking. A second bed had been made up in the tent. Alex snorted, amused despite the circumstances. Just as well it wasn't a traditional tent and was more like a small cabin. Otherwise, the second bed wouldn't have fit in at all. Much to his irritation, Alex realized he must have drifted off again, since the next thing he knew of was his brother talking with Aaron before they stopped, hearing his soft groan from the bed. "Aaron, isn't there something you can give me to stop my head pounding?" Alex had pushed himself too far before, but it had never been this bad. Aaron was at his bedside and placed his cool, competent hands on his temples. "Relax, Alex. Let go of the veil. Just let it wash through you." Aaron's mind voice was cool, calm, and familiar. Alex knew with those words the healer was compelling him to relax and using his own power to heal, but for once he didn't object, since the pounding in his head receded. Despite everything he wanted to do and ask, Alex felt himself drifting off again, hastened by the healer's firm compulsion for him to sleep. Alex woke, still tired, yet the pounding in his head had at least receded. Knowing from experience that using any power right now could bring a return of the pain, he cracked his eyes open, then sighed. He opened them when he saw his tent was dark. Still, it caused him to wonder if they had helped keep the light out more than usual, or if it was the middle of the night. Then his sleep-fogged mind caught up, processing the noise consistent with packing. "Yes, it's morning, Your Highness. No, don't get up. You cannot exert yourself too soon. You could have killed yourself, Alex." Aaron's voice was calm, not even a hint of scolding or censure in his tone. "I didn't have a choice, Aaron. I couldn't stand by or flee and leave everyone to die." Alex was sober, realizing that his healer was serious. After all the scraps he'd been through, he thought he was impervious to being hurt. Aaron smiled. "I know, Alex, and it speaks well of you, of the person you are. Unlike many, I know you could have extracted yourself with no harm to yourself. You need to understand the restrictions I'm placing on you and follow them. You could relapse if you don't do things my way. Veil sickness can be very dangerous." Alex frowned. "Veil sickness?" "You drew that much power it burnt you out, both mind and body. When you are hurt, you heal yourself with the power of the veil. It's unconscious mostly. Now you can't until you heal. If you do, It is likely that you will relapse and you may not be as lucky. Aaron beckoned to two of his assistants, off to one side. Alex hadn't noticed their presence, which startled him since he always knew when people were around. Help His Highness get cleaned up and ready for the day, then help him to the table for breakfast. Aaron gave his patient a firm glare, then, reassured by what he saw, left him in the hands of the aides. They were competent in getting him bathed and redressed in lounging clothes, much to his disgust. Still, given how firm Aaron had been, he didn't argue with them. He'd only get them in trouble. Alex wanted to wave off their help when he went to walk to the outer room of the tent, but had to admit he needed it, even with the small distance between his bed and the outer section. Alex found he was trembling, even with the help of the healer's aides, and they were taking the bulk of his weight by the time they eased him into the chair. He thanked the men as they stepped back to the edge of the tent. Alex didn't even have the energy to be embarrassed. He closed his eyes and took a slow, deep breath, opening them and glancing across to the entrance as he heard the flap open. His brother walked in, which he was expecting, but his eyes widened when his father followed him into the tent. "Father, Alex had made the mistake of trying to stand at the sight of his father. The sudden motion caused his vision to black out and the world spun. Alex grabbed the edge of the table and then felt the competent hands of the healer's aide as they eased him back into his chair. "Easy, Your Highness," the man steadied him until he was certain that his patient would not topple out of the chair before stepping back. Alex opened his eyes again and saw that both his father and brother were seated opposite him, concerned. "Alex, for once, please do as the healers say." The king's voice was soft but firm. "Yes, Father, I'm sorry. It's just when I saw you, I forgot and tried to stand. I don't think I want to try that again." Alex looked at the food on the table and guessed that it explained why there was so much of it. He hoped his father and brother were hungry. Even though he knew he should be, he wasn't sure he could bear the thought of eating. William grinned at him, taking a bowl, spooning some cooked fruit into it and placing it in front of him. "Here, that mug has a concoction that Aaron said you have to drink." Alex grinned at his brother, then grimacing at the mug, he picked it up and sipped it, cautious. Alex gagged as he swallowed and would have put it back down, except for his father's steady glance. He stopped halfway between his mouth and the table. "Yes, Father, okay. I'll finish it." Closing his eyes, Alex threw the concoction back into his throat and swallowed, trying not to gag. "Here, this may help chase away the taste." His father passed him a small glass of juice. Alex grabbed it and took a mouthful, taking a second before placing the glass on the table. "We've been discussing options, and I've decided you will stay with the progression for now. With lords being implicated in the kidnapping attempt, and packs of Sundered being abroad attacking a large, well-armed group, I'd rather you ride with us. Splitting the guard contingent right now isn't advisable. The healers advise me they would rather you be in a proper bed, but as long as you follow instructions, it shouldn't do you any harm." His father looked at him, and Alex realized he was waiting for a response. "It makes sense, I guess, Father, and I'd be useless at defending myself right now, let alone others." Alex looked at his father before trying a spoonful of the stewed fruit. His father looked at him for such a long time that Alex squirmed under his close regard before his father returned to his meal. Much to Alex's astonishment, the breakfast passed in companionable silence. No scolding or lectures. "I'm proud of you, Alex. By all the accounts of the fight and the rest of the journey to camp, you acquitted yourself well. Now, let us take care of you while you heal." Alex couldn't tell right now if it was the king or his father speaking to him, then settled with a mixture of both. He'd never quite seen him like this, and guessed that Aaron had passed on the bit about him killing himself this time. Alex ducked his head, a little self-conscious. While he never meant to cause his father concern, he always seemed to be very good at doing so. "I'll do as I'm told, Father. To be frank, I don't think I could do anything else right now." Alex surprised himself with his honesty. "Good. Now it's time we get moving. William, if you could stay with your brother again today." Alex always rested easier when you were nearby. It seems it's a habit from his childhood he hasn't outgrown. At William's nod, the king turned and walked from the tent. Alex looked at William, a little wide-eyed. He'd never seen his father like that before. "Father is worried for you, Alex." Aaron's brief to him didn't pull any punches. Alex grimaced, then rewound, remembering his father's words. "Packs of Sundered? There are reports of more than the ones we ran into?" William closed his eyes, then seemed to choose his words with care. "Yes, Alex, Father has had reports, not only from his court session here today, but from yesterday." Alex closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I must see the reports. I'll take care of it." William looked shocked. "No, Alex, you'll rest and heal." Alex smiled, touched that his brother cared so much. "I will rest and heal, William. Then I will go after the Sundered. After all, who else do we have who is likely to succeed and survive the task?" He shook his head and smiled. "I have the title, the friends and the guard, all of them bearing the taint to varying degrees. After all, isn't that what being the fourth is all about?" "Promise me you won't do anything stupid, and you will consult with me first." William was still concerned and not willing to concede the point. Alex crooked his head to one side, looking at his big brother. "I'm the fourth. The expendable one, remember?" Alex held his hands up as William went to object. "It's all right, William. I won't just run off. I'll let you know first so you can have a sleepless night worrying about me." Alex could see that William wasn't happy with the situation, but was obviously willing to leave the arguing for another day. Alex had no doubt the subject would come up again, likely after his brother had briefed their father. Still, he was right. He knew he was. There wasn't anyone else who had the ability to track down and kill the Sundered ones, except for Jess, Kyle, and himself. Alex had taken a nap after breakfast while he was waiting for them to depart. Well, he hadn't intended to nap. That just happened because he thought he could relax for a few moments before going to the carriage. The next thing he knew, he was waking up in the carriage. Opening his eyes, he noticed that, as he expected and their father had ordered, William was riding in the carriage with him, along with Aaron, who had been talking until they noticed he was awake. He knew they had been discussing him. Without thinking about it, Alex reached for the power of the veil. The pain was sharp and blinding, causing him to scream in agony. He felt hands restraining him as his body arced in spasm. "Listen, Alex, drop the power. You're not healed enough to wield it." The voice was Aaron's. Then he felt a barrier go around him that was not his own, and Alex collapsed back onto his pillows. Turning onto his side, he curled up in a fetal position, hands cradling his head, which felt like it was about to explode. Alex was aware enough to realize that the carriage had stopped, but he paid it no attention. "Thank you, Aaron. Sorry, it was a habit." Alex moaned in pain. "Please make it stop." The last was almost a whisper. "Shh, Alex, try to relax. The worst will be over soon. William, can you reach into my bag and take out the large green bottle and pour a full measure into a cup? You'll see it marked on the side." Alex felt hands on him and knew the others must have come into the carriage while they were stopped. "Come on, Alex. I need you to sit up a little so you can drink this. Don't worry, it doesn't taste bad. It will help dull the pain. I can't use the healer's gift on you right now. It would hurt you too much." As Aaron spoke, Alex felt the other hands propping him up, a cup held to his lips. He swallowed as the liquid was poured into his mouth, relieved that it didn't taste as bad as the potion he had taken that morning. Still, with the promise it would help relieve the pain, he would have drunk even that one. The cup was removed and the hand supporting him eased him back onto his pillows. Alex turned to his side again, trying not to whimper, without succeeding. For Alex it seemed like an eternity, but the pain receded and he felt his body relax, the trembling stop. Still he lay for a space of time, letting the drug-induced lethargy take over. He opened his eyes, looking across at Aaron and William. He licked his lips. "I don't want to do that again in a hurry. Thank you." He smiled. "I will withdraw my shield, Alex. I can't maintain it much longer." Aaron waited until Alex nodded, then dropped the shield he'd been maintaining. "I'm sorry, Alex. If I could maintain it, I would, but you are way too strong, even hurt as you are." Alex nodded his understanding. He didn't quite understand the difference between the healer's gift and the way he handled the power of the veil, but he knew he was a lot stronger than the healer, even if Aaron understood and wielded his own powers much better than Alex. "The drug won't last long." It wasn't a question. He could feel his body burning through it. He shuddered despite himself. "Easy, Alex. By the time the drug wears off, you will be tired still. Your head may ache. I'll give you more pain medication to ease that, although not as much as you had." Aaron held up the half-empty bottle sitting on the bench next to him. Alex thought about it and nodded. He trusted Aaron. "I think I need to sleep again." Sleep, Alex. It's the best thing for you right now. Just don't touch the veil when you wake." Alex smiled and let the last of the tension drain from his body. As he drifted off to sleep, he contemplated that all he'd done the past few days was sleep. In the past, it was hard to drag him out of bed, yet now he was ordered to rest and all he wanted to do was get out and about. Smoke billowed in thick columns from the village, birds of prey circling high above as if sensing their time to feast was not long off. Flames licked up the sides of the town hall in the center of the village unabated. Screams of pain, mingled with sobbing and wailing, could be heard. A woman was running from the village, cutting across the plow fields toward the road that led to a neighboring village, the bundle of her baby clutched in her arms, a small leather pack strapped to her back. She glanced back over her shoulder at the burning village before turning back, her pace picking up as she reached the road in safe footing. Skidding to a halt, she fell backwards as she tried to turn, screaming, trying to shield her baby from the man who'd appeared in front of her. She scrambled to her feet, trying to flee back the way she'd come, only to be grabbed from behind. What was once a man roared, shaking her like she was a child's doll. In a desperate move to try and save her child, she flung the baby from her into the low brush at the edge of the field, her heart breaking as she heard his wail. Hearing the shimmering noise in her brain and cold air wash over her, she moaned, knowing more with power had arrived. Her attacker froze, snarling over her shoulder at whoever had appeared. She felt herself tossed aside. She was momentarily stunned as the breath exploded from her lungs and she hit the ground. She looked up as she felt the air shimmer and sizzle from the use of the power around her. The look of relief almost palpable as she looked up at the newcomers. Now, is that any way to treat a lady? The rough yet somehow cultured voice scolded the man who had terrorized her. The woman looked on, shocked as the blade of the newcomer, sheathed in power which crackled along its length, took off the head of the man as he was held motionless, his feet dangling just above the ground by an unseen hand. The headless body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The woman looked at the crumpled body on the ground, trembling as the man who'd saved her walked from the cluster of his people around him. He reached down with one hand and helped her to her feet. She pressed a hand to her mouth, a tear welling in her eye as she curtsied. "Thank you, Your Highness." She then looked at one of his companions, appearing to hold her breath as he walked over to her. Her baby bundled up in his arms, he smiled and passed the baby over to the trembling woman. She caught a sob, clutching her child to her chest. "Thank you, my Lord Callum." The prince turned, looking at one of his men. "Simon, take the woman and her child to safety. Join us in the village to clean up when you are done." Simon took a few steps forward, pushing the hood back from his face as the woman took an uncertain step back at the cowled figure that had walked up to her. "Certainly, Edward, as you wish. Save some of the fun for me." His tone was lightly mocking, yet his smile reassuring as he grasped the woman's shoulder and the veil wrapped around them until they disappeared from sight. Alex woke, slowly becoming aware of his surroundings, and tried to shake off the vivid dream he'd just had. Either that or his uncle's ghost was dreaming and somehow communicating it to him. He rolled over and saw his brother sitting in the chair next to his bed, looking at him intently. William smiled. "So, dreaming again? Not your usual nightmare, though, I think." The last was a statement more than a question. Alex knew William had seen him, woken him from enough nightmares to be able to tell the difference. An odd one. About Uncle Edward and his companions during the Sundered War. Although, why I dream about that, I don't know." William looked at him seriously. "The Sundered are on the rise again. You've had your first real battle with someone. It's probably not that odd." Alex snorted, amused despite himself. "I guess. But why the heck did great Uncle Edward have a flaming sword?" William burst out laughing. "Sorry, Alex, no idea. We can ask the master swordsmith if he can make one for you if you like." Alex shook his head at the thought of the master swordsmith's reaction if anyone made a request like that and chuckled once more. It would be an interesting sight to see, as long as he wasn't the one making the ludicrous request. Alex sat in the carriage on a seat rather than a bed for once, one foot up on the seat opposite him, looking out the window. William sat relaxed on the next seat, looking out the window on his own side. "You must be sick of babysitting me by now, William." Alex looked at his brother. William snorted. "Well, now that you are more or less better, to be honest, it's more peaceful. The lords can't go anywhere near you by the king's orders, which means they can't go anywhere near me while I'm looking after you. That means I don't have to listen to their various petitions." He looked at him and grinned. Alex laughed. "Well, at least you get something worthwhile for your trouble." Alex watched the parade of lords who seemed to find a reason to ride past his carriage on horseback, although the elite maintained a cordon that made them all keep their distance. "You know, I swear I've never seen half of the lords we've seen today on horseback during the court migration ever before." William's lips quirked and he shook his head. "You're right, and I doubt we will again. They are reassuring themselves that you are alive and well. There was a rumor that you were mortally wounded by the Sundered you'd fought, and the king was hiding it from them." Alex threw his head back and laughed. "That concerned them? I'm the scapegrace, the youngest, most irresponsible child of the king." William shook his head. Yes, you were, until you heroically defended the ladies, and even your own guards, from attack by the Sundered, and suffered grave injury while doing so. William grinned. Now they have forgotten all your previous misgivings and your many misdemeanors, and you are their favorite. Alex shook his head and went back to gazing out the window. His brain was picking away at information he'd gathered from the healers while under their care. Problem was, he didn't quite know yet what he was seeing. He wished he could compare notes with Jess and Kyle, but his father had been firm. No visitors at all until he got the all clear from the healers, which meant that he was isolated until Aaron said otherwise. Healers wielded the power of the veil, yet it was different to how he did. Aaron's simple instruction to not touch the veil were not as simple as he thought. While he was not using the veil, he knew it was running through him regardless. He could feel the power all around him, flowing through him. He could see its muted brown, green, and gray flowing through the window of the carriage. It was why he'd had a headache for days, despite not channeling or using the power. It was flowing through him, a part of him anyway. He'd pulled in so much raw power during the fight with the Sundered, and then when trying to hide and shield the whole party during their flight to the safety of the king's camp. He'd burnt the channels in his mind that wielded the power. Alex became aware he was rubbing his temples and stopped. Then he shook his head as he realized it was too late and William had noticed anyway. William handed him a small dose of the pain medication and Alex sighed, throwing the medicine back. Handing the cup back, he relaxed into his chair, pulling the lever on the side so he was half reclining. He'd learned that if he relaxed, the medication worked faster and better than if he fought against it. Aaron had warned him not to channel the power of the veil until he was no longer getting headaches. After that morning where he'd drawn power, the healer didn't need to emphasize his point. Alex was prepared to do this the healer's way, even if it was slow. Power went through him regardless of whether or not he willed it, which meant it was taking him longer to heal since even the low level of unconscious power hurt, although not as much as it had, giving him hope. Healers were different in their use of the power, though. It was like they grasped hold of the power external to them and twisted it to their own ends. However, they didn't channel it through their own bodies. They manipulated what was around them, which is why an injunction of just don't use the power was easy for a healer to follow. He shaped power from within him and drew more power into himself, manipulating it into his own will. The users used their apprentices as well, from what he'd observed, to somehow bolster their own abilities. Alex sighed as the medication took effect and settled in more comfortably. So, how's your head? When Alex cracked his eyes open, he saw William was observing him. Not bad. It's more like what you'd describe as a mild hangover. You know, the one where you can function but you wish you weren't in court with Father all day. Not the you want to stay in bed and die variety. Alex frowned as he observed his brother. That was the other side effect of burning his brain out. He could see the veil much more without having to concentrate like he used to. William had power flowing through him. Not much, but he still had it. What, did I grow horns or something? William looked at him, perplexed, and even looked over his shoulder to check out the carriage window. Alex smiled. No, William, you use the veil, even if it's not much and it's unconscious on your part. You have it running through you. That's not normal. Well, not normal for the average person anyway. William's eyes widened at the announcement and he swallowed. Are you sure? Alex, you're not meant to be drawing on the veil yet. Alex shook his head. I'm not, William. It's just a part of me, whether or not I will it. You, though? Yes, I'm sure. I can see it winding around you, through you. Not much of it, but it's there. Alex laughed as William raised his hand to the front of his eyes and stared at it as if he'd never seen it before. William opened his mouth, closed it again, and looked back at his hand, concerned. Alex sobered, realizing that he'd caused William to worry. "You'll be fine, William. You're not like Jess, Kyle, or me. Well, I can't see myself, but Jess and Kyle, well, they shine with energy. It's like bursting out of them. You, not so much." Alex had spent most of the hunt progression healing, his recovery slow. While Aaron's manipulation of the power differed from his own, he trusted his judgment. He knew also that he would do irreparable damage to himself if he kept pushing himself. So, while it wasn't in his nature to be patient, he tried his best. The person he felt more sorry for was William, since his father had been adamant. He was to have no visitors at all except the healers, and William would stay with him to enforce that order until Alex received full clearance. Still, William had said that this was the most peace he'd had in years, and didn't mind the duty in the slightest. Alex had been taken aback that his father had been very serious. He hadn't even been able to see Amelia, which was the most time they'd spent apart since they had been going out with each other. He knew she'd spent the rest of the journey so far either in his father's company or Elizabeth's. So, in the heart of the royal progression, he knew she was as safe as she could be. Alex relaxed back on his bed, waiting for Aaron to arrive. He let his mind idle, concentrating on his breathing, keeping it slow and controlled. He knew in the back of his mind he was feeling better. He could hear the whispering voices floating through his mind, although he didn't focus on any of them. Then again, none of them were directed at him either. Without even thinking about it, he knew Kyle and Jess were nearby. Their powers drew on his own. There were others who felt similar to his own power, but they were further off, and he assessed that they were not a direct threat. They were sundered. He knew it should scare him how many he could feel, yet he knew they weren't close. Most were far afield from their current location. He assessed most were not in the realm at all. Still, it was a difficult task to assess the veiled world, and he knew it wasn't wise for him to explore that right now. Although he had the sinking feeling he would, perhaps sooner than he wished. He sensed Aaron come into his tent and grinned. The healer was disapproving. He knew his patient. While not quite breaching his injunction, he wasn't obeying it either. "Good morning, Aaron. Yes, I know. I'm not doing anything except letting my mind wander. I've told you before that the veil works in a different way for me than it does for you. I don't have a headache at all, if that helps." Alex opened his eyes and looked at the healer, seeing he was correct. The healer had a disapproving look. Aaron shook his head and gave up with a faint smile. "Yes, I know, Alex." The healer walked over and placed his hands on the patient's temples and closed his eyes, concentrating. Alex could feel the healer's power trailing over him, testing, but this time it caused him no pain at all. The healer withdrew and smiled. "You're all clear, Alex. I'd prefer if you would limit your use of the power for the next few weeks. Pushing yourself the way you have done, although many would have died without your intervention, it has done you irreparable harm. It has blasted your mind wide open to the power. It would have happened anyway, but it's much sooner than I would have liked." The healer looked at him in that way that healers had, making him want to squirm. "I will do my best, Aaron. If I had to do it all over again, I would do the same thing, even knowing the pain it would cause me." 20. Alex and Amelia. Alex breathed a sigh of relief walking through the forest. The healers had cleared him for light exercise, meaning he could go for a walk. One of the side effects of his father's determination to give him the time he needed to heal was the elite preventing the hangers-on of the royal progression from following him on his walk. They were camped on the outskirts of a larger settlement and would be here for a few days before moving on. This particular part of the realm was beautiful, and being excused from royal duties meant he had more time to enjoy it. Even William had granted him some space. Of course, that space had come with strict orders to the elite. There were double the number that normally followed him around, although his normal guard were the inner circle, with the extras being an extra ring of security further out. Of his own guard, only Marcus and James were in sight, and even they were at a respectful distance. The guards had turned back several lords and ladies in their attempts to intercept him already, a circumstance that he found amusing. He was also aware that some of the best hunters and trackers had been turned out as well, although this time their instructions had nothing to do with looking for game to feed the hordes. He glanced across at Amelia. She was abnormally quiet, her gaze darting around at the guards. He knew that it had been hard for her, with their courtship being acknowledged. Then he was out of bounds due to the attack and unable to shield her from some of the petty, small-minded members of the court. Alex took a breath to calm his nerves. "It's not too late to back out of my world, Amelia. We could stage the most wonderful fight if you'd prefer." Amelia turned and thumped him on the arm. "Alex, no! That's not what I'm thinking." Amelia leant her head against his shoulder as they walked. "They told me you could have died, Alex." Alex paused, tilting her face up to his and kissed her. "It's all right. I'm hard to kill." Lacing his fingers through hers, he continued to walk. "The healers are always on me to not overexert myself, to limit my use of the taint. It isn't as easy as they think, and none of us had a choice when the Sundered attacked. As the fourth, it kind of goes with the job description, to put myself between the Sundered and those without the power to defend themselves." Alex looked up and smiled. They were close to the little glade he wanted to show Amelia. He could hear the rush of the river and the waterfall. The trees around them were much bigger than those around the coast and the Winter Palace, although not comparable to those that surrounded the Summer Palace. The dappled light filtered through the forest canopy above, and the slight breeze helped cool them both down. Still, a swim in the river would do so even more. He looked sideways at Amelia and grinned. Pulling her hand, he started to run toward the water. "Come on, Amelia, the waterfall is close." She laughed, dropping his hand to pick up the skirts of her dress and run with him. It became a game as they dodged around trees, in an impromptu game of catch with their laughter ringing out across the forest. Finally, they burst through the trees, skidding to a halt as the rocks rose above, with the waterfall falling like a curtain down into a pool. Alex took a moment to catch his breath, pleased at the stunned expression on Amelia's face. Grinning at her, he picked her up into his arms and started striding to the edge of the rocky outcrop with the pool below. Amelia's eyes widened as she laughed, battering his chest with her hands. "Alex, don't you dare!" Alex laughed and jumped. Amelia squealed in shock as she hit the water. They sank under the cool surface before bursting back up. Alex laughed and grabbed Amelia's hands as she tried to dunk him under the water again in retaliation. He pulled her closer, moving them both to the edge so they could stand. He brushed a wet strand of her hair back, cupping her face with his hand, and kissed her. Amelia's voice was low and breathy as she pulled back enough to glance up at the banks around them. "Alex, the guards." A blush spread on her cheeks, although there was a hint of regret in her voice. Alex glanced up, and, sure enough, the guards had spread out around the edge of the pool, with some wading their way across to the other bank. He smiled, his eyes flickering up to the curtain of the waterfall behind them. His eyes tracked back to hers as he moved them slowly back, kissing her as they passed under the waterfall, the spray of the water washing over them as they moved under it to the small clearing behind. He chuckled as she gasped and looked around at the moss-lined rocks, ferns, and a sandy outcrop forming a small cave. He kissed her again and moved them back to the cavern. Amelia did not object as they sunk to the sandy floor, her hands busy undoing his trousers with the waterfall screening them from view. 21. Hunting parties. Alex had spent most of the last few days poring over the reports from the villagers about the attacks of the Sundered ones. Neither his father nor William was happy that he intended to go after them, but had conceded when he pointed out that without others to care for and protect, he could remove himself from the situation if he chose. Due to the increased reports to the king, the progression was slow, and in the camps near bigger settlements, the king's court stayed an extra day just to gather more facts about what was happening in the region. Alex had also been giving himself time to build up his strength and stamina again, exercising and training every day. He'd been surprised at how he'd bounced back once he had full access to the power again without it causing blinding, burning pain. One of the other side effects he'd noticed since was the color. Before, the taint appeared as wisps of energy, all different shades of gray that came from every living thing. He could grasp that power, bind it together, and direct it as he willed. Now he noticed that the taint was colored, and the different colors came from different places. Some was still a silvery gray, but even that seemed to have more depth to it now. There was also taint in blue, green, and red. He noticed that the colors ranged from pale to deep, which seemed to show the strength of the power, as far as he'd been able to work out, anyway. It was a development he wanted to check with Kyle and Jess to see if they had a similar after effect from the veil sickness as him. Alex slid the last of his weapons into their appropriate holsters and picked up his cloak, pausing as what passed as a door to his lodging in the camp opened. Jess and Kyle were standing there looking at him, their expressions bland. Both were dressed for hunting and equipped for a fight. "You don't have to come with me. I won't find any of them anyway, given from what we saw last time, they move around like we can." Any glimmer of hope he had that they would agree with him and stay behind in safety died when they both shook their heads. "Alex, you will not hunt the Sundered ones in the realm without us. It's too dangerous." Kyle's expression showed no hint he would back down. Alex was about to reply, then hearing the doors open again, he paused, frowning as Marcus, James, and Megan all crowded in behind Jess and Kyle. He groaned and looked at Marcus, his eyebrow raised in inquiry. Marcus looked at James and Megan, who both nodded at him. "We'll come with you, my lord. I know we may not be as powerful with the taint as you three, but you know very well we all bear it, even if it's something we've never discussed. It's why we were placed in your service. We have enough that we can come with you. We can protect ourselves somewhat, and you three can use our swords if you encounter any of the Sundered." Alex, Jess, and Kyle all looked at each other startled. But it was Kyle who asked what they were all thinking. "What do you mean, protect yourselves somewhat?" "The elite have training annuals, my lord, even as old, as long ago as the Fourth Elite. They kept records. So we've been training and creating shields, strikes. None of us are strong enough to do much more, but we can deflect attacks from the Sundered ones if they use the taint as a weapon." Jess looked as wide-eyed and shocked as Alex guessed he looked. "Training records about how to use the taint as a weapon?" "Yes, my lady. I'm sure it's nothing compared to what is kept in the Royal Library or even the Fourth's Library in the compound of the Fourth, but the instructions were fairly clear. All the Fourth's elite have proficiency, but we are the most advanced and strongest." Megan was earnest as she looked at each of them. Kyle chuckled. "I think none of us are inclined towards sitting in libraries, the Fourth's or otherwise, but remind us to go and check it out when we get to the Summer Palace." Alex shook his head, pushing the thought of the unlooked-for training manuals in his own library to one side for now. Then again, it was only on arrival at the Summer Palace, moving into the compound of the fourth, that he would have his own library. Or rather, he trusted Megan's assertion that he had one, since it hadn't occurred to him there would be one. Most of his training with his ancestor had been centered around staying in control and keeping his mental barriers up. He'd only discovered he could use the power as a weapon to thrust at his opponent in his last fight with the Sundered. Still, he didn't think admitting that to their guards was advisable right now. "There's more of us than I'd like, but still, I guess you're all going to insist. Can you all travel in the veiled world, or are you going to hitch a ride?" Alex was thinking that if they couldn't travel themselves, that he would have to haul them along. He'd never done it, though, and only knew it could be done due to his ancestor dragging him along when he was younger. "None of us can travel by the paths, Your Highness. We're not strong enough to do it ourselves," James chimed in. Yet neither he nor Marcus and Megan had even the faintest look of concern on their faces, which seemed to suggest that the three guards all assumed it could be done. Alex looked at Jess and Kyle, who both shrugged. Kyle raised his eyebrow at both, then made one more test. This time with his mind. His forehead crinkled as he concentrated. "Can you hear me now? Can you speak with your mind voice?" Kyle's mind voice was cool and smooth, yet Alex could tell he was putting a lot of effort into it and focusing on the three guards. If the expression on the guards' faces were anything to go by, Alex guessed that they could at least hear Kyle. Once more, the three guards looked at each other, wide-eyed with astonishment. It was Marcus who replied, his mind voice uncertain and weak compared to Jess and Kyle's. "Yes, my lord. Sometimes we hear you, all of you, but it seems to come and go." Marcus had a look of deep concentration on his face. Alex turned his head to hide his smile. Alex glanced at Jess and Kyle. "We must be a little more careful about broadcasting. If we will do this, then we should go, now. Marcus, you're with me. James, stay with Kyle. Megan with Jess." Then, in a tight communication with both Jess and Kyle, he added for them alone, "Let's not try to lose them. I know we can do this, just never done it before." Jess smiled and motioned for Megan to stand closer. "Well, it should be interesting." "I don't want to explain to your father how we lost his guards." Kyle chuckled and motioned for James to move closer. Alex noted that Marcus had moved closer to him without having to be told. Then, with a glance at both Kyle and Jess, he took a deep breath. Concentrating, he pulled in the taint, expanding his reach to include Marcus as he transitioned them into the veiled world. Alex gasped as the familiar washed-out gray he knew was transformed. Lines of power from all the different colors he'd noticed were visible. Realizing that he was holding his breath, he exhaled. He checked that Marcus was still with him and grinned at his guard's stunned expression. Glancing around, he saw both Jess and Kyle had also transitioned into the veiled world with their charges in tow. At a slight widening of their eyes, he gathered he wasn't alone in seeing the colorful power flows trailing all around them. Thinking about it, he watched, fascinated, as a path formed, with strands of the green energy but noticeable wisps of the silver gray, blue, and red intertwined. "I take it you both see the different colors now as well? Any idea why everything is so colorful? Not that I'm complaining, the old look was a little depressing." Alex concentrated to make sure he was talking to his friends only with that comment. He didn't want their guards to panic, thinking anything was wrong and that things weren't quite appearing as they normally did. Jess looked relieved. "I'm glad it's not just me. The elements, maybe? Earth, wind, fire, and water? Why is it our dead ancestors never show up when we have pertinent questions for them?" Kyle nodded, thoughtful. "That makes a weird sense, I guess. Aaron described the veil sickness as, what was it, drawing more of the power than we should have, burning through the channels in our mind that manipulate the taint?" This time Alex nodded. Yes, he said it was sooner than he'd like, so perhaps this would always happen. Just circumstances caused it to happen sooner? Kyle grimaced. Why is it I feel like everyone knows more than we do and they are keeping secrets from us? Because they are? Alex shook his head and broadened his focus. Sorry to exclude you there, guys. We're discussing options. Stay close to us. I don't quite know what will happen if you got separated from us. I'd hate to think of you all wandering around here, lost with no ability to get home again. Yes, Your Highness. Marcus moved a step closer, which made Alex smile, and as the others' mind voices whispered their understanding, he turned and, keeping careful track of them all, walked down the trail that had spun out ahead of him. Noting that Kyle was trailing at the rear, he breathed a small sigh of relief. It was less likely they would lose one of them with Kyle keeping an eye out from behind. Alex grinned outright at the guards' palpable relief as they emerged from the veiled world to the real world once more. He frowned and looked around at what appeared to be a cluster of small farms on the edge of a small forest. Small it might be, but there have been several reports that the Sundered ones had appeared here. While the reports indicated that the Sundered were in the area, they did not show that anyone had been killed. That had drawn Alex's interest in the first place. He wanted to know if it was an oversight in the report or if it was true. If true, it was odd in his experience, even if that experience was limited. He'd never heard of the Sundered coming into a habited area, encountering people, and not killing them. Alex resisted the urge to pull up his hood as he approached the farmhouse. This time he was here as the fourth, his crest on display, stitched into his vest. Kyle kept his own hood drawn up, but that was his normal practice when he was in places he didn't know. Jess followed his lead, although while her hood was on, it wasn't pulled forward so it didn't obscure her face. Both kept pace with him, one on either side, with the guards trailing behind them. He knew by the glow of the light in the farmhouse that the farmer was still up. Frowning, Alex changed track and walked to the door and rapped on it. The door cracked open. The first thing Alex saw was a machete held in the firm, competent grip of a middle-aged, stocky man. Alex held his hands up, gesturing for the guards to stay put. He knew their first thought was to disarm him and have him face down on the ground. He didn't have to turn to see Kyle or Jess to know they had their hands on their own blades. Peace, Farmer Kane. We mean you no ill will. It is Farmer Kane, correct? Alex spoke, his voice low, and willed the man to calm down. Yes, who are you and what do you want, stranger? The man was trying to seem strong, yet his voice shook, unsettled to receive visitors at this time of night. Be civil, man. His Highness Prince Alexander has questions for you. Then we will be on our way. Marcus's gravelly voice spoke up from behind Alex, a hint of threat in his tone. Farmer Kane's eyes grew wide with shock as he took in Alex's appearance with the fourth's crest on his vest. His hands flew up, touching his forehead, then resting on his heart. Bowing, his blade clattered as it hit the floor of his cabin. I'm sorry, Fourth, I didn't recognize you. The man seemed shaken to the core and kept his eyes on the ground. Alex sighed and glanced back at Marcus before turning back to the farmer. Please, Farmer Kane, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm just interested in a report you gave to the king regarding the Sundered you encountered. It's unusual to survive such encounters. Alex hoped his prompting would elicit answers and was regretting his impulse. Yes, Fourth. I know it's unusual, that's why I reported it. I don't know what else I can tell you. I heard my boy screaming. I looked up and saw him being held by the thing. The Sundered threw his head back and screamed, started shaking my boy like he was a rag doll. I don't quite know what came over me. I ran at him, yelling at him to drop my boy. The man paused, his eyes flicking up to Alex's before casting back down to the ground again. I got right up to him and hacked at his arm. The Sundered stumbled back. There was anger in his eyes, and he threw my boy aside to concentrate on me. The monster took a step toward me, then I can't explain it. He stopped, seemed confused, looked at his hands, then to my boy, back towards me. He said sorry, that he didn't know what he was doing. Then he ran toward the forest and disappeared. The man's voice appeared both awed and shocked at that last point, and he stood there silently waiting. Your boy, is he here? Kyle spoke up from Alex's shoulder. His voice was soothing, and he seemed to feel empathy for the man. Alex knew, and Kyle likely did too, before the man shook his head, that the boy wasn't present in the house. Farmer Kane's eyes darted up to Kyle, and he licked his lips. No, my lord. My wife took my boy and our youngest to Callahan to stay with her parents. It's too dangerous with us Sundered around. I'll finish things here, lock the place down, and join them. It will be safer in the city. Alex nodded. Thank you, Farmer Kane. You've been a great help. We'll have a look around, but it is likely the Sundered is long gone. If it will give you peace of mind and you can be ready to travel tomorrow morning, you'd be welcome to travel in the convoy with the Progress. It will be safer for you in the company, although I admit a little slower. The farmer looked up, forgetting himself for a moment for the first time since he had learned who Alex was. Thank you, Forth. I appreciate the offer. I still have a few days' worth of work, though. There is a group of us heading to the city, so there will be safety in numbers. Alex nodded his thanks and excused himself, thinking it best not to push the point that if a group of Sundered would attack a large armed group, then a small group of farmers wouldn't cause them pause. They walked away from the farmhouse toward the forest. The light shining in the window almost seemed lonely in the surrounding darkness. Alex hoped the brave farmer survived to see his family again. As they walked, Alex hauled them into the half-world, neither in the veiled world or a part of the real world. It was a transitional place between both. The others maintained their silence as he ranged out with his mind, looking and listening for the broken ones he knew must be around. Even if the one that the farmer had described was curled up in a bed in his home, petrified at what he was becoming. What the farmer had described was someone born with the taint being overwhelmed by it. Still, there had been several reports from locals about attacks, and those sounded like a group of Sundered had made their home nearby. If they followed the normal patterns, they would be in the forest somewhere. He felt both Kyle and Jess ranging out, conducting their own search of the area as well, so he concentrated on his own patch as they walked through the forest. The real world flickered as they walked, passing through trees and boulders like they weren't there. He could tell that their guards were astounded, even though they kept their eyes on Alex and stayed close. Jess paused. He could feel that her mind almost did a double take over an area again. Then she turned, giving them a tight grin. Found the group, I think. It's strange. They feel different. It's like they've even made a shelter for themselves. Without further comment, Jess took the lead, pulling more power. Alex noted that it was more of the silvery gray color as their pace increased, the flickering trees blurring as they moved through the forest to their destination. Then they paused on the outskirts of a makeshift camp. Alex could hear the whispering voices of the former men and women in the camp, disjointed, confused, suffering pain and anger. He almost groaned as the noise and feelings assaulted his brain before increasing his own shield on his mind and on Marcus. He trusted that Jess and Kyle were taking care of Megan and James since their pinched expressions had softened. Alex drew his sword, an action followed by both Kyle and Jess, mirroring him without having to think about it. Their guards drew their own swords with only a short pause, taking their lead from Alex, Jess, and Kyle. All right, get ready. I'll drop us into the camp. They will be alerted by our presence by the sudden pull of energy, so they're not likely to be surprised. There are 8 of them here in the camp, I can sense. That doesn't mean that there are not more of them here. If it gets too dangerous, I will pull us out. Be warned. If they are strong in the taint, they can heal even what would be a mortal wound. Pierce the heart or take the head. Don't just trust because they go down they will die. They are no longer human." Alex looked from one grim face to another, assured that they would follow his instructions. Then, taking one steadying breath, he pulled in power and drew all of them into the camp. Alex raised his sword as they appeared in the midst of the camp. It was like the tainted world took a breath and paused, watching, waiting for what seemed like an eternity, yet in reality was only moments. Then, as still as the world was in that split second, the world around them erupted. The Sundered appearing around them, soft popping noises as they released their hold on the taint to drop them around their attackers, while others chose the more pedestrian mode of charging out of their makeshift shelters. There was no hint of sanity that Alex could hear in their mental voices or demeanors. Alex drew his wandering attention back to the task at hand, although he noted that even if his mind had been wandering, his body hadn't been. He'd blocked the blade of the Sundered one who faced off against him. This one had armor and a sword, even if everything was a little worse for wear, giving testament that either he'd stolen the gear from one of his victims, or he'd had training before he succumbed to the taint. Alex felt his world narrowed to just him and the one he faced, trusting that his companions had their own battles in hand. Even though his world narrowed, there was a small part of his brain that seemed to track their progress, so he knew Marcus was in his own fight nearby, using the taint as a shield. He thrust at his attacker with power and with his sword. He also knew Kyle engaged two of the Sundered, his blades whirling in what would be considered a graceful dance if it wasn't so deadly. Jess, in her part, just as deadly, was taking down her opponent and wasting no time in heeding Alex's warning. She dropped, drawing her hunting knife from her belt, and shoved it up from the man's abdomen, its long blade piercing his heart. Alex battled his own opponent and settled on the fact he'd been trained, even if he wasn't trained all that well. Alex stepped to one side and parried, forcing the man's arm up as he stumbled. With a feral grin, Alex withdrew one of the small pointed long daggers that Kyle had insisted he carry and lunged in, thrusting it through the gap in the man's armor under his armpit. He withdrew it as his opponent stumbled back. Then, dropping the dagger, swung his sword two-handed, slicing through his neck, severing it from the body. Turning toward where he could still hear battle going on, Alex ran toward Jess, seeing two of the Sundered coming at her from behind as she battled one in front of her. Alex screamed a warning, then gathered the taint, drawing in the green and silver gray. Then, on instinct, he also gathered in the rarer wispy red and, willing it into a solid thing, thrust it at the Sundered. Despite himself, Alex froze for a moment as the Sundered staggered as if hit, then glowed. They opened their mouths and screamed in clear pain, frozen in agony. Alex didn't have time to analyze what had happened. He launched himself at them and thrust his blade up through the abdomen much as Jess had earlier, and pierced the man's heart. Alex turned to attack the second one, but then paused as calm fell on the camp. Kyle had beaten him to it, and Jess was dropping her own attacker. The world slowed down to its normal pace. The murmuring of the tainted had ceased. It was like the world had gone into shock. The Sundered, at least, were dead. 22. The Watchers. Ed watched the slaughter of the Sundered, shrouded by the veil, impressed at how well the group was working together. It had taken months and months of hard training for Kat, Cal, and himself to form a tight fighting unit with their guards, and that was in the days when those born with the power didn't live with a death sentence, in the days where possessing the power of the veil and being able to wield it was seen as an asset. It was not referred to as the taint like it was in this day and age. Then something went wrong, and those born with the veil running through them started going truly mad. They are doing well. Ed looked over at his companions, who observed the scene below. Cal snorted. So they should. They've spent enough time training together. Do you think they noticed that not all those in the camp they killed were sundered? Kat turned from her observation of the 6 down in the clearing to regard her friends. Without waiting for a reply, Kat transitioned into the camp after Alex and his friends had left to return to their own camp. Ed sighed and followed Kat, knowing Cal was following without having to check. Kat was always straight to the point. She was also correct, and he doubted they had noticed. Ed used his other sight to make sure that all in the camp were dead. Not that he needed to. Kat had already done so. It was like breathing for her after all these years to check for any threats. They needn't have bothered, though. Alex and his crew had done a remarkable job for one of their first forays. Ed frowned, glancing around the creaky makeshift camp. This was a concern, and out of character with all his experience with the Broken Ones. They did not make camps, makeshift or otherwise. They did not combine forces with those who were not of the Broken. This is not right, Ed. This should not have been. Cal turned around, his arms sweeping, encompassing the dead bodies and the surrounding camp. Kat was kneeling down, examining a dead body of one that had been human, sprawled on the ground. How did they commit this monstrosity? This new breed. They aren't just Broken Ones. They really are the monsters humans think of, the Sundered ones. Ed, we need to investigate. Kat stood, looking at him. But the young ones, this is not good timing. Ed looked from Kat to Cal, thinking he'd get support, only to see his friend shake his head. No, my friend, Kat is right. We need to sort this out. There have been too many of our kind breaking, and this? He glanced around the broken camp. Mixing with whoever the hell these people were? That shouldn't have been possible. The Broken Ones should have killed the humans. We need to find out what is going on. Something has changed. The children will be fine. They are doing all right on their own so far. It's time they stood on their own for a space of time. Let them grow and learn. They won't do that with us holding their hands and cleaning up for them. Kat stood, nodding. If things go wrong, we can help them pick themselves up and dust themselves off. Cal grinned, but there was little humor in him as he stitched his gaze from one to the other of his lifelong friends. As harsh as it sounds, Ed, you know there isn't much we can do to help them until they start transition. This effort proves they are well able to defend themselves while we look into this. Ed held his hands up, frustrated, yet conceded the point. All right. You are both right. We need to investigate and try to discover what is going on. The Broken sharing a camp with humans should not have been possible. Ed took a breath and pulled the veil to him, disappearing into its folds, trusting that Cal and Kat would use their own methods to at least try to track down what had changed. 23. Compound of the Fourth. Alex brushed his lips on Amelia's palm, causing her to blush at the attention such a small action drew from those close enough to catch the moment. I'll see you again soon, my heart. Alex let go of her hand and drew his horse away from the carriage she rode in with Elizabeth. Until their union was formalized, Amelia wasn't part of his household, although in reality those in the inner circle of the court at least knew it was just a matter of time. Amelia had dealt well with some negativity and snipping from some of her peers, though had been shocked at the assault, and now moved, associating instead with the inner circle of the courtiers. While there had been some rather uncharitable reactions from that circle as well, they were at least a little more restrained. She had recognized that some of them had courted her favor, a situation she had been shocked at and had discussed with Alex. Alex smiled, remembering her reaction to it since she'd spent her life in such circles, although somewhat insulated from such behavior until it became common knowledge that she was being courted by him. He spurred his horse, raising one hand in farewell, not looking back even if he was tempted to. It was a temporary parting after all. His party broke off from the main group and headed off on a spur road that looked like it had been cleared and repaired. Alex chuckled, realizing it had been. It led through the trees around the side of the summer palace to the compound of the fourth. The fourth wing at the summer palace had its own private entrance. He remembered exploring it when he was younger. It had shown signs of age and disuse, the courtyard overgrown with weeds growing wild up through the cracks in the cobbled courtyard. The compound had been closed for generations with only basic upkeep to stop it becoming a wreck. He had been wondering what he and his friends would ride into, yet the state of the access road showed that perhaps his father had been planning this move for longer than he'd known. The rest of the journey to the palace had passed without incident, except the hunting trips. Alex had been surprised by the addition of the 3 guards to their hunting parties, yet the successive hunting trips had helped forge them as a hunting party. The 3 guards had merged with them, so they became a tight fighting unit. While not all their hunting excursions had turned up results, they had at least helped to forge them. Alex still wished he'd been able to go off on his own rather than risk his friends, but had to concede that some groups would have been too much for him to take on alone. He'd also learned the healing trick, to heal small cuts and injuries rather than on an instinctive level, as he realized he must have been doing so before. Another thing that had changed from his brush with the veil sickness? It was hard to tell, but Alex felt that he was stronger now than he had been before. Still, this gave him cause for concern. One he had not divulged to Kyle or Jess, or even his healer Aaron. It brought the dark specter of being overwhelmed by the taint even closer. Shaking his head, he pushed his dark thoughts aside, knowing it did him no good to worry about it. Whatever the future had in store would happen, regardless. Through the trees he could see the wall and the side gates of the little-used entrance to the palace. As they reached the tree line, a trumpet blared from his own ranks. 2 of the guards spurred their horses to the lead, 1 on each side, each raising the banner of the fourth, alerting those on the gate of their prince approaching. His party clattered over the stonework laid in the outer court as the large gate swung open without even a hint of disuse or neglect. Riding into the inner courtyard, Alex had time to notice the guard. His household guard lined up with his household staff, something that would take him time to get used to. The guard stood at attention while the captain of the household guard snapped a crisp salute, only relaxing as Alex passed him into the courtyard before yelling for the gates to be secured. Alex had no sooner dismounted than a stable boy, wearing his crest on his livery, ran forward to take the reins to his horse and led it away. Alex shook his head at the evidence that the fourth's compound even had its own stables. Not even looking around, Alex knew his household staff would be stuck there in the courtyard until he entered, given what had happened at the main entrance. He couldn't abide making them stand out for longer than they had to. Jess and Kyle fell into step with him as he clattered up the stone staircase to the large, ornate wooden doors embossed with the crest of the fourth. The doors were pulled open by 2 attentive young household staff, who were bursting with pride at being selected for this big task today of all days. Alex knew they were sons of his adult household staff co-opted into his service. He smiled and nodded his thanks as he passed inside the doors. The day the fourth was installed in the fourth's compound for the first time in many generations. Alex took a few steps into the reception room as the doors closed behind them, before gasping and stopping mid-stride, looking around, wide-eyed even though he'd grown up and spent his entire life surrounded by luxury. The fourth's compound was even more stunning than the royal wing. Alex hadn't realized until that moment it wasn't just a wing, It was a compound, as its name suggested. It appeared to be a miniature palace. He traded a startled glance with Kyle. This can't be. I mean, I've heard the Fourth's compound was its own world, but this? It can't be. It's like a palace within a palace. Alex continued to gaze around the opulent entrance, and they walked through the large open reception area before casting an incredulous glance at Kyle, who just grinned at him. The ever-competent Joshua, who had come on ahead to supervise setting up his prince's new accommodation, spoke up from where he'd been standing to the front of a lineup of the inner household staff. Walking forward, he gestured further into the room and walked with Alex toward it. It is, Your Highness. Inner and outer reception rooms, dining room, guards room, a small kitchen, laundry, and staff wing. Well, it's all here. It even has its own walled gardens, courtyard, stables, and exit. The actual fourth swing is back here. This is the main entrance and reception area. Come, Your Highness. They've put on breakfast for you. We knew you would have had an early start today and likely not have much besides your morning coffee. Alex laughed and followed Joshua, with Kyle and Jess trailing behind, looking around the rather ostentatious public reception room. They walked through yet another set of doors with a pair of the elite on guard, who snapped to attention as they walked through. Alex threw a glance over his shoulder and grinned. It's okay, Marcus. I promise you I plan to find this comfortable inner sanctum and food and crash for the next few hours. Mess up the bed if it's made and get more sleep. I'll explore later. You should get rest before then yourself. You must have had way less sleep than I have. Alex laughed, and Marcus let a rare chuckle escape. Yes, Your Highness. I'll brief the guards. I might just do that after I've seen my men installed in their new barracks. Marcus bowed as Alex, Kyle, and Jess disappeared into the inner sanctum of the fourth swing. Alex looked around the sitting room they were led into, with its comfortable chairs of all different sizes arranged around a series of coffee tables. He slumped into the closest chair, groaning as he did so. Damn, we got up way too early this morning with all our nightly excursions. I need at least a few more hours sleep than what I've had. We all do, I'm sure. Alex slumped back into the chair, sighing as he sunk into the cushions. This is comfortable. I could sleep in this chair. Alex threw a glance at Jess, who laughed. I know. Now that you mention it, I could use more sleep myself. Still, can you believe all this, Alex? Jess's hand made a little flitting gesture at their rather palatial surroundings as she sagged into a chair herself. No, not really. This place seems much bigger than I was expecting. I had an image in my head of a wing tacked onto the end of the royal wing, only with its own entry and exit. He switched his gaze to the door as a servant came in and, without asking, poured him some coffee, placing it on a small coffee table within reach before going back to breakfast on offer, selecting a few pastries, his favorites, and placing them on the coffee table with a slight discreet bow. Miranda then turned and served both Jess and Kyle, topping up their drinks and food plates, then excusing herself with no fuss. Kyle smiled. How about we have all this early morning snack, go get more sleep, then explore when we wake up? I don't have the energy to do much else right now. All three looked at each other, then burst out laughing. Alex looked at his two closest friends in the world and closed his eyes. Memory flooding him, he winced. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you both. I know I can be an obnoxious royal idiot. I don't understand how you both put up with me. The laughter died. Kyle and Jess smiled at each other, then back at him. Kyle chuckled again and shook his head. No more than me, my brother. Besides, it's the taint we all bear. We all act out because of it. It's better than hiding here in the palace moaning about our fate, though. Jess shook her head. You're not obnoxious, Alex, any more than I'm the harlot my lady mother thinks I am. Jess closed her eyes and pushed the hurt that memory brought her. Despite the trials of power from the veiled world, reaching out its fingers to her, through her, almost willing her to forget. Now we're here, I think I should go back to trying to track down that assassin I ran into. Kyle swallowed the last of his coffee, then glared at the coffee pot sitting on the coffee table nearby, which was not close enough for him to reach without moving. He contemplated hauling himself out of his comfortable chair before the ever-competent Miranda bustled in and, without a word, filled up not only his mug but his plate and Jess's and Alex's as well. Alex watched his friend over the rim of his coffee mug. I still don't understand why the League of Shadows would embroil themselves in a plot to kidnap us. It's a move that just makes little sense. Alex stopped when he saw that Kyle's attention had wandered, then shook his head. Do you think it's wise to track her down? Kyle brought himself back to the conversation with visible effort, grinning at Alex. Might as well. I think we need to try to at least work out what is going on. The only avenues left are the League of Skulls and the assassin. Besides, I'm intrigued by the assassin. She is one of the tainted, Alex, Jess. Whoever she is like us. Jess chuckled. I'd say your mysterious assassin is cute in a rough way, too. She shared a look with Alex, and they both laughed. Alex cut Kyle some slack. Just be careful. I know this is your thing, but if you are right, she is dangerous. The assassin didn't survive as one of the tainted out there on the street by being incompetent at her chosen profession. If you need backup, let us know and we'll come with you. Jess looked at Alex and frowned. No, Kyle, come and get me. Alex, it's likely you were the real target. Kyle and I were in the way and likely always would be no matter where they had tried to take you. Alex opened his mouth, intending to object, but saw his friends were of the same mind where this topic was concerned. He pushed it aside as an argument to have with them another day, since it would take the pair time to track down the League of Skulls members. Alex found himself diverted, his mind connecting to the servants, the guards. So, how long do you think they've all been training for this moment, waiting for an excuse to move us here? The elite we've been training with, they're my elite. The servants, everything. Alex threw his head back and laughed. I even remember arguing with Father about the number of servants and guards we had. Kyle and Jess looked at each other dumbfounded, then back at Alex before they both swore. Damn it! He planned to put guards on us all along. Your father was just waiting for the right moment. Why the hell didn't we see this before now? Kyle was annoyed with himself for not picking up on the obvious before Alex did. Jess looked at the outraged faces of both Kyle and Alex and laughed. Of course they planned. They knew. They may have been protecting and hiding that we are tainted, but they know what it could mean and that time when we could become one of the Sundered. Well, it could happen any time. We are within that age now. Alex and Kyle sobered at the thought, and Alex looked around at the surrounding opulence. Well, I guess we have a little more privacy now, and the fallout can be contained a little if we all break. On that cheery thought, even though I want to explore, what I'm going to do is find a bed and sleep. I don't care if the bed is not made. I'll explore when I wake up. Alex gave them a self-deprecating smile. If I'm back to being a self-indulgent twat feeling sorry for myself when I wake up, smack me over the head and tell me to get over it. Alex hauled himself out of his chair and took a couple of steps, glancing at the nearby Miranda, who appeared as she always did. Please, I need a bed. I'm just going to fall asleep on the lounge. Miranda curtsied. Your Highness, follow me. Your chambers are ready. Alex felt his energy fading as he was led down more corridors, past more guards, then into yet another reception room before being led into a chamber with one of the largest, most comfortable beds he'd ever seen. He waved Miranda off and almost collapsed on the edge of the bed, pausing just long enough to pull off his boots before crawling up into the center. He had almost fallen asleep when his door opened, and Amelia slipped in, pushing sleep to the back burner for a space of time. Alex stretched, rolled over, and relaxed, feeling no immediate need to move. He realized the stillness seemed a little strange. The camps had been anything but quiet and still. Even the royal wing in either the summer or winter palaces weren't still. Oh, everyone tried to be quiet, but petitioners even made their way through the royal wing into the king's chambers on matters of great importance, arguing and talking through their case the entire way. It was quiet, restful. Alex felt the veil gather and, without thinking, slipped into its folds and found himself looking at his uncle, sitting on the chair against the far wall of his bedroom. "Uncle, it's been a while since you've graced me with your presence." Alex grinned at his Uncle Rathodon, seeing a smile he was familiar with mirrored back at him. "You seem to have everything sorted, Alex. Besides, you should get some time to enjoy your new home." Uncle Rathodon chuckled as he gestured around Alex's new luxurious surroundings. "You know, I've been contemplating letting Father, or at least William, know I've been chatting and training with you, but somehow I think I'd find myself subject to the healers and dosed up to my eyeballs with medications." Alex smiled as his uncle laughed at the idea. "I'm not sure the timing is right for that yet, Alex. You are correct, though. I suspect you would find yourself in the hands of the healers. Still, you know you can burn off whatever medications they try to give you." Alex watched as his uncle looked away, considering his next words. "Spit it out, Uncle. What's wrong now?" Alex was too relaxed to be concerned with whatever it was. "I'll be gone for a space of time, so will Kat and Cal. There are some circumstances we need to check out. You will be all on your own. Try to stay out of trouble." Alex didn't know if he should squirm or laugh. "I'll try my best, Uncle, although it seems trouble finds me." Ed snorted at that, amused. "Enjoy your day. This palace was my sanctuary in my day, a place where Kat, Cal, and I could escape the pressure, the looks, and intrigue of the court. Oh, and I approve of your attachment, Alex. You show good taste. She will transition well, I think." With those last cryptic comments, his uncle dissipated, and Alex, sighing, let go of the veil's folds. Alex rolled over in bed and wrapped his arms around Amelia, kissing her on the lips, enjoying a moment of relative peace. Her arrival had delayed the whole rest thing and pushed it right out of his mind for some time. Shaking the last of the mist of sleep from his mind, he slipped out of bed, drawing her with him. He helped her into a robe that was her size, which had been left on the dressing rack, before he slipped into a comfortable lounging robe himself. "Your servants must be used to me, Alex. This is new." Amelia smiled and ran her hand down the smooth, silky fabric. "Not one of mine, and I don't think it would fit you somehow." Alex looked at Amelia, draped in the green silken robe made for her, with her head nestled into his shoulder. Slim build, if he was honest, a fantastic figure, black hair and incredible eyes. Alex was stunned he hadn't noticed her before she pushed the issue that she was all grown up. "As soon as our relationship became common knowledge, you were doomed to have clothing start appearing in my rooms. The servants are very efficient." Alex shook his head and chuckled. Amelia blushed, then rose on her toes, pulling his head down and kissing him. "Thank you, Alex. I think this is the first time you have called what we have a relationship." Alex smiled and kissed Amelia back. Closing his eyes, he held her for a moment. Then, looking around, he became astounded as his surroundings registered. His current bedroom was larger than his entire suite in the royal wing. He reached back with one hand and, entwining his fingers through hers, led her across the expanse of his room, which included his own sitting room. He walked to the double doors and opened them, peering inside to see row upon row of clothes on one side. Empty racks and shelf space were on another side, except for some rather new-looking dresses that were intended for Amelia. At the far end there was yet another door. Alex looked at Amelia wide-eyed, feeling like a child exploring a new world. She stifled her giggles with the palm of her free hand. Smiling as he walked through all the clothes, he realized, seeing them all like this, he was a clothes horse. He opened the next door and, as expected, saw the bathing room containing the biggest bath he'd ever seen. Alex laughed to see the bath was steaming as if it had been prepared just before he woke up. He dropped his robe and was delighted to see that Amelia had as well. He reclaimed her hand and dragged her into the bath, kissing her with a single-minded intent as they sunk into the hot, steaming water. Alex wasn't sure how long they spent in the luxury of the bath, except that it wasn't steaming by the time they stepped out, dried off, and pulled on the clothes laid out for them on a nearby rack. His staff, it seemed, knew him and his regular sleeping patterns better than he thought. Making their way back out through the closet, he paused before the floor-to-ceiling mirror and ran his fingers through his still damp hair before heading once more into his bedroom. So, as much as I hate to admit it, I have a feeling I'm late for my appointment with the dressmaker. My mother insisted that I have a new wardrobe, although Jesslyn has had a hand in it, so some of them are at least practical for fighting. Well, at least as practical as a dress can be. Amelia looked up at him with an impish grin at his sudden woeful expression. You can be cute. I'll see you later on. Try not to get into too much trouble. Her eyebrow arched and she laughed. Alex concentrated on pulling in a little of the power. He grinned. He could feel both Kyle and Jess. They were both waiting in the next room, awake and waiting for him. He remembered that they had arranged to meet up and explore their new world when they woke up. Well, I can try not to get into any trouble, but I cannot guarantee it, as much as I'd like to. Trouble always seems to find me, even when I don't seek it. As much as I hate to leave you, Kyle and Jess are waiting. Alex leaned in for one last kiss. Until next time. Keeping his fingers entwined with Amelia's, he opened the door, making his way through the inner sitting room into the outer rooms to find both Kyle and Jess waiting for him. Both looked up and smiled as they entered. About time, Alex. We've been waiting ever so patiently for you to get up and come join us, so we can explore our new wing. Jess laughed at his indignant expression. Oh, like you've been out here long. You rushed your bath and got out here sooner than I did. Alex laughed and looked around the outer room, realizing they all shared a common reception area. Kyle laughed outright and stood, kissing Amelia on the cheek and murmuring a greeting. Jess grinned at Amelia. Aren't you late for your dressmaker appointment? Don't let your mother bully you with the dress selection. Amelia rolled her eyes, and with one last stolen kiss from Alex, she left at a hurried pace, hoping her mother hadn't had too much influence with the dressmaker while waiting for her to show up. Now, if my memory of getting here is anything to go by, that door leads to the reception and dining area, I think. Alex paused, looking around. Those would be the doors to your rooms. That leaves that one. Shall we explore? Alex raised one eyebrow and grinned as his friends leapt from their respective lounge chairs. I thought you'd never get to the point, Alex. Let's go. Kyle and Jess almost pushed him out of the way as they all made a direct line to the door that led to the unknown they wanted to explore. 24. The Ball. Amelia couldn't help the small smile that seemed permanently on her lips, or the flutter of nerves that ran through her as a visible horde of servants fussed around, getting her ready for her first formal appearance in the royal court with Alex. She eyed her appearance as the maids fussed with her hair and applied the finishing touches to her makeup. They nodded and stepped back as she stood and went to examine herself in the full-length mirror nearby. Her maid stepped forward to remove her dressing robe, then halted, startled, as Amelia flicked her eyes toward the reflection of the door in the mirror as it opened to reveal her brother Kyle. He strode in, a simple hand gesture keeping his ever-present guard outside her dressing room, although they didn't look too thrilled to be ordered to stay put, or that there would be a door between them and the lord they were bound to protect. "Please, James, I think I'll be fine in my baby sister's dressing room. The hardest thing I'll face is likely the glares from her maids. I won't be long." He didn't even pause or check to see if he was obeyed. He was confident enough to know they would. Amelia stifled a giggle as her maids formed a human barrier between her and the guards outside, and she suspected her own brother, since she stood in her undergarments. Kyle grinned at their protective barrier. "While I appreciate you protecting my younger sister's dignity, you should note we gave our mother, father, and nursemaids severe stress as children, divesting ourselves of clothes every chance we got, including running into the great hall here at the palace while the king was holding a court session." Kyle ignored the glares from the maids and placed the boxes he was carrying on a low table side by side, opening their catches with practiced ease, paying no notice at all to the glaring maids. Satisfied, he turned and assessed the human barrier between him and his sister. "Ladies, I suggest you move before I call the guard in and have you removed. Now." Kyle's gaze turned serious. "Please, it's all right. I'm sure my brother has a reason for this intrusion. He's also right, you know. And while I'm not fully dressed, I'm not exactly standing here naked. In fact, I'm certain he's more adept at unfastening all of the clasps on the undergarment than I am." Amelia smiled at her big brother while several of her maids gasped in shock. She flicked her hands at them and they moved back to stand by the wall. Kyle, satisfied, drew what Amelia recognized as a sheath, although with an intricate design and pattern. Amelia gasped and stepped forward, reaching out with one hand and tracing the sigil stitched into the leather. Her family's crest, the royals' family, and the crest of the fourth. Her eyes tracked the sigils and her hand raised to her mouth as she gasped, startled, her eyes flicking wide-eyed up to her brother. "Kyle, what? Amelia took an involuntary step back before stopping herself. Kyle chuckled and smiled. "I'm not sure you understand the world you are entering, little sister. Until now, you've been on the fringe, peeking in. That was a simpler world. You had the protection of being in the inner circle of the royal court, with little of the cost. Alex is the son of the royal blood, the fourth child. When he petitioned the king and our Lord Father to acknowledge you, well, let's just say it's not just dating a random minor lord's son. It comes with baggage. A lot of baggage. You're not quite Alex's consort-elect yet, but you're not that far off either, if I know Alex." Kyle drew his head back and laughed outright as a blush flamed up his sister's cheeks. Amelia spun and flipped her hands once more at her maids. Their startled murmurs stopped as she gestured for silence. "Enough. I need to speak with my brother. Please wait in the sitting room with the guards until I need you." Amelia waited while her startled maids exited the room. She watched them until the door closed, before meeting her brother's eyes in the mirror. "I don't understand, Kyle. You've always mixed in the inner circle of the royal family, and it's done you no harm. What could be negative about being Alex's consort?" Amelia was puzzled at the thought. Having pity on her, Cal paced forward and kissed her on the forehead before he positioned the sheath for her and tightened the buckles. "Alex is a target, Amelia, just from being the son of the king, let alone the crap about the fourth. He lives in a glass cage with everyone watching and judging his every move, as all the members of the royal family do. You are moving into the world. I'm sure you noticed that, even though we've been casual since your relationship with Alex was made public." Kyle shook his head before picking up another of the sheaths and buckling it into place. The silence stretched between them as he positioned the rest of them before flipping the second case open to reveal an assortment of fine blades, all bearing the dual crest of her family and the fourth. "These blades are all ceremonial but functional. I left a set of everyday court weapons for you out in your main room." Kyle picked up one of the small blades and handed it to her, with one eyebrow raised. Grinning, she grabbed the blade and slipped it into the breast sheath. All her concealed sheaths were new, concealed by her new court clothes. She'd been thinking her normal blades would have paled by comparison. She wondered at the time at the array of new sheaths, and now guessed it was Kyle who had arranged for them to be made. Kyle grabbed twin daggers and again just looked at her without saying a word. Amelia lifted the fabrics of her underskirts and, with an elegant pace forward, placed one foot on a small footstool. Kyle placed one of the daggers in her palm and she slid it into the boot sheath, then repeated the process with the twin blade in the other boot. The time passed in almost companionable silence. Amelia had almost forgotten the tone of the conversation they had been having. "Alex, Jess, and I became friends, not just through circumstance, Amelia. If we were not born to the parents we were, we all would have been killed in early childhood due to the risk we pose." Kyle paused, looking at Amelia to see her reaction. Amelia gasped in shock at Kyle's blunt assessment, one small delicate hand raising to cover her mouth. "Kyle, no. Father would never consent to that." "I have enough of the veil running through me, we all do, that I stand the chance of becoming one of the Sundered." Kyle's laugh was bitter with a hint of mockery. "Alex, Jess, and I are no extra risk to each other. We all have the same risk. You, though? Think about the position you're putting yourself in. If Alex breaks, you will be in the gilded cage after tonight. There will be no going back." Amelia looked at Kyle wide-eyed, unable to think of anything to say. Kyle sighed. "I am close to Alex. He's like a brother. I know he loves you, but that doesn't mean he's not conflicted about this. I also know Alex is not the first man you've slept with, although he is the one you vowed you would marry when he saved you from that disgrace of a lord on your first appearance at court." Kyle paused and looked at Amelia in the eyes. "Don't hurt him, Amelia. He's not the carefree womanizer that most in the court think he is. He has enough pressure on him right now." Amelia smothered laughter. "Isn't that speech meant to go the other way around?" As he turned to leave, she reached out, grabbing his hand. "Kyle, wait." Amelia closed her eyes and took a steadying breath. "We never meant for this to happen. I was just an infatuated child back when Alex became my hero. Alex never saw me that way, and I'd given up all hope he would. It's just, when you were sick, we spent a lot of time by your bedside, and, well, things just happened." Amelia paused and chuckled as she thought back, her lips twitching into a smile. "I worked out that somehow I have more experience than Alex does in the bedroom. I'm aware of the risk you all face with becoming Sundered, Kyle. How could I not be? The healers say I'm borderline myself." Amelia turned to face Kyle, the smile slipping off her lips as she looked at her brother. "I would never hurt him, Kyle." Kyle considered her for a moment before opening the door to her dressing room and waving her maids back into the room. They skirted around him to fuss over Amelia. Carissa, Amelia's head maid, rolled her eyes in Kyle's direction. She took one look at the addition of the extra sheaths and weapons, assessing the addition before flicking her hands at the others and sending them running with a series of orders. As the maid surrounded his sister in a flurry of activity, Kyle moved to one side and perched on the edge of the chair, watching as they finished dressing her. He'd gotten ready himself earlier, so he didn't need to sprint back to his own rooms. At Amelia's nod, Carissa stepped forward with another maid who held a jewelry box. Smiling, Carissa placed the necklace adorned with green gemstones from her family's holdings around her neck, then the matching bracelet and earrings. The complete set had been commissioned by Amelia's mother and father for this moment. Once again, her maid stepped back so she could see the full effect in the mirror. Her dress was a dark green of the deepest forest. It hugged her upper body, showing off her figure, flaring from her hips to drape down her full length. It also had the effect of concealing the blades they had just put in place moments earlier. Amelia watched Kyle through the mirror as he inspected her, and with a smile, he gave her a half bow. "You look beautiful, Amelia." Amelia lost all her newfound ladylike dignity and giggled, spinning around so that the skirts of the dress twirled around. "When Elizabeth introduced me to her dressmaker, I never would have believed the difference. You know, I can't believe the lady looking out of the mirror is me." Kyle took the remaining blade, an ornate silver hunting blade he'd been twirling in his hand, and, with a grin, handed it to her. Amelia accepted the blade with due courtesy and slipped it into what she thought was a decorative silver chain and leather waist belt. The silver links sparkled with small emeralds across her slim waist, and the weight of the blade made the whole belt drape perfectly. Alex did his best to smile at those around him and pretend he was happy to be at the ball. Yet, as always, he found it tedious, with the only bright spark on his horizon being that when Amelia showed up, he would have the rather perfect excuse to give most of his attention to her, rather than the sycophants in the court. Kyle wasn't in attendance yet either. Still, he knew it was because he would escort Amelia from her rooms to the ball. He'd toyed with the idea of escorting her himself, yet his sister had informed him in no uncertain terms that this moment, appearing at the ball after the official announcements he was courting her, was Amelia's moment, not his. Alex felt his lips twitch at his sister's exasperation with him, pointing out to him that if he escorted her in, it would be all about him. He didn't get why it was different, but it was, and even Jess backed up Elizabeth on that one. He trusted them both, so he conceded to their judgment. Amelia was to have her entrance, then he'd claim her for himself. Alex looked over, sensing that Jess had made an appearance that had caused some whispering among the ladies and some disgruntled looks from the lords. He spotted her from across the ballroom, incredible in a white and green dress with silver thread, glittering with the ballroom lights. Her hair was piled in an intricate design on her head, held in place with what was likely to be hundreds of pins. What he knew was that what looked like decorative combs in her hair were stilettos. Despite appearances to the contrary, she was a walking arsenal. Alex choked on his wine and covered it by coughing. A hovering waiter handed him a napkin and he covered his mouth, blotting his lips while he was at it. Jess herself wasn't causing the chatter. Well, not all of it anyway. It was her companion, the mystery man on her arm, who was making the various lords very disgruntled. Not that any of them ever stood a chance, and causing the ladies to speculate. Half of the ladies looked like they were wondering if they stood a chance of stealing him off Jess. What they didn't know or realize was that the mystery man was Damien Harper, Jess's hunter friend who had rescued her from the kidnapping attempt and led the guards back to retrieve him and Kyle. He knew they had kept in contact during the progression between the Winter and Summer Palace, keeping a rather discreet liaison going. He knew the court had not picked up on it. He also knew Damien, for all his appearance right now, was a common hunter. "Evening, Jess, you look lovely. Does William know you brought Damien to the ball? If not, since he knows who he is, well, I want to see his reaction." Alex kept his tone light. "Yes, Alex, William knows, and so does your father. He plans to reward Damien for his efforts in coming to our aid during the kidnap attempt." Jess's mind voice was threaded with amusement, for not only his reaction, but also the reaction and speculation of the courtiers. While the kidnapping attempt was public knowledge, due to the king's announcement and swift justice for those involved, at least those they could get their hands on, Damien's involvement had been kept under wraps. Until now. Alex, in a rare show of behavior, took her hand and kissed her fingertips. "My lady, you look very lovely tonight." Jess grinned at Alex and murmured her thanks as he turned to her friend. "Damien, it's good to see you again." Damien smiled at Alex and bowed, causing Alex to wonder if Jess had been giving him lessons. "Thank you, Your Highness. It's more than I ever expected." Damien's careful response showed that perhaps he wasn't a simple woodsman. He obviously knew that all eyes were on them and listening to every word. Kyle walked through and acknowledged Damien's presence after greeting Jess and Alex. Damien bowed to Kyle, which caused him to grin. "Heads up, Alex. My sister's about to make her appearance. Her first time appearing in the ball from the private entrance, and her first ball with everyone knowing you guys are seeing each other." Kyle grinned at Alex's response as he turned to watch the door that led to the private waiting room only the royal family members and their closest advisors used. There was a hush of expectation as the doors opened, and Amelia stepped through. She stood, poised on the edge of the doors, scanning the room until her eyes met Alex's. A small smile bloomed on her lips, and a blush colored her cheeks as she noticed his regard. She had only taken 2 steps into the room before she was surrounded by a flock of her contemporaries, fussing at her and trying their hardest to gain her attention. Other than her eyes widening in shock at the reaction, in the past no one had noticed when she walked into a room, she took it in her stride. Alex shook his head and looked at Jess. "Should I rescue her from that gaggle of ladies?" Jess laughed and shook her head. "No, let her get used to it. You'll be able to tell when she needs a break. It's the first time she's ever had more than cursory attention given to her at these functions. Let her have the moment." Alex opened his mouth to object, then thought better of it and closed his mouth again with a sigh. He was sure that right now, while all the attention was a novelty, it wouldn't take Amelia long to realize it was all fake. They were after her rank and the status they perceived they would gain by being in her inner circle. But right now, it was all new and shiny for her. Alex looked at the guards and gave a discreet hand signal for them to keep watch on her. "Jess, just an idle thought. Do you think your Damien might have seen or could track down the mysterious Bane? I can't think how else we can find him, since Kyle kind of killed everyone." At that last comment, he glanced over at Kyle. He was rewarded as Kyle forgot himself and spluttered. Laughing, Alex handed his napkin across, grinning at his friend. "Alex, I did not kill our only leads. That was the female assassin. I would have at least gotten information out of them before I killed them." Kyle threw his friend an amused glance, knowing Alex well enough to realize he was joking. Jess laughed and shook her head at them. "I haven't asked, but I can when we end up somewhere a little more discreet than here." "Well, we can invite him back to the compound when we're done here tonight, if you don't have objections." Alex glanced across at Amelia and smiled. "That might be a little later than normal." Jess grinned. "I think I should be able to handle that invite." Alex walked from his rooms. It hadn't taken long for Amelia to fall into a deep, exhausted sleep. It had been a long day for her. Alex didn't notice anymore how exhausting the official balls could be. He'd attended them as a prince of the realm with all the associated attention that brought. However, as had been pointed out to him, Amelia was not used to the attention that being with him brought with it. Damien had been rewarded by the king with a grant of lands, a title, and a sum of money. They'd all been blown away by that announcement, even Damien. It wasn't much of a title or lands, but it would be enough to keep him well, even if he chose not to live there but kept the current arrangements in place for running the estates, which for now seemed likely. Walking out into the general sitting room, Alex collapsed into one of the large, comfortable chairs and assessed Damien, who sat with his arms around Jess, comfortable in his surroundings. The man was confident. "So, Damien, we have a little problem we hope you might help with." Alex watched the man, who didn't appear at all surprised. "I wondered. You kept looking at me all night and having those half-conversations. Kind of like I was missing half of it." Damien smiled and waited, knowing there was more to come. "Most of the people involved in the kidnap have been brought to justice already. We have information to suggest that a man named Bain arranged everything." Alex glanced at Kyle. Kyle took up the account with the man's description, at least the information they had. "He is described as having dark hair, shaved close to the skull, a tattoo down his right arm, with a trail of skulls from his neck to his knife hand. The final piece of information was that he had a bad scar trailing down the line of his left jawbone." Damien whistled. "I'm guessing you know he sounds like a member of the League of Skulls, right? A blade for hire?" Alex smiled, although it didn't reach his eyes. "Yes, we know that part. It's just strange, though. The League has never meddled with the royal family before. It causes a terrible reaction from the crown." Kyle nodded. "And he's a loose end we'd like to tie up. None of us like loose ends. I'm allergic to them, especially when those loose ends try to have us kidnapped." Damien's eyes moved between Kyle and Alex before settling on Jess, one eyebrow raised, causing her to grin. "Well, I thought it might be right up your alley. Alex is right, though. There is something a little clumsy about the whole thing for it to be arranged by the League." Damien shook his head. "I saw no one matching that description the night of the kidnap. I can poke around, though. He sounds distinctive. If I find someone who matches, I'll let you know." Alex stood and nodded. "Thank you. We appreciate any help you can give. You seem accomplished, but don't put yourself at any risk." Alex waited until Damien acknowledged what amounted to an order before he excused himself and retreated to his rooms. He was tired, but knew he wouldn't get much rest tonight. At this time of year, he never did. Even now, although he was awake, he could hear his mother's final words, screaming at him to run, replaying in his mind. Alex moaned, his eyes flickering under his eyelids, tossing on the bed, his sheets twisting around him, evidence of the restless night he was having. His head shook from side to side, like he was trying to negate what he was seeing in his nightmare. The guards and servants slumped to the ground around him, his mother telling him to run and hide, just as her head was wrenched back, a large hunting knife slicing across her throat. Fear froze him to the spot as the large figure from the Sundered loomed over him. "Brother, you'll join our ranks soon enough. One of us. You'll be a killer." The menacing voices whispered to him as the forest darkened around him. Shadowy cloaked figures in the trees leering out at him, only retreating when the guards came. Then out of the darkness the tomb, shadows thrown over it by the surrounding trees, guttering light thrown by the torches. The wind moaned, causing the trees to groan and thrash. 5 cloaked figures stood outside the tomb, as the mist gathered around them. One figure turned its face up. A delicate arm and hand reached up toward where his room was. He knew the figure was female, but the hood hid her face in its depths. "Alex, I'm sorry. Forgive me for leaving you. You'll be safer this way." Alex sat bolt upright in bed, breathing rapidly, and he could feel the sweat prickling all over, tremors still racking his body. He groaned and leaned forward, hiding his face in his hands. He took slow, deep breaths, trying to calm himself. Looking over, he noticed that Amelia was still sleeping soundly. Alex levered himself carefully out of the bed, grabbing his robe and shrugging it on. He paused to pour himself a drink from the sideboard before retreating to the sitting room. He wasn't likely to get any more sleep and didn't want to wake Amelia. 25. An annual event. Alex found himself in the library, trying to distract himself from acknowledging what day it was, and not succeeding well. Although this one was his own library in the Fourth's compound. It was smaller than the Royal Library, but was big enough to qualify as a library rather than a room with a few bookshelves. He gazed around the room with floor-to-ceiling shelves filled with books, a few scattered chairs that looked like you could sink right into them and fall asleep, and a few others opposite that looked uncomfortable. Alex snorted, figuring they would at least keep him awake if he ever found anything worth studying. Noticing a small pile of books sitting on a low table next to a high-backed leather chair that looked halfway between falling asleep and running to the nearest bar, Alex walked over. Picking up the book on top, he sank into the chair. Despite himself, a smile touched his lips as he sensed Joseph's hand in selecting the book and knew the other two had been left right there for him to discover. He'd always been Joseph's despair when it came to the scholarly occupations, but he figured this time at least the book looked interesting. It was one of the old accounts of the era of his Uncle Edward, the former occupant of the Fourth Swing. The time of the Sundered War, Valancia's war and final triumph of humans against the Sundered. Without realizing what he was doing, Alex settled into the chair and flipped open the book, in his usual fashion flicking through the pages, scanning as he went. Smiling at the acerbic tone, which spoke volumes, he realized he could hear his uncle in the words, even if it was a scholar who wrote the book. In the process of flipping over more of the pages, a description of the Sundered caught his attention. He shuddered and skipped the section. Alex paused and flipped back a few pages, finding the start of the section that described the kin. Tall, athletic, with an economy of movement. Intelligent yet remote. Almost a calmness in nature no matter what was occurring around them, making them deadly opponents. Although fewer in numbers than humans, they were just as diverse. However, while they lacked in population, they lived longer, which his uncle believed was in part the reason for their uncanny abilities in the tasks they pursued. Living in the wildlands, as they did most of the time. No matter what other skill sets they had learned in their long lives, they were excellent with a blade and in the art of killing. Alex frowned, more than a little confused. That didn't sound like any of the Sundered he'd encountered. Calm, remote, and intelligent were not words he'd ever think of using to describe them. Alex shrugged and moved on. It was a conversation to have with his ancestor next time he saw him. At the next paragraph, Alex's eyes widened as his uncle described the broken ones, ruled by hatred for any other but their own kind, sunken in madness. In contrast, ruled by their emotions. The rise in the numbers of the broken was rapid and unexplained. No one, not even the kin, could or would say what had happened to those kin to cause them to descend into such madness. The passage went on to theorize that something had changed in the Vale to cause more of their kind to sink into madness. Alex froze. He reread the earlier passage, then the one about the broken ones, his breath catching in his throat as he thought about the description of the kin. He realized that the kin, as his uncle had called them, were not quite the same as the broken ones. His eyes tracked back up to the page once more and reread the passage again, the characteristics jumping out at him, triggering memories of his training sessions with Kyle and Jess. He stared at the book in his hands, whispering in the empty room. Athletic with an economy of movement. As he spoke the words, they triggered a memory of Kyle sparring in the practice ground, his blade whirling, graceful, dancing, deadly. Alex's finger trailed down the page once more, words jumping out at him. Calmness in nature. The memory of the veil, the soothing calmness, the certainty that flooded him every time he was there, hit him. The image of Jess sighting down an arrow, her smooth draw, the certainty, the kill, all without even a flicker of emotion. His eyes widened as the book fell from his fingers. No, it can't be real. Alex shook his head, considering what he'd learned so far. He felt his eyes widened as he considered the implications, his mind racing with events from his life flashing through his head in succession, triggered by what he'd read, horrified at where his thoughts were going and what everything meant. Yet he shied away from any conclusion, his mind balking at the idea. Alex wished he could erase what he'd learned, erase the moment in time where he'd walked into the library and picked up that book. Erase the moment where he'd read that passage about the kin and the broken ones, when his mind made the sudden connection between what was written on those pages and its connection to him, its connection to his friends. Although he'd spent a long time trying to erase his mother's death from his memory, it was still etched there. Every moment. The confusion his child self had felt, not understanding what was happening around him. Alex closed his eyes and took a deep, steadying breath. He felt the veil shift around him as his unconscious mind allowed him to escape from the library where he didn't want to be. Alex didn't pay much mind until he felt himself settle, although he knew where he'd ended up. Not in the veiled world. Alex opened his eyes to find himself on his knees in front of a large tomb. 4 large statues of guards, one on each corner, with shields and swords stood sentinel, guarding the resident of the tomb, even in the afterlife. Large and ornate, stamped with the royal crest, Alex knew it contained one casket. This was his mother's resting place, deep inside the protection of the palace in what had been her favorite garden. Alex felt a tear slide down his face. I'm sorry, Mother. If I could change this, if I had a choice, I would not be one of the very monsters who slaughtered you. Alex didn't expect an answer, but wasn't shocked when he got one. It had happened before, even if he didn't know who or what answered him. He knew it wasn't his mother. It couldn't be, since she was dead. Yet somehow he always associated it with her, since it was the voice that soothed him as a child after his mother's death. He heard it in his head, through the veil, as he heard it when his uncle was speaking to him. Except this voice that whispered to him through the veil was female. It's all right, Alex. Everything will be all right in time. You are who you have always been. Alex could hear the sadness in the voice, knew there was more that was not being communicated to him. He could feel the veil, willing him to accept who he was. Why, Mother? Why did I have to be tainted? Alex whispered the words out loud, but he knew he was throwing them out into the veil. To the other. To that person a part of his brain insisted was his mother. Sorry, Alex. It is who you are. You should not beat yourself up every year over what happened. It was not your fault. You could not have done anything. You were a child." The words washed through him again, leaving a distinct feeling of sorrow. Alex remembered the time in the glade. Then after, when his uncle and friends had tried to tell them about the kin and the elder. "The Sundered, the kin, the elder. Is there a connection?" Alex threw the question out, not expecting a reply from his unexpected tutor. "The Sundered, the kin. They are one, the same. Dual souls. The kin have balanced their nature. The Sundered are at war with themselves. The elder are the most powerful of their kind." Alex felt the presence remain, waiting. "Who are you?" It had never occurred to Alex to ask before. Then again, before now he had thought this whole thing was a sign he was going mad. This time, there was no answer. Alex took a deep, settling breath and stood, making his way through the garden, trying to process what he'd guessed and learned. Trying to bury the growing horror he felt inside. That scared little boy sobbing at the death of his mother. Trying to ignore the flashing images that appeared in his head of the deaths that occurred so long ago. Hearing a footfall, he looked up, unsurprised to see Kyle, who fell in beside him on his aimless pace through the garden. Alex smiled to himself, appreciating that Kyle said nothing, just waited, knowing Alex would tell him what was up when he was ready. "It's the anniversary of my mother's death. I'm the same as what killed my mother." Alex didn't have to look at Kyle to know he wore a stunned expression on his face. "Alex, we're all tainted. You know not all tainted turn into the Sundered. Not even all of them turn into the Sundered that killed the Queen, your mother." Kyle looked concerned but didn't press further. Alex laughed, but it held nothing but pain. "You don't understand. I found a reference in an old diary of my uncle's in the library. I was trying to distract myself. That'll teach me to think a library of all places as the place to do that. I had hoped when our relatives told us about the existence of the elder and the kin that we'd all been right. That I'd be all right. We might be creatures of magic. The kin, not the Sundered. Then I read the passage in the diary. One described the kin. It's uncanny how it fits us all. The next described what he referred to as the broken ones. That no one could explain it, not even the kin." Alex looked at Kyle and saw his expression was still blank, not understanding. "The broken ones are the Sundered. They are the kin, or would be if their minds didn't break." Alex stopped and waited while his friend processed the information he'd just been given. While Alex was sure Kyle felt as if he'd just been hit on the back of the head, nothing of the shock showed on his face or body language. "How do you know this, Alex?" Kyle drew on the power of the veil and spoke through it so that not even the guards could hear the conversation. Alex smiled and continued walking before he shared the memory of the conversation he'd just had, which was faster than repeating the conversation he'd had verbatim. It also had the bonus that Kyle would believe him straight away, being able to assess the memory itself. Kyle's eyes widened in shock as Alex dumped the memory on him, and it took time for him to process. "Alex, this is... I don't know what to make of it. Even if whoever it was told the truth, it doesn't mean you'll become Sundered. It doesn't mean any of us will. Look at Edward. Look at all of our trainers. There's nothing in the records to suggest any of them descended into madness." Alex could see Kyle looking at him, concern written all over his face. Alex shook his head and didn't reply, keeping what he was thinking at that point to himself. What he hadn't told his friends was that while they seemed at peace with their emerging nature, he was struggling. Sometimes he felt like he was drowning, overwhelmed by all the conflicting emotions, losing awareness of who he was. It was a relief when the calmness washed over him, but it never seemed to last for long. Kyle was his best friend. They were closer than brothers, but still, that was something he wasn't ready to share. The other thing he'd never shared was the parting words of the Sundered who had killed his mother and all the guards, but who had left him alive. They were seared into his brain. "You will join our ranks soon enough, brother." He had been too young back then to understand what had happened, or how unusual it was for him to be alive, let alone to understand what the man had meant. "I need a drink. Several, actually. Let's head into town. At least it's easier from here, and we don't have to sneak out." Alex glanced at Kyle and led the way from the garden. Kyle knew a deflection when he heard it, but for now was willing to let it go. He called out to Jess, letting her know they were heading into town. He wasn't surprised to know she was already in the courtyard waiting with the horses. It was this time of year. They always ended up in the bar on the anniversary of Alex's mother's death. "Let's try not to destroy the bar this time. Last year, your father and mine had to rebuild the publican's bar for him." Kyle clapped a hand between Alex's shoulder blades as they both walked out of the garden and back into the Fourth's compound, heading toward the main entrance and the courtyard where the horses waited. Kyle's eyes flicked over to Marcus and he flipped a hand signal to the guards, letting them know they were heading into town, although given how many years in a row this excursion had occurred, he knew the guards were ready for it. This was the one time of year they were never surprised. Alex always took the anniversary of his mother's death hard. Kyle knew there was something that his friend was keeping from him, and this year he was determined to find out what it was. He'd been just as determined in previous years, to no avail. Alex thanked the barmaid for refilling his drink, not paying much attention to his surroundings. They had made their way to the Barrel. It was their favorite haunt to escape the summer palace. There wasn't as much competition in Callahan as there was in Valentia, but the beer and wine they served was comparable to the best. While there was music and laughter in the dimly lit but packed bar, his mind kept going back over the moments of his mother's death he could remember from his childhood, as it always did on the anniversary of her death. Still, there was something in that memory of the small boy he had been that was niggling at the back of his brain. It was causing him to review it over and over in his head, trying to work out what was causing him to be uneasy. It wasn't like there was anything new in that memory, yet he knew there was something wrong. Jess nudged him with her foot under the table. "What's wrong, Alex? Other than the obvious, of course." Alex looked up and smiled, taking another sip of his beer before he answered. "There's something about the memory of my mother's death that is bugging me, but I can't work out what it is. Something just makes very little sense." He saw Kyle and Jess trade glances before Jess shrugged, took a drink, and spoke so that both he and Kyle could hear. "Show me, Alex. Show us the memory. Maybe we can help you understand what is wrong and put this to rest." Kyle nodded and signaled to the barmaid to refill their mugs before replying in kind. "Yes, brother, show us. We are both more adept at killing than you. Perhaps we can help puzzle out what it is about the memory, besides the obvious, that is jarring with you." Alex took a deep breath, trying to settle his nerves, aware his hand shook as he placed his mug on the table. Alex nodded, then concentrated on what he remembered from that day. drawing both Kyle and Jess inside the barriers he kept between himself and the outside world. The images, sights, and sounds from that day flicked through his mind. It had been the subject of his nightmares since he was 5. Only William had ever been able to wake him from them. As the images flicked through his brains, he interpreted to his friends as best he could. I was on a picnic with Mother. I was trying so very hard to impress her. Alex smiled despite himself at the first part. The memory and images of his childish self, trying so hard to impress his mother, and he heard his friends chuckle at the images, which were backed up by his childish inner monologue. Then Alex sobered, feeling a tear trace down his cheek, knowing what was coming. He'd seen the memory, the flashing images, the sounds, repeatedly since he was 5 years old, waking screaming from sleep. The whistling noise, the grunts and gasps of pain, the guards and servants crumpling to the ground, stumbling back as his mother pushed him, her voice, the last thing she'd said to him, "Run, hide," echoing through his brain. Looking up, confused, despite screaming at himself not to look, not to see her death this time. The fear on her face, the dark figure. Her head being wrenched back, a large knife drawn across her throat. Warm blood splattering on him, her lifeless broken form crumpling to the ground. Then staring, terrified, into the face of the Sundered one, the sharp bark of laughter, the final words ringing through his head. "You'll join our ranks soon enough, brother." Alex only knew he'd caused a commotion in the bar, screaming and throwing the mug he was holding, when he saw his own guards holding back the barrel's muscle that maintained position on the door. Alex closed his eyes, taking a trembling breath, hearing Marcus's calm, confident voice assuring the barkeep all would be fine, that the king would compensate for any damages. Hearing muted voices around the bar mutter, "Queen's death." He gathered the hood of his cloak had fallen back. It wasn't the first time he'd gotten out of control on the anniversary of his mother's death. Alex allowed his friends to pull him back onto the bench he'd been sitting on. Slumping against the wall, he shook and held back the sob that wanted to escape. Hearing a thump on the table, he looked up to see the barkeep place new goblets on the table, pouring a double measure of an amber liquid in them. As Kyle went to offer the barkeep money, the man held up his hands, declining the offer. "No, my lord, it's unnecessary. My niece was a servant in the hunting party a few weeks back. She tells me she'd be dead if it weren't for the bravery of you, Lady Jesselyn, and His Highness. She said the 3 of you protected them all against the tainted ones at the risk of your own lives. My family is in your debt. You are all welcome here any time you need." With that, the barkeep placed the bottle on the table. "My family makes that. It's new. If you like it, I'll get you some more." The barkeep turned, making his way through the ring of guards and back to the bar. He gestured at the musicians in the corner, who started up playing again, and sent his barmaids around with full jugs of beer to fill up the mugs of his other patrons. Alex took a steadying breath, wiping the tear from his cheek. He picked up his goblet, considering the amber liquid it contained for a moment, then raised it to his friends, who matched his gesture before throwing back the contents. Alex's eyes widened in shock as a fiery liquid spilled down his throat. Glancing at his friends, he knew the barmen would have a hit as soon as everyone found out about the new product. "Marcus, arrange for a shipment of this to go to the palace. Some for our own stocks and some for the king. I'm sure he will like it. Make sure the barman is paid well." Alex reached for the bottle and poured them all another measure of the liquid gold, placing the bottle onto the table before looking up at his friends. Not being able to put off the moment any longer, he ran his finger through his hair, looking up at them. "Well, anything?" Kyle and Jess looked at each other, seeming to come to a silent accord, although Alex knew they weren't talking since he'd know if they did. It was Kyle who spoke up first. "The Sundered one killed your lady mother, but you knew that. He wasn't alone." Kyle took a sip of his drink and glanced at Jess. Jess looked down, contemplating her drink, then took up the conversation. "There were arrows, Alex. The guards, servants, all of them were taken out by other people. The Sundered one killed your mother, but the others assisted in killing by taking out any who would protect her. That was a whistling noise, you remember, the flight of the arrows." Alex caught another look between his friends before Kyle continued. "Your lady mother was tainted, Alex. She pushed you, but not with her hands. She told you to run, but only you would have heard it. The order reverberates in your head because she ordered you with her mental voice to run. Your child self wasn't confused. I'd say you always communicated with her that way. I'd say it was why you are so good at it." Alex looked at his two friends, stunned, then turned his thoughts inwards, running through his memories again, trying to pay attention to all the details. Not that he needed to. He'd replayed that incident from his childhood repeatedly, more times than he could count. Alex took a steadying breath, this time to calm the burning anger that burnt inside as he realized they were right. There were others there that fateful day. Others that had never been found or even looked for. Everyone accepted the obvious. A Sundered had killed his mother, along with the guards and servants. 26. Assassin's Hunt. Thinking of the Skull's assassin he'd encountered made Kyle smile in anticipation. He realized he was taking more time dressing and arming himself than normal. Kyle grinned at himself in the mirror as he tugged at the edge of his long black shirt. He caught sight of Bennett's grin in the mirror, and his eyebrows rose. "She'll take one look at you and ravish you, my lord." Bennett laughed at his lord's look of astonishment. "Oh, come on now. You've not had a single lady to your bed since you had that encounter with the female assassin, and you've obsessed about her since. Now go. Don't keep her waiting. I'm sure with your skill you'll be able to track her down." With that last piece of advice, Bennett bowed to his lord and left the room. Kyle looked at Alex, who sat in a corner, through the mirror. His friend grinned at him, but he could see he was concerned even before Alex spoke. "I should come with you, Kyle. I'm not sure you continuing to chase after this gifted skull assassin by yourself is such a good idea." Alex was subdued, his concern clear. Kyle turned and faced his lifelong friend, the man he considered a brother. "I'll be fine, Alex. I grant you she is dangerous, but I need to find her before she finds me." Alex shook his head. "I'm not sure you're thinking straight when it comes to this girl, Kyle. You're enamored with her. She's all you can think of. And don't deny that you want to bed her. Despite what everyone seems to think of me, you've bedded more women than I have, and don't go to bed alone." Alex chuckled, taking the sting out of his words, amused despite his concern for his friend. Kyle laughed and walked toward Alex, dragging him in for a quick hug. "I'll be fine, little brother. Cease your worrying. I'm more at risk from an angry lord discovering that his lady has been having an affair with me than I am from the mysterious assassin." Kyle laughed outright as his friend snorted and threw him a filthy look. Like any of these lords followed through after they found out you were the lord their lady was sleeping with. "Alex, I don't know why. We only had that brief meeting, but I feel drawn to the assassin. I'd rather bed her than kill her. To be honest, She'd be an amazing source of information on the League of Skulls if I can sway her loyalty to our side. This dance is mine to make, Alex. Although I appreciate the show of support." Kyle clapped his friend on the shoulder as he shook his head and headed toward the door. "Just be careful, Kyle. And don't sire any illegitimate children by her. I'm not so sure your mother would be so forgiving to accept a Skull's assassin into the family fold." With that last parting shot, Alex left Kyle's apartment to follow his own pursuits. Despite his best intentions, he laughed in delight at his opponent, who grinned back at him. Gazing into her eyes, he reached forward and drew back her hood, revealing her face. Kyle's breath caught as he was captivated and almost lost in her dark brown eyes and delicate features. Keeping his eyes on hers, he took one careful step after another until he was pressed up against her. He could feel her breath on his cheek as she turned her head to one side. Smiling, he raised one hand to her cheek, turning her head to him. He lost himself in her eyes again and brushed his lips against hers. He felt the bloodlust and rage rush away, to be replaced by simple lust and desire. He felt his breathing rate increase as his free hand sheathed his dagger and snaked around her tiny waist. "My name is Kyle." Kyle licked his lips, realizing his throat was dry. Her delighted laughter rang out. It was light and carefree in that moment, causing him to smile. "I know who you are, Lord Kyle. You're notorious in certain circles, and your kill count is higher than mine. My name is Alyssa." This time Alyssa took the initiative and locked her lips onto his. He was aware when she sheathed her own blades, then made short work of his shirt, which ended up in pieces on the floor of the abandoned warehouse. Once again, Kyle was lost, and Alyssa's name kept repeating in his brain like a litany as he pulled her shirt over her head, guiding her back toward a pile of discarded bales and clothes in the corner behind her. Laughing, they both paused between kissing each other, their hands diverting from their mutual exploration to pull off their boots and trousers. Then they fell onto each other. Lost in the lust, Kyle spared a moment to think perhaps this was yet another sign of his descent into the world of the Sundered. Sudden, inescapable, overwhelming emotion, before losing himself in Alyssa. Kyle gasped and wrenched himself back at the sudden sharp pain that seemed to shoot through him, blinking at Alyssa, gasping as the pain ran through him, yet somehow unable to tear his eyes away from her. "Alyssa, what?" Kyle shuddered and groaned as yet another sharp pain ran through him. "You can't be a virgin, Kyle." A smile curved Alyssa's lips. Then she raised one hand in dismay. "Oh, you've never had sex with the gifted before. Oh, I'm sorry, my love. If I'd known, I would have warned you, instructed you." Kyle looked at Alyssa, confusion, weariness, and lust warring within him. Even though a part of him screamed caution, he gave in to the lust and kissed her. "No, I've never had sex with a gifted." Kyle had meant to say more and ask for clarification, but lost himself again as Alyssa flipped him onto his back and reared up, moving her hips in a smooth, rhythmic motion that took Kyle's breath away. Alyssa's eyes bore into his own, and a smile curved her lips as he groaned in pleasure. "Let me show you what it means to bed one of your own, my love." With that, he felt a burst of pleasure run through him. Kyle stiffened and screamed as the pleasure overran him, everything forgotten except this moment with Alyssa. Then, on the second burst of pure bliss, his eyes rolled as his world dissolved into ecstasy, his vision darkening with spots of light dancing before his eyes. Kyle groaned, waking gasping as the memory came back to him. His eyes flared open to find himself entangled with Alyssa. She smiled at him, her hand tracing absent patterns on his chest. "Welcome back, my love." Kyle took her hand and, turning her hand, kissed her palm. Thank you, my love. I've never been rendered unconscious like that before. What was that?" Alyssa blushed and lay down on top of his chest with her head in the crook of his arm. "We're both gifted, so I forged a bond. That is what the gifted do, and, well, that is the pain you felt. But then we can feel each other's pleasure. It multiplies. Did you like it?" Kyle chuckled, still lost in his desire and lust for her. Propping himself up on one elbow, he rolled on top of Alyssa, getting lost in her eyes once more. Running his fingers lightly down the side of her face, he brushed her hair back, then leant toward her, kissing her before whispering in her ear, his voice low and husky. "Show me what you did so I can return the favor." Alyssa chuckled breathlessly as he began kissing his way down her body. Then she groaned, pushing him back, capturing his eyes with her own once more. "Yes, but that will happen another night. Dawn is on us, and you have to get back to your master's house, as I must get back to mine. Tonight, if you're not busy?" Alyssa looked down and blushed as if she was embarrassed at being potentially too forward. "Never too busy for you. Shall we meet here?" Kyle looked around and wrinkled his nose. "Although perhaps we can find somewhere better for our tryst." He sat up, dragging her to him, and kissed her, his voice deep and husky when he spoke. "Tonight might be too long. Are you sure you must go back? You could come with me." Kyle kissed her again and felt her melt into him. "I wish I could, but the Skull Lord will notice my absence. Tonight. I'll meet you here tonight." With that, Alyssa rose, pulling on her discarded clothing. Kyle chuckled and did likewise, except for his shirt, which was in tatters. Fully dressed, Alyssa faced him again and noticed his tattered shirt and the marks she'd left on his chest during their lovemaking. She blushed again and ran a hand up his chest, one small step taking her into his arms, where she sank into his kiss. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mark you up like that, and I'm sure that shirt was expensive." Kyle laughed. "It's okay. It's not the first shirt I've trashed." Alyssa looked up at him, her eyes sharp, causing Kyle's heart to pause, and a thrill of fear ran through him. "I'll warn you. I know Lord Kyle Xavier's reputation. I'll not share you with anyone, lady or otherwise." Kyle breathed again and pulled her in for another kiss. "Truth be told, Alyssa, I've not betted another woman since we first set eyes on each other, and you threw that knife at me." He chuckled and then, as an afterthought, pulled a dagger from his boot. "I believe this is yours." Alyssa blushed and took her knife back. She closed her eyes and kissed him one last time. "I must go. Tonight. I'll be here tonight." With that, she was gone. He could feel her pulling in the power of the veil as she shifted into the shadow paths to mask her on her flight back to her master. Kyle smiled and transitioned into the veiled world, treading the pathways she didn't have the strength to walk, although he vowed he'd show her. As he collapsed onto his own bed in the palace after cleaning up and dumping his shredded shirt in the corner, he marveled that he was still not feeling the all-consuming rage in the back of his head that had been his world for months. Instead, he slipped into sleep with a pair of brown eyes boring into his own and a soft voice whispering in his head, "Sleep in peace, my love." Kyle slipped into a dreamless, undisturbed sleep. Kyle woke, aware that both Alex and William were in his room. He groaned, although at least this time the drapes were drawn, which he was sure he owed to Alex's intervention. "Let me guess, both of you were consumed by curiosity and just couldn't wait." Kyle cracked his eyes open again and realized he was more tired than perhaps he should be, given he'd slept the morning away. It was unusual for Alex to be up and mobile before he was. Alex laughed. Come on, brother. We're dying to know what happened. Although looking at how you're scratched up and the evidence of your tattered shirt there in the corner by the window, I'd guess your months-long celibacy is at an end. Congratulations. I think it's the longest you've gone without sleeping with a woman. Alex grinned at him and ignored his glare, holding out a cup of steaming coffee in his direction. Kyle gave in and hauled himself up, pulling his pillows behind him. He sank back into them and accepted the coffee. William waited for him to finish his first mouthful, a smile playing on his lips, then spoke up. Okay, spill. How did it go? Kyle choked on his coffee, finding himself glaring at his tormentors. Yes, I tracked Alyssa. Kyle rolled his eyes as the princes looked at each other, grinning. Kyle tried to gather his scattered wits, knowing there were things about his activities he couldn't confess. As you mentioned, the night went well. We started off trying to kill each other again, and then we kind of stopped trying to kill each other, and, well, you've guessed the rest. We've agreed to meet again tonight. Alex laughed. I'm guessing Alyssa is our mysterious female skulls assassin, and another of your shirts will get shredded. Perhaps you should alert your tailor. And you should get the healers to look at some of those scratches. Kyle contemplated throwing his mug at Alex, but decided in the long run it wasn't worth it. The coffee was too good. The scratches will heal, and I have plenty of black shirts. Thanks for your concern, Alex. Kyle looked at his friend, which only seemed to increase his amusement. It didn't help that William almost doubled up in laughter. Kyle watched them and sipped his coffee, determined not to give them more to laugh about. William straightened and brushed a tear of laughter from his eyes. Sorry, Kyle. You are a little notorious with the ladies. I've seen your servant ushering them out of your bedroom on more than one occasion. Alex is right. You've been tracking this woman for months. I've never known you to be celibate for more than a few days at a time. You can't blame us for curiosity. Alex grinned at him, unrepentant. So, you were saying you found her, you both tried to kill each other, then, well... Alex paused and racked his friend's appearance, his eyes flickering over to the shredded shirt. It must have gone way better from there. Kyle couldn't help the smile that touched his lips, even with the memory of the kill he'd helped her with before they'd fallen on each other. Kyle decided that neither William nor Alex needed to know of the rather messy death of people whose names he didn't even know. Well, yes, all right. Alyssa and I slept together. Then we talked a little and agreed to meet up tonight. There isn't much else to tell. He glanced down at his scratched chest and a small chuckle escaped him. As you'd expect, she's rather active in bed, and informs me she most certainly does not share. Given she's a gifted skulls assassin, I'll take the warning seriously. William burst out laughing. I'm sorry, Kyle. You know it's customary to talk with the lady before you throw her down and have your wicked way with her? William raised his eyebrow at Kyle, who couldn't help but laugh. Yes, William, in the normal course of events, I'm sure. We were just a little preoccupied with the killing thing to bother with the talking thing. Kyle only just covered up mentioning that he'd helped her in the kill and smiled, hoping that neither William nor Alex caught his slip. Then, well, after the killing, trying to kill each other, we were a little hot and bothered, to put it in simple terms. So we did the next best thing and had sex. It's an assassin's thing. I don't think either of you would understand. Kyle blanched when he stumbled again, wishing that people wouldn't come into his bedroom when he'd just woken up and was trying to hide details. Alex looked at William and spoke in a bland voice. I don't know about you, but I'm still stuck on Kyle and Alyssa going from trying to kill each other to ripping each other's clothes off and falling into the sack together. William smiled at his brother and replied in kind. Yes, I don't get that part either. I hope you didn't mark Alyssa up as much as she marked you. I mean, I admire her passion, Kyle, but if you did that to her, well, if she's got a brother or father, I'm thinking he'd be after blood. At the mention of blood, Kyle's memory took him back to that moment when he'd discovered Alyssa. She had been in the middle of a hit. She'd taken down her mark when 3 city guards had stumbled onto the scene. She'd turned, raising her blade to block a strike from one of them when his bloodlust and rage had overwhelmed him. Kyle had thrown one of his daggers, taking out the man closest to her, before dropping to the floor from the rafters and joining her in battle against the other 2. Kyle knew he should feel bad about killing members of the city guard, whose only mistake it was to be there trying to do their job, but he lost himself yet again in the kill. He knew it should have sickened him that he and Alyssa had fallen on each other and had sex close to the cooling bodies of their kill. Yet it didn't. Kyle shook himself and brought his attention back to the brothers, forcing himself to laugh. No, Alyssa doesn't have brothers, and the closest person she'd have to a father is the Skull Lord. She's been with him since she was a small child. She's an assassin. I'm sure she's had more than a few bruises in her life. William looked at Kyle with feigned wide-eyed shock. Oh, tell me you didn't hit her and leave her all bruised. From your past track record, you need not beat the ladies on the back of the head to drag them off to your bed. Kyle couldn't help the chuckle that escaped his lips. Well, no, but we were, well, let's say we could have chosen a better place. Alex grinned and shook his head, then turned serious. So, you think pursuing her further is a good idea? He rolled his eyes as Kyle chuckled. For information on the League of Skulls, Kyle. Kyle grinned back at Alex and William, his tone amused. Well, that too, yes. Alex shook his head. Be careful, Kyle. The woman is an assassin. Alex was concerned. Oh, and you might want to get cleaned up and wear something appropriate. I can guarantee there will be a dinner tonight. In case you haven't noticed, so am I. And good at it, too. Kyle's tone was impassive. Wait, what do you mean? There's always a dinner, Alex. What are you up to? Alex shrugged and walked out of the room. You'll find out soon enough. He laughed as Kyle threw one of his pillows at his departing back. Kyle shook his head, then groaning, he hauled himself out of bed. He grimaced as pain ripped through his skull, and he felt simmering rage in the back of his head. Kyle clutched his temples between his hands and sank to his knees, groaning, fighting the rage back, although not defeating it entirely. Kyle knew his power had changed after the veil sickness. He also knew after conversations with the healers that rage, anger, and pain were signs he could become one of the Sundered, signs he might descend into madness. Kyle contemplated sending for a healer. He knew he should. They had made him promise he would. Shaking in response, he stood, continuing to the bathroom, pushing his duty to tell the healers of this new development aside. 27. The Consort-elect of the Fourth. Alex tugged at the edge of his formal tunic, then waved his guards off, walking into his father's outer office. He went in through the door opened for him by an attentive servant and into the outer receiving room. Looking around, he spotted Carl off to one side. Is father busy, Carl? Does he have time to see me before the ball tonight? Alex couldn't help the fluttering of nerves, second-guessing what his father would say. Carl smiled. I will let His Majesty know you are here and seeking an audience, Your Highness. Alex closed his eyes and took a deep, settling breath, trying to calm his nerves. His life had changed so much in the last couple of months from what it had been, and he felt like he was being hurled at an enemy he didn't yet understand or know. Hearing a noise behind him, he turned and saw not only his father but his brother William enter. They had been in conference. Alex bowed formally to show he was there to make an official request, catching his father and William exchange startled glances. Alex rose and waited for his father, for the king, to speak. "What petition do you have for me to consider, Prince Alex?" The king gestured for Alex to take a seat and gestured to Carl to bring refreshments. "Your Majesty, Father, I seek your approval to take a consort-elect." Alex held his breath, and, smiling, he let it out as his father gazed at him and his brother, outright grinned, and relaxed back into his chair. "Carl, could you bring me that package I asked you to get designed and made? So, I take it the lady you would ask to be your consort-elect, should she agree, is Lady Amelia?" The king gazed at his son, marveling at the change in him over the last few months, and relaxed, letting a smile play across his lips. "Come, Alex, you asked formal permission to court her some time back, so unless there is another lady you've been seeing in secret, it would have to be Lady Amelia." Alex chuckled and relaxed, only just noticing that Carl had placed a goblet of wine on the small table near him. "Well, Father, I guess that would be a consideration, but I don't think Amelia would take it that well. I don't think Kyle would take it that well if I cheated on Amelia, given she is his baby sister." Alex bit his lip, thinking things through. "I know it's a risk, Father, but I can't live my whole life with everything on hold just in case I break." Carl walked in and handed a small but ornate jewelry box to the king before bowing and leaving the room. Smiling, he opened the box to reveal the intricate necklace, circlet, and bracelet of the consort-elect, made of fine white gold with his heartstone in place. The second set, the consort of the fourth, lay in the box, as yet without the adornment of the heartstone. Should Amelia agree to be his consort-elect, the jewelry set proclaimed her rank. Should she then become the consort of the fourth, the second set would be adorned with her own heartstone, and the two sets would be woven together, symbolizing their union. "Yes, Prince Alexander, you have my permission to ask Lady Amelia to be your consort-elect." The king stood and walked over, embracing Alex and handing him the box containing the jewelry. William walked forward and gave his brother a brief hug. "Congratulations, little brother." Alex breathed a sigh of relief and sagged down into the chair. He picked up the goblet and sipped the wine, smiling in appreciation. Carl had raided his father's wine cellar for a good bottle to celebrate the occasion. Alex looked up to see both his father and brother appraising him before glancing at each other. Alex recognized the expressions on their faces and groaned, knowing he wouldn't like it. "Come on, spit it out. What?" The king cleared his throat and took a sip of his own wine before responding, choosing his words with care. "Alex, you know your brother doesn't have a consort, and neither does Elizabeth." Alex smiled, having a sinking idea where the conversation was going. Duty. The duty of a son of the royal blood, even if he was the fourth. "Yes, Father, that isn't likely a detail I would have failed to notice." "I would rather keep the position of consort a viable option for them both a little longer. I also want Daniel to find his own suitable match if he can, rather than a state marriage." His father paused, taking another sip of his wine while William finished his own and waved at Carl to refill his goblet. "Amelia will have official status as your consort-elect tonight. Any child the pair of you conceive would be in line for the throne." Alex swallowed his wine, trying not to choke. "Yes, Father, that child, if it existed, would. There are a few of us in between that non-existent child and the throne, though." At that retort, the king smiled. "Yes, Alex, I know. But since your brother, as yet, does not have an heir, any child of yours could stand in place to secure the throne until William takes a consort of his own and has children." "Amelia isn't even wearing the band of the consort-elect, and we're talking about her getting pregnant to produce a potential heir already?" Alex didn't know whether he should be astounded or resigned. After all, he wasn't entirely sure he was surprised. The topic was bound to be raised eventually. He just wasn't expecting it to be this soon. William looked embarrassed. "Sorry, Alex. It's unfair to you both to bring this up so early." Alex sighed. "It's all right, William. Father, I'll discuss the issue with Amelia, although not, I think, tonight." His father smiled. "I'm sure it won't be too onerous a chore for either of you." The king turned to Carl. "Send someone for Amelia. Let her know there is no rush. Alert the kitchen. I think we will have a family affair tonight. The court can look after themselves for the evening. Depending on Lady Amelia's response, we'll have a formal dinner and announcement tomorrow." Alex fidgeted, and it didn't help having his father and brother chuckle at him as they noticed. Waiting for Amelia to arrive was testing his patience. How can the idea of skewering someone with a sword not faze me at all, but asking Amelia to be my consort-elect makes me want to up and run for the forest? Alex stood and paced. "Relax, Alex. She'll say yes, and we'll have a fine dinner celebration." William chuckled again as Alex threw a filthy look in his direction and kept pacing. Hearing the door to his father's office open, Alex swung round to see Amelia walking in. She stopped in shock to see Alex there, but training took over and she moved forward a few more paces as protocol dictated and curtsied. "Your Majesty, you sent for me?" Amelia's voice was low and calm, although Alex could tell she was nervous. The king smiled. "Rise, Lady Amelia. It is Prince Alexander who has requested your presence at this audience. Prince Alexander." Alex gave a half bow to the king and saw Amelia's eyes widened in reaction to their formality before she regained control. "My Lady Amelia, I cannot explain how I feel. I don't quite understand how this all happened, but know my world would crumble if you were not in it." Alex reached forward and, grabbing her hands, raised them and brushed his lips to her palms. His eyes never left hers. "Would you do me the honor of agreeing to be my consort-elect?" Alex held his breath again, waiting for her reply, and let it out as a smile graced her lips. "My prince, Alex, life without you in it would be meaningless. It would be my honor to be your consort-elect." Alex wanted to pick Amelia up and kiss her and twirl her around. Instead, he followed protocol and took the necklace of the consort-elect from its box, held by Carl, and, placing it around her slim neck as she held her hair aside, he did up the clasp with a snap. He followed this with the circlet, placing it on her brow. Its deep green emeralds glittered like raindrops on her forehead. As Amelia held up her wrist, he did the clasp of the bracelet, smiling as it clicked and bonded. It would take the severing to unbind the symbols of their status as the clasps on both the bracelet and necklace, once locked, fused together, making their removal impossible without destroying them. "You know I love you, Amelia. You are mine in this life, through the veil and into the next. I will always love you. I give my heart, mind, and soul to your keeping." Alex wasn't sure where the words came from, except from beyond the veil itself. They were ancient. "Heart, mind, and soul, I am yours, Alex. Amelia reached a hand up to his cheek, rising on her toes to kiss him on the lips, only to laugh as he gave in to his desire, picking her up and twirling her around. "Alex, my heart stopped in shock. You could have given me some warning." She tried to glare at him, but couldn't keep the smile from her lips. Amelia turned, resting her head on Alex's chest as the king and William approached. "Welcome to the family, Amelia." The king's formality dropped as he grinned and planted a kiss on her cheek before making room for William, who stepped forward and, swatting his little brother's hand aside, pulled her into his arm and gave her a hug. "Welcome, Amelia. It's nice to have another little sister." William grinned and kissed her before throwing a cheeky grin at his brother, although why you would lower your standards to accept Alex is beyond me. William laughed as Alex reclaimed Amelia and, in an adult manner, stuck his tongue out at his brother before dissolving into laughter. Kyle grinned as he walked from the doors that led from the Fourth's compound to the royal wing, having a good idea what this summons from the king was about, given Alex's parting comment earlier in the day. He already knew Alex had been closeted with his father and brother for some time. Kyle followed the servant who had come to fetch him, led to the private family dining room in the royal wing. It was rarely used since the king dined with the court most nights. Only on special occasions did he dine with the family alone. Kyle thanked the servant as he was ushered into the room and grinned as he saw Amelia, adorned with the circlet that proclaimed her as the consort-elect of the Fourth. Not wasting any time, he crossed the room, pulling her from Alex's arms, hugged her before kissing her on the cheek. "Congratulations, Amelia." He then turned and hugged Alex. "Congratulations, Alex. I guess we really will be brothers now." Kyle grinned at Alex and reclaimed Amelia. "Thanks, Kyle. I can't imagine you were that surprised, though." Kyle shook his head and laughed. "No. So, the formal presentation is tomorrow, I take it?" William, overhearing, grinned. "You would be correct. Tonight, however, we get to have our very own private celebration." A helpful servant appeared at his elbow with a glass of wine, which he accepted. He raised his glass in salute to the couple and took a sip. Kyle nearly dropped his glass as a wave of pain, followed by anger, assaulted him. Only just managing to hide it, he took a sip and endured until the worst was over. As the pain washed over him, Kyle threw back his drink, not caring that it was likely superb wine brought up from the king's private cellar for the occasion. His glass wasn't empty long before it was topped up again by an attentive servant. Kyle smiled at his friends, thankful that they had noticed nothing at all, and wondered how he would get through the evening under their scrutiny without giving away he had a problem. Kyle pushed aside the thought of confessing to them all. It wasn't appropriate since tonight was about Alex and Amelia, not about him. 28. Encroaching Madness. Kyle slipped through the shadow paths, grateful he'd held himself together long enough to slip away from the palace. It helped that everyone was distracted by Amelia and Alex right now. His desire to kill again rose almost as high as his desire to meet up with Alyssa. Almost equal pulses of lust and rage were running through him, overpowering him. Only the thought that he would meet up with Alyssa soon kept him moving and stopped him from falling to his knees. He tried to suppress the sudden bloodlust and pulsing anger that assaulted his mind, then realized that trying to fight his conflicting emotions was what had caused him a great deal of pain. He wasn't consumed by it, but he felt he was losing more of himself as time passed. Kyle knew he would kill again this night. That would settle some bloodlust and rage he felt. Meeting up with Alyssa was sure to suppress the rest. Kyle smiled as he saw Alyssa in an abandoned courtyard below, and he almost moaned in pleasure just from the sight of her. Startled, Kyle nearly laughed as he realized she used the trick from last night, the bond she'd created that had blown his mind away with pleasure. Throwing off the shadows, he walked across a courtyard, gathering her, unresisting, into his arms. "I don't know how you do what you do. You will have to show me how to do that bond thing so I can return the favor." Kyle bent his head, his hand rising to brush the strand of brown hair that had escaped from her hair dye, and kissed her, feeling his lust rise. "All in good time, Kyle. I'm sorry I have work to clear up first, but I didn't want to leave you here waiting and wondering where I was. Do you want to come and help? It will go much quicker than me doing the kills by myself." Alyssa ran her hand up his chest, her eye staring into his own, causing Kyle to shudder, a soft moan escaping his lips as she sent him another small burst of pleasure. "If you keep doing that, I'll be too distracted to kill anyone. Who's the mark and what has he done? Or don't I want to know the finer parts?" Kyle stepped back, somewhat reluctant, and grinned at her. Alyssa smiled in return. "Oh, it's the last of that cleanup from the botched attempt to abduct the prince, so it's kind of right up your alley." Alyssa held out a hand to him, and he grabbed it in his own, allowing her to lead him through the streets, both drawing the shadows to them to obscure their passage. Kyle felt bloodlust rearing up inside him, bubbling just below the surface, and allowed it to wash over him. The rage was still in the background, but he knew that once he started killing, that would rise too. Still, now that he wasn't fighting against the lust and rage, he noted the pain had receded. Alyssa stopped and pointed at a small apothecary shop with the light still on, testifying that someone was still inside. "Inside are the men who supplied the drugs used on you. My master doesn't like loose ends." Kyle nodded his understanding and realized he should have been relieved that the men he was about to kill had an involvement in the abduction attempt. For him, it was a legal kill. He found he didn't care. He would have killed them anyway. Kyle moved over to the window and glanced in, seeing two men inside the shop, which was filled with row upon row of bottles containing powders, liquids, and herbs. He looked back at Alyssa and held up 2 fingers. She smiled at him and nodded. Cocking her head to one side, she walked toward the door. Kyle raised his eyebrow at the rather straightforward approach, shrugged, and followed her into the shop. While both men paused and looked up, neither of them looked at all surprised to see Alyssa. It was almost like they were expecting her. They were putting together what looked like an order. "I'm not sure what he wants this time, but if you write it down on the pad on the bench, we'll get to it. We've just got to finish up this order first." The man who spoke was a balding fat man in counterpoint to his partner, who was bald and skinny and didn't even look at them. Alyssa said nothing, simply circling as if she was heading for the bench, yet Kyle knew it was so she could get a better angle on the fat man. Kyle circled around and placed himself in a position to take the tall, skinny one. He waited just long enough for Alyssa to make her move, her knife darting forward and stabbing the man in the chest, who gaped at her, uncomprehending. Kyle moved forward as the tall, skinny man looked up, struggling to comprehend what was happening. Grabbing him by the hair, he hauled his head back, exposing his neck. His long hunting knife ripped through the man's throat, his blood spurting. Kyle felt laughter well up inside of him. Hearing the door open and multiple bodies behind him, he spun around. There were 5 men, and, looking at the boxes, they were here to collect their order. They stumbled into the room, not in that moment aware that the owners were slumped dead on the floor with their blood pooling out. Kyle leapt on the first man, losing himself as rage, bloodlust, and the thrill of the kill took over. A part of him knew that Alyssa fought next to him, but they were outnumbered. These men, after their initial startled response, knew how to fight, and Kyle's eyes widened as he felt them draw on the veil. Kyle lost himself in the battle, aware of nothing except anger, rage, and the kill. He came back to himself to find Alyssa gripping his knife hand, staring into his eyes. "He is dead, my love. Come on, I know you're hurt. Come back. We need to get out of here before someone else shows up." Kyle struggled, realizing that he was sitting on a dead man he'd stabbed multiple times in his rage. He was covered in blood. He looked at Alyssa, lost in confusion as the bloodlust and rage were still to the front, consuming him, threatening to overwhelm him again. He closed his eyes and tried to push it back, groaning. "Alyssa, I'm too dangerous. It's too strong. You need to get away from me." Kyle found he was shaking with the effort. Then he felt her move closer, her hand on the side of his face. "Look at me, my love. It's okay. I can help you. You lost yourself for some time there in the kill. Come on, trust me. I'll get you back and cleaned up." Kyle felt himself rise at her bidding. He stumbled as he stood, and she wrapped her arm around him. He found with her closeness that the rage receded and he was retaining some of himself. Kyle realized he must have lost time again, finding himself on the floor of his own bathroom. He'd been stripped down and Alyssa was cleaning the blood from his body with cloths. Flashing images of the fight and what he had done came back to Kyle. He groaned and bit back a sob. "How can you stand me, Alyssa? What have I done?" Alyssa paused, drawing him off, and he felt her lips brush his own. "Shh. It's okay, Kyle. Everything will be okay. You're cleaned up. Come on, let's get you to bed. I can help you." Alyssa stood, grabbing his hand, and helped him to stand. At her urging, he made it to his bed. He rolled onto the bed on his side, covering his face, trying to muffle the sob that escaped his lips. Alyssa climbed up onto the bed and over him. He felt her hands on him, stroking, soothing, her voice murmuring to him. "It's all right, Kyle. This happens. I can help. I may not have as much of the taint as you, but I've seen this before. Trust me, Kyle. Let me in." Under Alyssa's expert hands, Kyle felt his body respond despite his inner turmoil. Kyle moaned and pulled Alyssa to him, burying his head in her neck. "Powers, Alyssa. It hurts. Help me. Please." Kyle broke off in a moan as he felt a small burst of pleasure run through him. He felt her lips brush against his shoulder. "Look at me, Kyle. It's okay. You're going to be okay." Alyssa's eyes bore into his own, and he found he couldn't turn away from them. He didn't know whether to groan in agony or pleasure as Alyssa rolled him onto his back and straddled him, stroking him. "Just concentrate on me, Kyle. On the pleasure. Drop your bloodlust and just concentrate on me. I know you want me, Kyle. You desire me. I can feel it." Kyle found the bloodlust slipping away, replaced by his desire for Alyssa. Along with it, though, came the pain. "It hurts, Alyssa. Powers, it hurts. The only time it doesn't is when I'm lost in the kill or lost in you." Kyle raised his hand, cupping her breast and massaging her, smiling as her own breathing came faster and her nipples hardened. realizing he wasn't the only one lost in desire.
Relax, my love. You're hurting. Let me do the work. Just look at me and feel your lust. Lose yourself in it.
Alyssa grabbed him and guided him into her, riding him, rocking with increasing intensity. Kyle moaned as she sent another burst of passion down the bonds, and he climaxed. He lost himself again, but this time he had lost himself in Alyssa. When he came back to himself, she was lying down beside him, her hand still tracing random patterns on his chest. He could feel a strange fire seeming to follow across his skin wherever her fingers trailed, and as he turned his head to look into her eyes, he also felt the steadying, soothing pulse come from her.
It's okay, Kyle. You're all right now. You won't feel the need to kill again this day or tonight. Your bloodlust is satiated by the killing frenzy tonight. I can help you control your pain and rage. It's okay that you love the kill, the blood. You're an assassin. You will learn to use it rather than letting it use you.
Her words continued to whisper into his brain even as he drifted off into an exhausted, sated slumber.
Sleep. Give yourself to me, my love. Trust me. I will help you. See? No more pain now. Sleep.
Kyle was aware of the fire that traced patterns on his skin, the steady dual pulses, one causing pleasure to roll through his body and the other a steady, soothing pulse, calming his mind and body. He heard whispering voices, one hers, one not.
Please, my master. He's not like the others. Don't make me do this.
There was a pleading note in her mind voice that he hadn't heard before. Not now, but he will be. Unless we help him. You know the risk, child. Now begin as you were instructed. The other mind voice was male, firm, cold. Kyle tried to resist them, finding himself drowning under the impulse throbbing through him. The whispering voices continued, oddly echoing each other. The male voice first, then Alyssa's. He could not quite grasp the meaning of the words. A part of his brain shrieked at him. He tried to struggle, yet the urgency drifted away under the spell of the voices and the fiery pattern that flared across his skin. He had the impression the words were ancient and held power, but under her ministrations he gave up and let slumber take him, as the fiery net enclosed his mind and body in a web he couldn't break free from. Under the administrations, he was compelled into sleep, into forgetfulness. Kyle felt awareness flood him again and took a deep breath, feeling calm. Closing his eyes, he sighed. He hadn't felt this good in months. Frowning, he had a vague recollection of leaving the palace to meet Alyssa. He'd lasted for 2 days, then discovered he was burning with desire to see her again, and the need to kill. Rage had pulsed through him. Opening his eyes, he found that he stood in the middle of a small home, trembling as the realization hit him that he was covered in blood and that none of it was his. There was a man, sprawled on the floor, his head almost hacked from his body. Then Kyle flinched as memory came back to him in a series of flashes. He fell to his knees as if struck by physical blows. He remembered a man calling out from his doorway in anger and threatening him with a sword as he'd gone to walk through their small yard. Killing him had been easy. The woman, the dead man's wife, he guessed, had thrown herself on him. He plucked her off and thrown her against the wall. The power of the veil augmenting his natural strength, she'd hit the wall with such force. He'd remembered hearing the crack as her head slammed into the wall, and she slumped to the ground. Then the children. They'd been wailing. He had 2 flashes of memory. He'd run them through with his blade, reveling in the kill, in the blood he was spilling. They hadn't died straight away. Their wails became pitiful until they slowly silenced and bled out. More men had come, guards attracted by the screaming, and he'd butchered them in a rage-filled frenzy. Kyle took a trembling breath. There was a part of him that was horrified by what he'd done. There was another part of him that was calm. The rage, madness, pain. It was gone, and in its place was calm. Kyle felt her mind, reaching out to him, calling him, and without thought he slammed up his barriers against her. He didn't know how he knew, but somehow he felt the skull's assassin was involved. Kyle shook himself, and with one final look around the small home and the family he'd slaughtered, he drew the veil to himself and escaped into the veiled world, careful to keep his barriers around his mind. As he moved through the shadowed paths, he smiled. At least he had learned he had mental barriers, and that he had to lower them himself to let another gain any kind of control. His flight stopped, and he realized he was at his father's country estate. It was quiet. Not even his brother was in residence. Keeping the shadows pulled around him, he concentrated and appeared in the corner of his own rooms. While he may not have lived in or visited the estate for years, he knew that his lady mother kept his wardrobe stocked with suitable clothes that would fit for all occasions. Assured that there was no one to hear him, Kyle stripped off his bloodied clothes and went to the bathing room. He drew water into the tub, not even bothering to warm it. He plunged beneath the water as soon as it was full. Shuddering as the cold water washed over him, he grabbed a cloth and soap and scrubbed himself clean, trying not to pay attention as the water became tinged with blood. After several tubs of water, he stepped out and grabbed one of the thick towels from a nearby shelf and dried off, moving back to the main room as he did. Still locking himself down, not allowing himself to think, he moved to his wardrobe and smiled as he'd been proven right. His mother, or at least one servant, had kept his wardrobe stocked with a selection of clothing, including a set he knew was a recent addition, bearing the crest of the Fourth's companion. Kyle grabbed a pair of soft black trousers and a dark blue shirt, shying away from his usual brown or black. After dressing, he gathered his bloody clothes and walked over to the fireplace, all set, waiting to be lit. He lit the fire and, after waiting for it to rise into a nice blaze, sighed as the heat washed over him. Piece by piece, he burnt his ruined clothes. Kyle shuddered and felt a tear track down his cheek as he slumped against the chair behind him and buried his head in his arms. Powers, what have I done? What am I becoming? 29. Companion's Confessions. Kyle woke startled, half rising from his position curled up on the mat in front of the fire, hand reaching for a blade he wasn't wearing, only to settle back down on hearing a voice almost as familiar as his own. It's all right, Kyle. It's just me. I got worried when you didn't come back last night and tracked you here. Jess walked over to the fire and placed more wood into the fireplace before sitting next to him. Kyle swallowed, then shuddering, sank into her shoulder. The movement racked his body as tears trailed down his cheeks. He felt her move, then wrap her arms around him, pulling him to her, making soothing sounds, one hand stroking the side of his head like she was soothing a hurt child. She didn't ask him questions, but he felt her help reinforce the barriers he'd placed around his mind. He sighed as the clamoring at the edge of his awareness, the whispering voices of pulsing rage, faded and were blocked. He felt her concentration shift, and even though he couldn't hear her call, he wasn't surprised when Alex appeared, striding into the room, the veil dropping away from him. Kyle heard their conversation but could not bring himself to speak, just closed his eyes as shudders continued to shake his body. "He's in shock, Alex. Someone has gotten into his head somehow. It's driving him mad. He was trying to block them, but it's like the connection is drilled right into him, through his shields. I've imposed a shield around him. Whoever it is isn't happy. I can feel them raging, beating away at my barrier and trying to call him." Jess continued to hold Kyle, trying to soothe the shuddering body of a man who was closer to him than members of her own family. Kyle felt Alex settle next to him and felt his friend's hands on his temples. His head turned to look into Alex's eyes, and he heard the voice in his mind. "It's all right, my brother. We're here. Let me see." A part of Kyle's mind tried to fight, yet he replayed everything that had happened to him. Now that he was revealing all of his interactions with Alyssa, he could feel the hooks she'd placed in his own mind. He could feel his friend's building anger. "Hold the barrier, Jess. I'll try to break her hold on him." Alex's eyes drilled into his own, and Kyle couldn't draw his own eyes away. "Hold him. I'm sorry, Kyle. This will hurt." As Kyle stared into his brother's eyes, he felt as if a knife was slicing into his brain. He screamed in agony, his body bucking. Again and again, he felt that knife entering his head and sawing at those bonds that bound him to Alyssa. Even in his agony, he knew while Jess held and restrained him, she turned most of her attention and effort into blocking Alyssa from contacting him. Kyle screamed again and then felt his mind shutting down. Kyle woke once more, although this time he was comfortable, so he guessed he was in a bed rather than on the floor in front of the fire. His mind was still in an oasis of imposed calm. Unable to help himself, he groaned. Opening his eyes, he found Alex lounging in a chair next to the bed. "Shh, Jess is still asleep. We didn't want to leave you unguarded, so we've been taking it in shifts." Alex hauled himself up and reached for a small bottle on the dresser near the bed. Kyle then felt himself propped up into a half-sitting position with the bottle held to his lips. "Drink, Kyle. It's just a painkiller with a sedative that will help you relax. Sorry, but with what I did to release you from her hold, I can feel your pain. Drink, my brother." Kyle complied as Alex tipped the bottle, and he swallowed as the liquid slid down his throat. Looking at the other side of the bed, he saw Jess curled up, sound asleep, although she had her weapons close at hand. Kyle relaxed back into the pillows that Alex had piled up to support him, and he felt the pain subside. Despite himself, he relaxed. "Thank you, Alex. What happened?" "We felt your pain. You called to us, then disappeared. Jess tracked you down. You were at your father's country estate. As soon as we'd broken her bonds to you, we moved back to your suite in the Fourth's compound." Alex reached up and pulled the bell cord near the bed. After, the door opened and a servant stepped in, bowing.
Yes, Your Highness.
His voice was hushed, and he was dressed in livery of the Fourth. He cast a concerned glance at Kyle before looking back at Alex.
Shane, could you bring me a pot of coffee and a breakfast platter? Also, send an update to William that Kyle is awake, but still not ready for visitors.
Alex's voice was hushed, yet held a note of command he'd never heard in his friend's tone before. Kyle closed his eyes and contemplated the last few months, what had happened and what he had done. Powers, Alex. What am I becoming? You saw what I did. The last was more of a statement than a question, since he knew Alex had seen the details of the slaughter he committed in the house when he'd searched his memory to find out what was wrong. Alex looked at him and nodded.
Yes, I saw. That woman, the Skull's assassin, was driving you to madness. I could see from your own memories you weren't in control.
I was stupid. You tried to warn me, and I didn't listen. Kyle shook his head, wishing he could wipe the memory, what he had of it, of what he'd done out of his mind. They both fell into silence again as Shane entered with a tray and a sign from Alex, set up the coffee table near the blazing fire. He unloaded the contents of his tray before leaving at a wave of dismissal from Alex. Kyle climbed out of the bed, grabbing Alex's arm to steady himself as he became lightheaded. When his vision cleared, he took a steadying breath and moved over to the table, not shaking off Alex's help. Sitting in one of the large chairs near the coffee table, Kyle accepted the mug of coffee that Alex gave him, taking a sip. How long have I been out? Kyle found Alex had been regarding him, trying to assess his current condition, he guessed.
It's been 2 days since we found you at your father's country estate. You had us a little worried.
Alex slumped back and drank his own coffee, his concern clear. Kyle looked at him shocked. 2 days? Alex nodded.
You were in shock when Jess located you and called me. You were battling to block out the rage and anger that the Skull's assassin was sending to you through those bonds. Kyle, you were close to breaking.
Kyle closed his eyes and tried to assess how he was feeling. She was trying to call me to her. I don't think I'd go to her now.
Kyle hated that he heard a trace of uncertainty in his voice. Give yourself time to heal, Kyle. In the meantime, one of us will be with you.
Alex raised his hand, cutting off Kyle's objection. I don't know if she can reconnect those bonds she made in your mind, and you are in no state right now to defend yourself if she shows up here. Alex shook his head and smiled. If it makes you feel any better, all three of us are staying put for now. Kyle opened his mouth to object, then closed it again. He took another sip of his coffee and considered. You're right. I want to track her down and kill her, but I can't say right now how I'd react if I saw her again. I didn't even realize the control she had over me. I think that might have been her general idea, Kyle. She wouldn't have wanted you to know she was burning bonds into you so she could control you and send you mad. Alex looked up and smiled as Jess walked over. Climbing over the back of Kyle's chair, she slid in behind him and wrapped her arms around him. That bitch is never getting near you again, Kyle. To kill is one thing. To torture another, to turn them to madness, it's unforgivable. Jess kissed his temple and pulled his head back to rest on her shoulder. Kyle sighed, closed his eyes, and relaxed back into Jess's embrace, surprising himself with how safe and secure he felt in that moment. He realized while he lusted after Alyssa, he'd never felt safe, and after that initial encounter with her when she'd forged that first bond between them, nothing he felt or experienced had been his own. When did you learn to recognize her bonds, Alex? How did you know how to sever them? Kyle opened his eyes to see his friend's frown. I don't know, Kyle. I saw through your own memories what she'd done, although I don't think I understood it better than you did. I saw how she did it. I could see the bonds she'd burned into you. They were like trails of fire all over your body, thick ropes of power into your brain. I reacted on instinct, I guess. Alex smiled at his friend. You're clear of her bonds right now, I promise you. Although I think you are still vulnerable to her. At least until you heal. Kyle closed his eyes again and took a deep, steadying breath. Thank you. Thank you both. I've always wanted to be the strong one, the dangerous one. I'm not sure how to cope with being the victim. Kyle laughed with an edge of bitterness and shame. I don't know I'd trust myself if I was face to face with her again right now. Jess hugged him tighter, her lips brushing his temple again. She got into your head, Kyle. Rest easy. We have your back. Jess looked over Kyle's head to Alex before continuing. Besides, there was something strange about the traces of her I saw in your memories. I don't know who she is, but she is not a simple thief assassin. She spoke in a language I don't understand, but it reeked with power. Whatever she was doing was assisting her in binding you to her will. I agree with Jess. Alyssa is not a simple skull assassin. Alex shook his head, considering what he'd learned from Kyle's mind. She is more powerful than you thought, Kyle. Too much longer and you would have been hers. Heart and soul, you would have belonged to her. Kyle wanted to object to his friend's assessment, but found he could not. Even now, when he thought of Alyssa, he felt a longing, almost a compulsion to go to her. He shuddered and squeezed his eyes shut, hiding his face against Jess's neck. If she was in front of me now, I'd go to her. I'm stopping myself from calling out to her. I know she's dangerous. I know I shouldn't. But still, there is part of me that wants her. What the hell did she do? Alex glanced at Jess, concerned, then rose, moving over and perching himself on the arm of the chair they were sitting on. Give yourself time, Kyle. The tainted bond she bound you with ran deep. It will take time to clear the impulses she set in you. Or at least that is what Aaron told me. 30. Assassin's Play. Jess did her part, dressed to the hilt as Lady Jessalyn, companion of the Fourth. She mingled, chatted, and was polite to everyone. Now that the full royal court was at the summer palace, the first of the summer balls had been thrown on the arrival of the king, and as a celebration of Alex taking a consort-elect. Well, not quite on his arrival, but a few days after they had arrived and settled in. Still, as pleasant as the ball was, and more relaxed than the balls held in the capital, Jess kept her eyes on Kyle. She laughed at Lord Matterling's embellished description of the annual migration of the court and the terrible hardships they'd faced on the road, but her eyes tracked across to Kyle. Jess spotted him over to one side with a veritable gaggle of the court's ladies surrounding him, battling for his attentions. To all outward appearances, he seemed calm and in control, back to his old self. He was back to thrashing all of them in the training grounds with his blades. He'd been taking to physical exertion and training with a passion. Nonetheless, there was one area where he hadn't bounced back in, and that was around women. Well, other than her and Elizabeth. Kyle didn't trust his own judgment around women anymore, and even though the ladies fighting for his attention did not understand his stress and tension was building, Jess could tell he was almost at breaking point. Jess excused herself from the erstwhile lords who surrounded her and shoved her irritation to one side as most of them trailed after her like a bunch of lost puppies. Jess saw Kyle turn, his face frozen in shock. She saw the figure approaching behind him, and her own eyes widened, her hand reaching for her weapons. She drew in the taint, yet feared she would be too late with a number of courtiers packed between her and Kyle. Kyle smiled, relaxing, glad that at least this ball wasn't as formal as those that were held in the winter court. Still, Kyle wished they'd skip the night's activities and hit the local pub. Despite that desire, here he was, dressed up, the immaculate picture of Lord Kyle Stratford. And, for one of the few occasions in his adult life, so far behaving to the point even his lady mother couldn't have been disappointed. He was getting even better at deflecting the ladies and the constant inquiries as to what had happened. They all knew something had, just not what. Everyone in court was gossiping, although none had guessed what had really happened. That they had all known about the attempted abduction, due to the king's announcement afterwards, only fueled the speculation. Kyle paused as he walked through the garden, suddenly uneasy. He glanced around. Yet nothing he could see seemed out of order. Lamps placed at regular intervals along the lengths of the garden wall threw out pools of light, with a few select trysting spots left for meetings, either business or lovers taking time out. The guards were as always present, both on the walls and standing at regular posts around the well-kept immaculate garden. Shaking off his unease as a product of his recent run-ins, he continued on his original path, winding through the garden back toward the ballroom. The large floor-to-ceiling doors had been unbarred and pushed back on their rails to the far walls, stacking neatly against each other, opening up the ballroom to the garden. The light spilling from the well-lit ballroom drew him inside. Glancing around, he spotted Alex, looking relaxed and talking with his brothers. While it wasn't unusual in William's company, it certainly was in Daniel's. Alex and Daniel definitely did not get along. They hadn't as far back as Kyle remembered. He spied Jess over to one side of the room with her own gaggle of admirers. She looked up as she noted his entrance, a smile on her lips. He had no doubt that was due to the flock of ladies that trailed into the ballroom with him. Kyle nearly groaned out loud as he felt a hand on his arm and turned, freezing as he stared into familiar brown eyes. His breath caught, and part of his brain screamed in panic as he felt her battering, trying to get through his mental barriers. Kyle stumbled back and tripped, falling over as the lady drew her knife. Kyle heard the screaming of the courtiers, sensed that they drew away in panic, hindering the guards trying to press forward. He tried to move, tried to draw one of his own weapons to defend himself, but he could just hear her voice in his head.
"It's all right, my love. It will be over soon. Relax and accept your fate. Come with me, or die."
Alyssa's eyes bore into his own, compelling him to stay, even though part of his brain shrieked at him to move, draw a weapon, and defend himself. Kyle tried to close his eyes as the blade descended, but somehow he couldn't do anything but stare at her. Then a blade intervened, and another mind placed itself between his own and Alyssa's. Alex laughed along with his brothers, surprising himself that he was even getting on with Daniel, which was a novelty. Generally, William and Elizabeth had spent a great deal of time deflecting some of Daniel's more poisonous pranks and barbs. Yet tonight he was like a different man. As the screams tore through the ballroom, the smile dropped from his lips, and without thinking he drew his blade, spinning around to place himself between his father and brothers and whatever the threat was. Hearing Kyle's mental scream for help, Alex's eyes traced across the ballroom and he saw Kyle stumble back and fall to the ground, staring up at a woman with a blade. Alex had a moment of instant recognition. The woman was the one from Kyle's memories. The woman was the Skull's assassin, Alyssa. Motioning to the King's elite, he barked quick orders. "Get the King out of here, now! That is the Skull's assassin!" Alex didn't wait to see if his orders were obeyed, but ran forward, leaping over the line of elite and plunging through the panicking, screaming courtiers, who seemed hell-bent on escaping the confines of the ballroom. Alex had an agonizing moment, wondering if he would make it in time, and heard her whisper to Kyle, "It's all right, my love. It will be over soon. Relax and accept your fate. Come with me, or die." Seeing her blade plunge down, he put on a burst of speed and lunged, interposing his own blade between hers and Kyle's throat. As the clash of the blades rang through the ballroom, Alex felt as if the world around him slowed down. He recognized it from Kyle's descriptions of what it was like for him when he fought, although this was the first time he knew of it himself. His eyes rose to those of the Skull's assassin, and he grinned. "Let's dance, assassin." With that, he shoved back, drawing his secondary, shorter blade, and the dance of blades began. For the first time in his life, he understood Kyle's passion for the blade, and in that instant he felt in tune with the blade in his hand. All the moves he couldn't master over the years seemed to make sense, and something clicked in his brain. With everything slowed down around him, he could see her telegraph her moves before she made them and was able to counter them. While most of his brain was concentrating on the fight he was engaging in, he also knew that the ballroom was emptying, leaving himself, the Skull's assassin, Kyle, Jess, and a whole horde of the elite, almost with all their blades drawn. Alex wasn't aware of how much time had passed while he engaged in his dance with the assassin, although he was aware that Kyle and Jess had joined the fight. If he could have spared the attention, he would have cheered. He only became aware again when time seemed to speed up once more. The Skull's assassin stumbled back with a blow from his blade, tripping over the corner of a rug and crashing to the ground. She was bleeding from multiple wounds. Before he could end her life, Kyle stepped forward and, with a blank expression, slashed her throat. The spurt of blood showing her artery had been severed. Her hand, which she had raised in a last futile effort to defend herself, fell back, lifeless, to the ground. In those last moments, as the life faded from her eyes, Alex heard and saw a burst of communication from her that caused his own mind to go into shock. "Thank you. You don't understand. Beware the order. Things are not as they seem." Alyssa slumped to the ground, her secrets gone with her. Alex was almost bewildered that in her last message he felt a burst of emotion. She truly was grateful that she had been released. Alex shook himself and decided he could try to sort out the confusing memories and images she'd sent to him later. With a quick strike, Alex plunged his blade into her heart and withdrew it in a smooth motion, wiping it on the corner of her coat before he stood and turned, his eyes tracking to Kyle and Jess. The regular sounds intruded again, and he could hear the rhythmic thump of booted feet running as more guards came hurrying into the ballroom. Sobs and screams still rose from the courtiers, who were still pushing and shoving, trying to get out of the room, unaware that the threat had been dealt with. Surprised, he glanced toward the dais and saw his father's elite, ushering the king, his brothers, sister, and Amelia out of the royal entrance toward safety. Alex realized that while to him the battle had seemed to take forever, in reality it had just lasted minutes. Still, it had been long enough that his chest was heaving and he was sucking in air after his exertions. He looked at Kyle, who still knelt next to the lifeless body of the assassin, and he realized his friend was descending into shock. "Kyle, brother, it's okay. She's dead. She can't take you now." Kyle stared up at him, his eyes wide, before leaning against his shoulder, trying to suppress the shudders. "Powers, Alex. Kyle's words came to a halt as he looked at the blood on himself. Her blood. Alex closed his eyes and drew his free arm around his friend's shoulders, looking over to Jess, who knelt on the other side. He may not have said the rest out loud, but they both knew in that moment Kyle wished he hadn't survived the encounter. That was an emotion that Alex was familiar with, having battled with it himself since his mother had died. Closing his eyes against sudden fatigue, Alex took a deep breath. Noting he was in too awkward a position to place his sword in his hilt, with a brief glance back he handed his weapons to Marcus, who stood at his back with a ring of elite. The three of them sat, unable to contemplate moving, as exhaustion fell over them. Alex laughed and saw the shock on the faces of his friends. He shook his head, explaining, "You'd think I'd learned to stop drawing every damn bit of power I can when we're threatened. I want to curl up and sleep now." Alex realized he'd been awake for some time, just not aware. He snorted as he decided that the concoction the healers had given him after the events in the ballroom must have been a very strong sleeping draught. One of the benefits of that was that he felt more rested than he could remember having been in a long time. Even that normal dragging weight of exhaustion he'd come to associate with the veiled world was gone, as if it had left him alone for the night. It may have been because even in sleep he'd had his barriers up. Alex wasn't sure when or how he'd learned that skill, but it was handy. "How is Kyle, Aaron?" Alex knew without opening his eyes that the healer was sitting in a chair near his bed. He still felt a heavy lassitude he guessed was the drugs. Alex knew he could shake it off if he reached for the power of the veil, but was content to rest for the moment. He turned onto his side and opened his eyes to see the healer sitting there as he guessed. Aaron stood and walked over to his patient. "You will have to stop doing this, Alex. It's not good for you to drive yourself to the level of exhaustion so you collapse. You will rest today. If I find you doing anything strenuous or trying to leave the Fourth's complex, I will have the guards hold you down and then give you a sleeping draught to make sure you rest." Aaron paused, glaring at his patient, who chuckled. "Okay, Aaron, I will rest today. I was already inclined to anyway, in case you hadn't noticed. Now, how is Kyle?" Alex was relieved to see there wasn't much strain or concern in Aaron. "Recovering, Your Highness. Jocelyn is a proficient mind healer. What that shadow assassin did to the Lord Kyle is inconsolable. She was very skilled and powerful, a twisted healer's gift. We do our best to strip any power from those who misuse their gifts in that way. Lord Kyle will recover. It will just take time for him to heal. But he will heal. I wish you had called on me in the first instance when you discovered what had been done to him." Alex found himself pinned by the physician's glare. "Sorry, Aaron. Kyle seemed to be on the mend. If that assassin hadn't made a reappearance, he would have recovered on his own." Alex smiled at the physician's obvious concern and anger over what had been done. "Fair enough, Your Highness. He might have. For now, at least, he will remain under Jocelyn's watch until she is certain he is well and truly on the mend. As you discovered, with the state his mind is in, it is easy for another person to take over right now." While speaking, Aaron had been mixing another of his concoctions and held it out to him, his gaze not shifting until Alex sighed and took the goblet, swallowing the contents in one smooth motion. Satisfied, Aaron took the goblet back off him and placed it on the table by the bed. "That was a herbal mix to help you relax and mend. Since you are cooperating, there is no need for a sleeping potion." Alex considered Aaron, wondering how much he could push the subject. So, healers know more about the Veil and those with power in our world than most people guess? Aaron sat back down and stared at Alex before nodding.
Yes, Your Highness. We know a great deal. There are many with power in our ranks, like Jocelyn and myself, although all lean toward the healing gifts.
The last was a concession that Aaron had never made, at least not to him. Alex knew the public did not realize that healers used the taint, even if they used it in a different way to the tainted. I knew you had power, Aaron. I can feel it, see it. Alex was more curious than anything else. The murky realm of those with power and the stigma attached to anyone found to be wielding more than just a trace of it meant it was a subject that was not discussed all that much. Alex was starting to realize that those with power were more prevalent than he, let alone members of the public, realized.
Yes, Alex, more than a little. Most of us in the healers' ranks are gifted. It is something we go to great lengths to hide. Oh, most know we have healing gifts, but do not realize it's the same power as that running through those who break, whose minds sunder with the power. We do not have quite as much as those poor souls. So now the subject has come up. How are you, Your Highness?
Aaron once again pinned his patient with his gaze. Alex almost squirmed. He had the distinct impression that if he lied or tried to play it down, Aaron would know. I'm all right, but sometimes I get lost and confused. It feels like my brain is about to explode. Pain, anger, extreme emotions of any sort just seem to drive me insane. Alex paused and looked at Aaron, but saw no sign of shock or horror in the physician's face or demeanor. I hear voices through the veil, clamoring at me, echoing through my head. It gets confusing. It's hard to know where they end and I begin. I take it there is nothing you can do? Otherwise, you would have done it already. Alex was astounded that his voice was so matter-of-fact, with so little emotion, given what they were talking about.
I'm sorry, Your Highness. No, there isn't much we can do except what we have been doing for all three of you. Those with limited gifts. We can sometimes help, but you are all too strong for us. There is too much of the power flowing through all of you.
Aaron looked back at him, sincere and earnest.
If we could take this burden from you all, we would have by now.
Alex closed his eyes so he couldn't see Aaron's reaction. So, will I turn into one of the Sundered, Aaron? The silence stretched, but Alex continued to wait, knowing an answer of some sort was coming and that he wouldn't like the response. Yet, somehow, he still wasn't upset. He was almost relieved to talk to someone outside of the three of them about what was happening to them. He also guessed, given Aaron's no-nonsense manner regarding the issue, meant that he knew as much, or rather more than, anyone else in the realm about the Sundered.
I'm sorry, Your Highness. I can only go on the subjects I've monitored, and the healer's doctrine handed down from master to apprentice. Some become the Sundered. Some seem to disappear. The pain, anger, and confusion you describe, the feeling of being overwhelmed, is common to most but is symptomatic of all the Sundered that I have heard about. You know the voices are not your imagination, that they are other tainted ones like yourself. You have that advantage over many.
Thank you for being honest with me, Aaron. Alex smiled a little. Aaron stood and walked toward the door.
Rest, Your Highness. I'll be back later to check on you.
Am I at least allowed to get out of bed, Aaron? Alex smiled at the physician's stern glare.
Yes, Your Highness. No swords or running around. You may remain in your rooms or your outer receiving rooms, or you may visit Lord Kyle. That is it. Try your best to stay away from the power, at least for today. You've drawn too much of it lately.
Thinking of the assassin's last words, Alex rolled onto his side so he could catch the healer's expression. Do you know about the Killiam order? He was rewarded by a flash of surprise on the healer's face. Aaron grimaced.
The Killiam order has been around for a long time, Alex. Founded by a man called Gale Killiam. His son was killed by a Sundered. You would do well to avoid them. Their ranks are filled with healers, scholars, aristocrats, and even commoners.
Aaron walked back across the room as he spoke and sat on the edge of the chair arm.
On the surface, they are lore keepers. Yet their primary position is to see all those with power are killed. They are the order that has drummed up fear and superstition in the masses for those with power over the generations.
Alex nodded. Why would Alyssa fear the order? She was tainted. Powerful.
Aaron snorted with that. I doubt she was all that powerful as far as the Sundered are concerned. She seemed quite young, and I'd say only broke recently.
Aaron smiled sadly, then continued.
If she grew up where there is a strong chapter of them, knowing she was tainted, they may have given her cause to fear them. They are fanatical.
Alex frowned. Why haven't I heard of them before?
Your father has never allowed the order to establish a firm foothold here, and will not acknowledge them as a legitimate guild. He didn't want you to be subject to their hatred and fear, Alex.
Aaron stood and headed to the door.
Get some rest, Your Highness.
He closed the door quietly behind him. Alex thought about everything he'd been told and contemplated if he wanted to get up. For once, he was happy enough to laze around, and even had the physician's injunction to do so. For the first time, Alex did as he was bid and rolled over to sleep a little longer. Tomorrow was soon enough to track down the lair of the Skull Lord. 31. Tracking the Skull. Jess turned, seeing Damien approach, and smiled. She hadn't seen him for some time, although she had to admit she'd been preoccupied with everything that had been going on.
My Lady Jessalyn, it's good to see you again.
His smile broadened, and he took her fingers and kissed them, causing giggles and whispers from some ladies who were trailing behind her. She just broke away from Elizabeth's entourage from an excursion into town, yet had seemed to inherit some of the women who'd insisted on wandering after her.
It's been too long, Baron Harper, but I'll forgive you. The new estates the king conferred on you must consume your time. Come, walk with me. Tell me everything that's been going on.
Jess played along. She could tell that Damien had something to tell her. Damien smiled and stepped to her side, presenting his arm to her in a courtly fashion, looking back at the ladies that clustered behind. If you will excuse us, ladies, I have important things to discuss with Lady Jessalyn. I'm sure you understand. Jess turned and flitted her hands at the ladies in question, who pouted at her but stayed put. She noticed Damien looking at Megan and Callum, then back at her.
I'm afraid the go-away hand gesture doesn't work on the elite, although I can guarantee they are loyal. They will stay out of earshot if I ask.
Jess kept her voice low, but knew Megan and Callum heard her anyway, since they dropped back a few more discreet paces. It's not that I doubt their integrity. It's just that what I found is, well, I don't know how they will react. Or Kyle, let alone His Highness.
Damien looked troubled and took a deep breath, keeping his voice low.
Is there somewhere that has an overview of the training yards? Somewhere discreet? This is about the man His Highness asked me to look for. I think I found him.
Jess felt her eyes widen at the implication. She nodded and guided their way to the upper floors of one of the corner towers, which had large windows overlooking the training yards below. She held her hand up at her guards, who acknowledged the order and stayed back near the door, out of earshot if they kept their voices down. Damien licked his lips, then scanned the training yard below, gesturing toward an elite standing in the far corner.
He doesn't have the tattoos, although those can be faked. However, he fits the description you gave me. His friends call him Bane. He has the same name and the distinctive scar.
Jess looked down and caught sight of the man in question, and felt herself stiffen as she understood Damien's hesitation in bringing this information straight to Kyle or Alex. She watched the man, then looked over her shoulder and gestured for Megan to step forward. "Megan, who is that man?" Jess gestured to the guard down below. Megan looked at her, then down into the training yard, her eyes narrowing. "That is David Bane, my lady. He almost got kicked from the elite years ago, but His Highness Prince Daniel likes him. He's assigned to His Highness's protection detail more often than not." Her eyes tracked back to Jess before she asked, "Is there something I should know, my lady?" "Not right now, Megan. Thank you." Jess turned back to look at the man below, her face pale. "Thank you, Damien. Leave this with me. Do not let Kyle or Alex know, or anyone else. It amounts to treason."
Damien swallowed and nodded before adding, "There's one more thing. Prince Daniel leaves the palace and attends an old residence in town. Some meeting of a group called the Killiam Order. Some offshoot scholars' order. Not much seems to be known about them, but that one, Bane, is the only guard who goes with him. They've been there 3 times already, every second Tuesday."
Jess frowned at the name given. It sounded familiar, yet she couldn't place it. "I'll look into it. Thank you." Alex found that once he'd decided he was more at ease. He'd felt a deep burning anger since he'd seen his friend curled up in shock, shivering in pain. That anger had only grown as he'd seen Kyle's memories of what transpired. Freeing Kyle of the psychic bonds Alyssa had bound him in had taken hours of painstaking work, wrenching them out one after the other, pulling away the light web of power that seemed to run like spider silk over his body and through his mind. Every time he had broken one of her bonds, the smaller bindings of power had tried to fill the gap and repair what he had cut. It had been a relief when Kyle passed out with the pain. Yet in Kyle's memories, he saw her face. He knew every place they'd met up, and that Kyle had made inroads in tracing her, and he suspected her master's hiding place. Alex had heard the memories of her voice, the whispering words echoing through Kyle's brain. Insidious. While Alex couldn't understand the words, he could feel their power and knew Kyle's unconscious brain was following her instructions, even though she was dead, trying, he suspected, to reconnect with Alyssa. Alex was not convinced that he would not fall to another if they came for him. It was the assassin's brazen attempt to come right into the heart of the Summer Palace, placing them all, including the king, at risk, that prompted his current plan of action. Although Kyle had helped defeat her, it had taken all 3 of them to kill her. Alex knew Kyle had been in turmoil since, uncertain if he would have been capable of standing against Alyssa without their help. While Alex knew that in the long run Kyle would bounce back and the experience would be good for him, right now it was hard to see the uncertainty in his friend. Kyle had always been confident.
He remained so with a blade in his hand, but his confidence with women, or rather, Alex suspected his judgment of them, had shaken his confidence. Although he doubted that the rest of the court guessed how shaken he was, Alex knew, and so did Jess. Alex also suspected that William had guessed, since he not only knew all the details of what had happened, but how close Kyle had come to becoming enslaved to Alyssa. William had intervened with women a few times when they had cornered Kyle in the court. Alyssa had brought the fight to their home. Alex was determined to take it to hers. It was time for him to track down and pay a visit to the League of Skulls and teach them that declaring war on the crown was not advisable. At a noise behind him, Alex flicked his eyes toward the door in the mirror and saw William walk in. They stared at each other through the mirror, although Alex didn't turn from his task of getting ready. He placed his secondary weapons in their various sheaths on his body, hidden from view, at least to the untrained. He watched as his brother moved to the sidebar and poured himself a glass of liquor. William grabbed a second one and rose it in his direction, his eyebrow raising an inquiry. Alex smiled and shook his head. While alcohol rarely affected him in the same way as it did others, he could burn the effects from his system with the power of the veil if he chose. He felt he was better off waiting until after he got back from the night's planned activities. He finished getting ready, then, satisfied, turned and walked over. Smiling, he gestured for William to take a seat before taking his own and just waited. William spoke. "I take it I won't be able to talk you out of this. You will track the skull layer down?" "No, and yes. I've got a good idea where they are. This is the second time the League of Skulls has acted against the interests of the Crown, and before you ask, no, Jess is not coming with me. Where I'm going, to stand a chance of succeeding, I need to go alone. Besides, Jess needs to stay with Kyle in case another of the Skull's gifted assassins shows up here and goes after him again." Alex sipped water from the glass that had been sitting on the coffee table and let his brother process what he said, smiling as he nodded. "It took the three of you to kill her, Alex. What if the Skull Lord decides enslaving a prince is better than enslaving a lord?" William took a sip of the liquor he'd poured and smiled in appreciation before looking across the room at him, his concern clear. "If I have to, I'll fight them. I will. But I need to find their lair first, and I want to know who the Skull Lord is before I take any action. From Kyle's memories, more of them seem to be able to control the power of the veil to some degree." Alex stood at his brother's nod. "I should be back around daybreak." Without further pause, Alex pulled the shadows toward himself and slipped into that place between worlds. He concentrated on where he wanted to go, filling his mind with his destination, and walked, knowing there was no need to rush. Time moved to a different pace, although he still didn't know how this whole process worked. Most of what he did was on pure instinct. He knew he could do it, and he would end up where he needed to be. Alex felt a shift in the shadowed paths and slowed. Letting go of some shadows, he found himself in the rafters of a warehouse. Grimy windows ranged the warehouse just below the roofline. The floor was empty, with a pile of forgotten bales of hay and rags in the corner. Alex knew from Kyle's memory that this was where they had first slept together, where Alyssa had inserted her first insidious bond into Kyle. Off to one side on the floor, Alex spied a dirty brown stain that marked the first kill Kyle and Alyssa had committed together, the one that Kyle hadn't admitted to when telling the story of his encounter. Alex rose from his perch in the rafters and jumped off, landing on the floor below, using the power of the veil to slow his descent. He landed in a half-crouch. Alex straightened and checked the warehouse, although he doubted he'd find anything of worth. Satisfied there was nothing in the building except a few rodents, Alex gathered the shadows around him and stepped into the street. He paused to take stock of his surroundings. The warehouse where Alyssa and Kyle had met up was in the industrial section of Old Town. Between the Old Town and the Docklands were where all Kyle's unsanctioned and uncontrolled kills occurred when he had been overcome. There were some that Alex discovered Kyle wasn't even aware he'd done, all with Alyssa sending wave after wave of anger and rage to him, overwhelming his mind until he was lost. Alex shook his head and pushed the memory aside. It threatened to overwhelm him with anger, as it had every time he thought about it. Alex walked through the almost deserted streets, to be expected at this hour. As he walked, Alex kept an eye on the rooftops and side streets. He made it to the apothecary, the site where Kyle had first known he was losing control. The shop was boarded up with a sign saying it would reopen soon. Alex had been told it was the man's son who had redesigned the shop. Alex made a mental note to keep tabs on the place once it reopened, as it didn't take much of a stretch of imagination to think the son might have the same connections as the father. Shaking his head, Alex pushed off the wall he'd been leaning against and walked toward his final destination for the night, the small house where Kyle had slaughtered the entire family. Kyle may not have remembered, but from what Alex had seen of Kyle's memories, he'd been almost driven that night by equal desire to find Alyssa and to kill. If the poor unfortunate man hadn't come out of his rear door that night and challenged Kyle, it was likely that both he and his entire family would be alive today. Or at least would not have fallen to Kyle's blade that night. Alex figured Kyle had been making a straight line from his suite at the palace to where he sensed Alyssa was. That was one thing about the bonds. They may have given Alyssa a great deal of control over Kyle, but they also made it easier for Kyle to track her through those same bonds. Kyle hadn't realized yet that buried deep in his brain, he had a good idea where Jess and Alex believed the League of Skulls lair was situated. Alex jumped, grasping the top of the fence, and flipped over into the small yard beyond it. The small dwelling sat abandoned and only just showed the signs of its uninhabited state. Alex knew it wouldn't be long before someone took advantage of that to take it over. That an entire family had been slaughtered here would only hold them back for so long. Looking around, Alex sighed as he walked toward the door, not even pausing at the bloodstain on the rocks that formed the courtyard, and tried the handle. The handle turned, showing that the town guards hadn't even attempted to secure the premises when they'd left. To the left of the doorway, he noticed what looked like a dirty mark down the wall. Except Alex knew it was where the wife's head had smashed into the wall. It was blood. Taking one last breath, Alex walked into the small home and paused just inside the door. It was obvious that even the tragic deaths hadn't prevented people from raiding the home and cleaning out anything of value. The place was almost empty except for a few broken plates and a chair. There was also the blood-stained rug in the center of the floor. Alex shook his head and wondered if thieves would even take that eventually and attempt to clean or mask the bloodstain. Alex paused, closed his eyes, and played the awful memory of the slaughter through his mind once more, trying to get his bearings on the direction to Alyssa from Kyle's memories. With one final look around the deserted home, Alex walked out and headed off. Leaping up over the tall fence, he landed in a yard almost identical to the one he'd been in. These neat little homes in rows that marked the division between the Old Town and the Docklands. Alex knew from Kyle's memories he'd believed he was close to Alyssa's location right before he'd been distracted by the bloodlust. Now the true search could begin. Alex didn't expect he'd find the lair of the League of Skulls tonight, but he knew he'd make a good start. He'd also been correct in visiting the sites of the kills that Kyle had made with Alyssa, and the place of that final slaughter he'd made before slamming his barriers up and running away. They had all helped him piece together the fragmented memories he'd gained from Kyle. Kyle had run away from Alyssa on pure instinct. Before that, he'd been trying to track her hiding place down. Alex sat on his perch on the roof of an inn. He glanced at the horizon and grimaced. Dawn was not far off. Still, he felt he made good headway tonight and had found at least one likely hideout for the members of the League of Skulls. He was in an area he knew well since it housed several inns, bars, and houses of pleasure, right on the edge of the markets and general business district. Not the worst part of town, but not the best either. The shops his sister would attend, if she was so inclined, were on the other side of the old town, in a small section that had been redeveloped and had some exclusive merchants. The area was all the rage amongst the high lords and ladies of the court, or at least the ones who could afford it. Alex grinned in memory. There was also a respectable bar that his father and brother would much rather he frequented instead of his usual establishments here in Docks Row, or the quarter where he'd ended up when he was at his worst, although he hadn't been back since the abduction attempt. Alex returned his attention to the trio of men. Nondescript, the type of men you'd be hard-pressed to give much of a description of afterwards. Their height, their features, their clothes, all of it was similar to what he was wearing right now, although despite appearances, his own, he suspected, was of much better quality. At odds with their overall appearance, their weapons were of unusual quality, and they bore on their person a surprising amount of them. Alex stopped himself from snorting out loud. He was likely bearing more arms right now than they were, and than Kyle did when he was out on the hunt. Still, Alex was certain if he could check them out, they would bear the skull tattoos on their bodies. Alex had never worked out why the Skull's mercenaries insisted on branding themselves with the distinctive tattoos that gave away their profession and allegiance to the shadier dealings in the realm to anyone who spotted them. Still, these three were all covered, and Alex couldn't make out if they bore them or not from this distance. Alex grinned as he watched all three walk into a seedy bar called the Brothers' Arms. It was a bar he'd been in himself a time or two. Glancing again at the horizon, Alex figured he had just over an hour before dawn hit, and the bar would close its doors. Alex figured they were having drinks before heading to their hideout for the night. Either that or the entrance to their hideout was accessed from the bar. Deciding what to do, he rose and walked down the side of the inn and dropped into a darkened lane on the other side. Walking forward, he didn't pause but dropped the shadows from himself as he walked from the shadowed lane, across the road and through the doors of the Brothers' Arms. Alex kept his hood up, but in this place it wasn't so unusual. Half the clientele did. He couldn't risk being recognized. Although given everyone knew he was at the summer palace with the rest of the royal court, they most likely would discount it, even if they thought he looked like the king's youngest son. Alex was glad he knew the bar well. He paused as he walked through the doors, although his eye scanned the room and picked up his targets at a table in the far rear corner of the dimly lit, yet spotless bar. Or it would be spotless if it was at the start of the night, rather than the end of it. Still, few in the court would have ever believed the disreputable bar not only was clean, but had some of the finest ale in the city. Alex moved to the corner of the bar and perched on one of the empty stools where he could see both the doors and his targets. He leaned and rested his back against the wooden wall and slumped as if he had had a long night, which was the truth, only he wasn't exhausted. Taking coins from his pouch, he slid them onto the bar toward the barkeep, and was rewarded with a mug of the town's finest brew. Kyle would kill him when he found out Alex had been there without him. Alex took a long swallow of his beer and sighed. He placed the mug on the bar before snagging the hand of the bar wench he knew from his previous visits. Vicky, it's been way too long." He pulled the unresisting woman into his arms and kissed her, vowing Amelia could never find out or she would kill him. As Vicky drew away from the kiss, her eyes widened in recognition. She leaned into him, her hand trailing up his chest, and he heard her breathy voice whispering in his ear.
"Alex, what are you doing here? It's not safe."
Vicky drew back, and her green eyes stared into his own. It reminded Alex why he'd spent more than one night in her company. Alex laughed and drew her onto his lap and kissed her again, holding her in place. I've been busy of late. The men in the far corner, are they regulars? Turning his mind to business, he glanced briefly to his targets. Vicky threw back her head and laughed as if he'd said something funny before resting her head on his shoulder.
Yes, most nights they come in. Before you ask, they always leave just before we close and head toward the back of the Siren, down the street.
With that, Vicky pulled his head down and gave him a lingering kiss that Alex admitted he enjoyed too much. She slipped off his lap with a giggle, and he let her go, as though unwilling to do so. Alex sat and was rewarded when one of the men pulled off his gloves and he saw the silver skull ring on his finger. He saw a flash of the trail of skulls across the back of his hand before it disappeared, hidden by his shirt. Having the information he wanted for the night, Alex finished his brew and, pushing 2 more coins across the bar toward Vicky, he nodded to the barkeep and left. Alex looked down the road and spied the Siren, but turned and walked down one of the side lanes. Alex considered his options and the light touching the horizon and swore. He turned and watched the entrance of the Brothers' Arms and was rewarded as the 3 men walked from the bar. They paused just out of the entrance and scanned up and down before the 3 of them turned and, as Vicky had said they would, headed toward the Siren. Considering his options, Alex closed his eyes and climbed to the rooftops and made his way to a vantage point where he could just make out the rear yard of the Siren. There was a small, dilapidated building leaning up against the rock wall at the back of the building he'd never noticed. Of course, on the occasions he'd frequented the Siren, he hadn't been inclined to explore the backyard. A smile touched Alex's lips as he saw his quarry enter the backyard of the Siren, and, with a final glance around, they disappeared into the building. Alex cursed. He wanted to explore now he knew where his targets had entered. He guessed that the small shack leaning up against what was the old stone wall of the city was the entrance to wherever the League of Skulls called home. Or, at the very least, it was where those men who were disciples of the Skull called home. If that was the case, he'd only have to follow them. They'd soon head to their master's lair. Still, Alex knew either way the men were about to bed down for the day. He also knew that if he didn't get back to the palace soon, that they'd likely send Jess out to look for him. He didn't want that to happen since it would leave Kyle unguarded by anyone who could access the power of the veil. He didn't want to assume that Alyssa was the only one within the ranks of the League of Skulls that had the taint. She had quite clearly been about to access the palace and get past the normal guards. Although, if they did have another as skilled as Alyssa, he doubted they would be able to get past Jess. If Kyle hadn't been so shaken, Alex knew she wouldn't get past him either. But Kyle had to learn to trust himself and his own judgment again. Resisting his desire to investigate, Alex pulled himself onto the shadowed paths and concentrated on his room in the summer palace. He found it interesting that it was always quicker heading towards somewhere that he knew well versus a vague memory of a location. Then again, maybe it was faster going back to the palace because he was relying on his own memory, not one he gleaned from someone else, as on the way out. Regardless of the reason, he ended up looking at his own room. He found William sitting in one of his chairs, sipping what Alex guessed was coffee, waiting for him. Taking a steadying breath, Alex left the shadowed path and walked into his own room. William looked up at him, startled. "Damn it, Alex. No matter how many times I see you do that, you scare the life out of me every time. It's uncanny." Alex chuckled, only now realizing how tired he was. "Sorry, William. I'm not sure there is any other way for me to do it. I think the servants would be even more startled than you if I left the shadowed paths out there instead of in here." Alex slipped the hood of his cloak off his head and undid the tie, throwing it over the back of a couch. He then stripped off his vest, disposing it on the top of the cloak. He walked around and almost collapsed into the lounge, pulling a pillow under his head. I know you're tired, Alex, so I'll let you get some sleep. You can brief me when you wake, so I've got something to report to Father. How did it go? William sat, waiting for Alex to gather his thoughts. It was a long night, but I've tracked at least 3 Skull disciples to what I believe is their daytime sleeping place. I won't know if it's just theirs or the entrance to the lair for the League of Skulls itself until I do a little more digging. I'll head back tonight and explore when most of the occupants are off pursuing other interests. Alex turned his head and cracked his eyes open to see if he'd given enough information to satisfy his brother. William stood and shook his head. I'm still not sure this is a good idea, Alex, but I understand why you were doing it. Just show common sense and caution. We'll speak again tonight before you go out. Alex grimaced and sat up, hauling off his boots. I'm sorry, William, but I have to do this. He rose and placed his hand on his brother's shoulders. I'll be careful. I promise. William looked at him with a serious expression on his face before nodding and heading out the door. Alex shook his head and headed to his bathing room to clean up. He made short work of his bath before he headed to his bed and collapsed. Groaning, he pulled up the covers, rolling over onto his side. He was asleep almost before he'd completed the action. 32. Treason. Jess, dressed in her comfortable hunting attire, one set without the crest of the 4th on it, and grimaced. It had taken a few days to decide on the perfect way to follow up on the information that Damien had provided. It was Tuesday night, and Alex had gone off on a pursuit of his own. She hoped he wasn't out hunting down the Sundered by himself. She should track him down and go with him, but had decided this was more important. Kyle was distracted with Elizabeth. That meant she was free to try to follow up on the information she gained on Daniel and the guard, Bane. Jess didn't know what to think of the information, but hoped it proved to be wrong. If Daniel had been involved, she hated to think of Alex's reaction when he found out. Jess closed her eyes. Worse, if Daniel was involved? What did William, Elizabeth, or his father know? She had to know if he acted with their knowledge. She shook her head. It may be nothing. She knew what Damien had reported to her did not prove anything. The guardsman who went by the same name and fit the description of the man who'd organized the kidnapping, well, it could be an unfortunate coincidence. At least that was what she was hoping, despite some things she'd seen and heard. Things she dismissed in the past as her imagination, pointed in a direction she didn't like at all. Daniel had always been harsh toward Alex, his pleasant smile dropping when he thought no one would notice. She got the distinct impression he blamed Alex for their mother's death. He almost seemed jealous of Alex's popularity with the guards, with the courtiers and commoners alike, although Alex courted none of it. Alex was better than his siblings with the blade by a long shot. William and Elizabeth laughed it off, but Daniel had killed himself trying to prove he was better in the last training session he'd attended with them all. He'd failed and had looked like a fool, even though Alex had held back, and that made it worse. There were times he was almost hostile in his responses. Many small things that, by themselves, didn't mean much. She'd always discounted it as sibling rivalry. Jess pulled her wandering thoughts aside and transitioned to the veiled world, drawing in the power from all the different strands she could see. The real world faded, her path stretching where she willed it. She moved down the path but only a short distance, to the small private courtyard off the royal wing. She waited, watching. She realized she would be pleased if this Tuesday night Daniel didn't leave the palace. The real world was pale, like she was looking at it through a lens or window, almost flickering in and out of focus depending on her concentration and how much power she drew. Jess drew in her breath, shocked despite herself, as the doors opened and Daniel made an appearance with Bane a step behind. Both men mounted the waiting horses and quietly left the palace grounds, heading into town. Jess followed with ease. Speed, distance, even how time seemed to function was different in the veiled world. It wasn't long before they arrived in town and Jess tracked them to an old mansion on the river. Jess waited for them to go inside, then dropped back into the real world, although she kept the power gathered around her, obscuring her from the casual observer. Jess heard greetings coming from inside the house and walked up to one window with light spilling from it, careful not to make a sound. She cursed that it was problematic to appear inside a premises she hadn't been in before. They'd been warned that if they weren't careful, they could appear halfway through a wall. Jess didn't understand why, but she trusted her uncle's assessment to abide by the restrictions. Jess knew she wasn't as good at this as Kyle. Then again, she wasn't all that bad either. She stood shadowed by a large tree with a line of sight into the old mansion. It took no time at all before Daniel made an appearance and greeted the other men and women in the room like they were long-lost friends. Jess frowned and tried to move her position, but couldn't quite see the woman's face, only the edge of her skirt. Although her voice sounded familiar, Jess couldn't place it. Bane stood out of the way by the door. While she couldn't hear all the conversation, she could catch enough of it. Enough to make her heart sink, for anger to grow, emotion flaring the more she heard. Daniel had been involved in arranging the kidnap attempt, and Bane had helped. They had meant to kill or capture Alex, Kyle, and herself due to the taint they all bore. Their plans had been thrown into disorder when the rescue occurred. They were planning to try again. This time Daniel was planning to take a more direct action than he did the previous time. She gathered that whatever was in the bottle that Daniel had been given was the same toxin they were dosed with last time. Jess shuddered at the memory of the effect the stuff had on all of them. Jess withdrew, shaking and pale as the meeting appeared to break up with no other clear goals she could understand being set. She needed time to think on what she would do, how to react. Daniel dismounted in the enclosed yard of the old run-down house, looking around uncomfortably. He knew if anyone saw him, it would be questioned why he was here. Shaking off the feeling with a snort, he realized it was unlikely that anyone would recognize him here. That was one thing he'd learned from his disgrace of a brother. People wouldn't expect to see him here, so would discount his resemblance to Prince Daniel. After all, what would the prince of all people be doing here? Waiting as his man Bane dealt with their horses, he looked around once more to be sure he couldn't see anyone, then headed up the stairs to the decrepit building, entering without pause when the doors were opened. He walked through without needing a guide. Entering the old study, he smiled, seeing Scholar Clemens. "Scholar Clemens, well, it's good to see you. The risk is too great. You should not have come." Daniel hugged the old man, his fragility scaring him. "Nonsense, Daniel. No more than you should your father or brother learn of your involvement in our cause." Scholar Clemens smiled at Daniel as he helped the old man back to his seat before taking one himself. "I had to come as soon as I learned you were here, although I can't stay long or I risk being missed. After recent events, everything is being reported on." Daniel grimaced. "I know my father will be notified by someone that I have left the palace." Crestwell Vannon stirred in his chair. "You're not the only one here taking risks, Daniel." He stopped, wide-eyed, as Bane surged forward and hauled him out of his chair by his shirt front. "Watch your mouth, Vannon. You'll address His Highness as befitting his rank." With a final shake, Bane shoved the now quivering lord back into his chair. Vannon looked around at the others in the room and realized from their blank expressions he'd get no backup from any of them. Scholar Clemens smiled and raised a hand. "Calm down. Everything will work out. We've lost several assets. Alyssa will be missed, yet she laid the groundwork. So have you all." He paused, looking around the group, assuring himself that he had their attention. "I believe at least one of our targets, Lord Kyle, has been given enough of the medication, and with the grooming that Alyssa has started, it won't take much for us to gain control of him. We simply need the opportunity." Clemens eyed Daniel. Daniel stirred in his chair. "What do you need of me?" "Can you slip him more of the medication?" Clemens picked up a bottle that had been sitting on the side table next to him, unnoticed, pressing it to Daniel. "I'm not sure. Not right away. He's under the healer's care right now, and either Alex or Jess is with him all the time. I'll do what I can. If the opportunity presents itself, I'll send Bane with word if I manage it." Daniel looked at the bottle, holding it with care. "You and Bane have done more than your fair share, Daniel. The amount of work you and Bane put into arranging the kidnapping, even though it failed, will not be in vain. Your idea to make it seem like the League of Skulls were behind it to throw off the scent was a genius move. We will succeed in taking your brother and his friends under control." It was rare for Kevin to speak up for their gatherings, but Daniel knew he was another one of Clement's special people he brought with him. The man made Daniel uncomfortable, yet he didn't quite know why. He trusted Clemens, so he should trust the old man's assertions that everyone here was trustworthy. Clemens had once been his tutor long ago before he left the king's service. His father had dismissed him for trying to teach Daniel about the order. Daniel had never understood his father on that score and had set out to learn more. As far as he was concerned, the Order were the only ones trying to do something about the upsurge of the Sundered, who slaughtered their people. A third member of their group stirred. "Are we sure this will work? I tried to get my hands on the girl, but your father stopped me." Lady Barraclough glared at Daniel, still smarting at the fact that the king had banished her from court. Daniel stood and walked across, kissing Lady Barraclough's hand. "I'm sorry for my father's high-handed treatment of you, my lady. It was a good thought. If you'd managed to get your hands on Jess, both Alex and Kyle would have followed, getting them away from the extra protection the palace affords." Daniel smiled as she preened, yet he thought Lady Barraclough was a simpering fool. Jess would not have complied with her demands even without his father's intervention. Using violence while the king was present had been beyond foolish. "Enough. Do your best to dose them all again, but if no one else, just Lord Kyle. But do not risk yourself, Daniel. You are too important to our cause, placed as you are in the king's court and council. You should go before you are missed, my boy." Scholar Clemens went to stand, but Daniel placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. "No, old man, keep your seat. We'll make our own way out. I will do my best to dose them all and let you know." Daniel turned, walking toward the door before pausing and glancing back, a feral grin on his face, his eyes glittering. "I will try to time it for when they leave the palace for a hunt. There are plenty at this time of year, and those three always go off on their own. That should give the best opportunity." Scholar Clemens laughed. "That would be perfect if you could arrange it that way." Daniel nodded in satisfaction, leaving the house without a backwards glance, taking the time to secure the precious bottle in the saddlebag before mounting and riding back to the palace. Jess watched as Daniel left, then looked back at the study, indecisive for a moment. Then her desire to find out who the woman was, or at least see her face for future reference, won out. The voice was nagging at her, making her wonder if, like Vannon and Daniel, she was a member of the court. If so, she needed to know who the woman was. Given the way Daniel was going and his comments on leaving, it was likely he was heading straight back to the palace. That meant she could afford the time to wait and see the face of the other conspirator. With the decision made, she settled down to wait. As a hunter, one virtue she had in abundance was patience. Looking around, she spotted the carriage sitting out in the street, the doors open with the driver just visible sitting inside waiting. Jess stirred as before too long a servant appeared at the door. He whistled and waved to attract the attention of the carriage driver. She glanced toward the carriage as the driver climbed out of the dark interior, illuminated in the flare of light from the lamps at the gate. Jess felt her eyes widen. She knew if anyone could see her, they would have seen the color drain from her face in shock. She squeezed her eyes shut, her head shaking in denial. "No, please let this be a mistake." Jess heard the carriage draw into the courtyard, the distinct sound as the driver jumped down, his booted feet connecting with the cobbles. The creak of the carriage door showing it had been opened. Then the unmistakable sound of the ancient door groaning on its hinges. The rustle of skirts with the dainty clip of court shoes as the woman exited the house. Jess forced herself to open her eyes and see the face of the woman who had been plotting to harm her and her friends. The woman who had committed treason. Instant recognition slammed into her like a physical blow as the woman turned her head, face visible in the lamplight. Their conversation floating across to her as they walked to the waiting carriage. "Scholar Clemens, you know best, but if Daniel ever finds out that the Order were responsible for hunting down and killing his mother, he will turn on us all. He idolized her as a child. He still does now." "Leave handling Daniel to me, Lady Bearclough. The Queen was one of the tainted. Our hand in her death has never surfaced. We cleaned up the scene well." The old man paused, his expression firm and commanding. "Her death drove Daniel into our fold. Let him have his untarnished memory of her." Scholar Clemens stared at Lady Bearclough until she nodded assent to his will. Satisfied, the scholar walked forward, closing the last of the distance to the carriage. The lady grabbed a handful of her skirt in one hand, with the old scholar assisting her into the carriage, kissing her fingers as she withdrew inside, although not before Jess could see the blush that appeared on her cheeks as the door closed, hiding her from view. As the carriage drew away, disappearing out of the guttering pool of light thrown by the lamps and down the dark street, Jess sank to her knees in shock. Her own mother's involvement in the plot. Her hatred left her bewildered. She pressed a hand to her lips, eyes widening, wondering how she would break this news to Alex. That his brother was involved was bad enough. To find out that the Order had also been behind his mother's death? She knew he would react badly. Blood would flow as soon as he found out. Being Alex's brother would not save Daniel's life. 33. Descent. Once again, Alex lay on a rooftop overlooking the backyard of the Siren and the dilapidated shack that the men had disappeared into the previous morning. Alex pulled on the power of the veil, just enough to conceal him if anyone looked in his direction. He grimaced as pain exploded in his head, but kept the groan from passing his lips. Alex knew he'd been drawing on more of the power than he should. but circumstances just seemed to transpire of late where it was required. He winced as his shield slipped, if only for a moment, and then clamoring voices beat through his brain, wanting to pull him in different directions. Before they, and Alex believed it was a they, could understand what he was up to, he raised his mental barriers once again with substantial effort and a grimace of pain. Still, he managed it, and the voices at least receded, but he could still feel them beating at his shields, now they had found him. He blocked them. Alex wondered if it was wise to continue on with his plans for the night, given the state his own mind was in, then pushed his doubts aside. He was just going to check out the shack and see if it led to the skull's main lair. That was it. The occupants, if it was an entrance to the main lair, would all be out for the night, which is why he was waiting even though he'd seen the groups of men leave already. Alex smiled. He didn't quite know why he'd persisted in thinking this disreputable shack might just be a shack. He'd seen at least 9 men leave already, which seemed way more than could live in such a small place. Still, until he investigated, he wouldn't jump to conclusions. He glanced around to see if anyone was looking in his direction, and when he was satisfied that no one was paying any attention at all, he pushed his own discomfort aside and slipped from the roof to the courtyard below. Wrapping the surrounding veil to mask his presence, Alex moved across the courtyard to the door of the hut. Using just a little more power, Alex felt around but could not pick up any signs that there was anyone inside the premises. Taking a breath, Alex eased the door open and went inside, shutting the door when he discovered no one on the other side. Alex inspected the shack. It was rudimentary at best. There was a single rough-looking bed against the far wall, with a threadbare blanket that had seen better days thrown over it. A small wooden table and chair in the middle of the room. Off to one side, there was what passed for a kitchen that looked like it hadn't been used for years, as it was coated with dust, and a set of shelves against the wall. It was as he thought. There was no way that the 9 men he'd seen leaving this place could have all slept here, and they were also not enjoying a meal together. Moving across the room with care, Alex inspected the shelves first. They didn't contain that much other than some battered-looking, dust-covered pots, chipped plates, and some metal goblets. Not a sign of any food or any use at all. Looking around again, he realized that the old town wall formed the back of the shack, so he moved over toward the bed. Alex realized that the bed was a little more solid than it had first appeared, with a firm wooden base. He frowned, looking at the drape hanging on the wall behind the bed, then smiled. Why would there be a drape hanging on a wall when there could not be a window? Alex stood on top of the bed until he was certain it would hold his weight. Relieved, he let out his breath when he didn't crash through the bed. Alex stepped forward and drew the drapes to one side. He chuckled, seeing the old wooden door behind the drapes. Stepping forward, Alex placed his ear up against the door and tried to listen for any noise, while he used his power to search for any presence on the other side. While he could detect that there were people nearby, he knew they were far enough away that they were not on the opposite side of the door. Taking a deep breath, Alex opened the door and eased inside, closing it gently behind him. Fascinated despite the circumstances, Alex found himself in a corridor that seemed to be within the old wall. He walked down the corridor, using small bursts of power to mask his presence as he went. It seemed like hours passed as he wound his way through the corridors, ducking into small alcoves when he sensed or heard anyone near him. It surprised him that his eyes got used to the dark, cobbled passageways. There were lights placed sporadically along them, which he learnt not to look directly at, since it ruined his night vision. The temperature had grown distinctly cooler, like the vast caverns under the palace that housed, among other things, the wine collection. He'd never realized that a whole world seemed to exist below the city, and suspected that its inhabitants had expanded the network of passageways and rooms beneath the city. At one point, he had been forced to draw his dagger and slit the throat of one man who had stumbled onto him. A part of his brain knew he should be concerned about that, and that he was so calm about killing the man. Yet he wasn't. The other analytical part of his brain knew that the man had been a cutthroat and had the skull tattoos and weapons to prove it. Alex also knew he was now passing through winding passages and rooms beneath the city itself. Some rooms bore signs they were lived in, although he'd been correct in his first assumption that most of the residents of these warrens were out and about on their lord's business tonight. Alex paused as he made his way through the passageways and tunnels, heading toward a presence he could feel. He knew somehow that the presence belonged to the person he was seeking, the Skull Lord. If it wasn't the Skull Lord, then he knew whoever it was wouldn't be far from the person he sought. Alex lost count of the member of the League of Skulls he dispatched on his way through the warren. Beyond 10, he stopped counting as it didn't seem to be important. While Alex could feel the burning anger bubbling inside, he didn't think it was the same he recalled from Kyle's memories. Unlike Kyle, Alex wasn't sickened by what he was doing, and knew in this place and time he was the one in control in making the conscious choice to kill those who stood in his way. Kyle only had limited flashback memories of his actions when he'd succumbed to the rage and slaughtered people. While at first he seemed remote from his own actions, he'd then been sickened by what he'd done when he came back to himself. Alex didn't have to come back to himself. He wasn't sickened. He didn't seem to care anything about the people that stood in his way. A part of his brain recognized that this was not normal, that he should be sickened. He should care. He knew normal people would care. As he moved through the underground layer, a part of his brain continued to puzzle out what had changed and what was wrong. Alex paused, knowing there was someone coming, and flattened up against the rough, cool rock wall, drawing power to him to conceal his presence, at least until it was too late for the person approaching. Alex could tell that this man also had power, but in smaller quantities than what he possessed himself. It was possible he could detect Alex's presence, although somehow Alex doubted it. His experience so far had shown him that while the members of the League of Skulls had access to rudimentary power, they were not proficient at using it. Alex found he was holding his breath as the man came closer, and with a smile, released his breath and began to breathe again. It wouldn't do if he passed out from lack of oxygen in this place. It would also be a little embarrassing to have to admit later on, as he was sure something like that would come out. The embarrassing stuff always did. The man was close enough now, and Alex could see the skull ring on his finger and the skull tattoo across his hand, winding all the way up his arm to disappear under the shoulder of his vest. Looking at him, Alex noted the weapons he carried on his person and smiled. Alex waited until the man passed him with no indication he knew of the presence of another in the tunnel with him. Alex lurched himself forward, grabbing a fistful of the man's hair, pulling his head back with one strong yank while he drew his knife viciously across the man's throat. It was over in moments, and Alex let the man drop to the floor. Alex knelt and wiped his blade on the vest of his fallen adversary, and without knowing why, removed his skull ring and placed it in the inner pocket of his vest for safekeeping. You never could tell how and when something might come in useful. Still, if he had his way, this was one chapter of the Thieves' League that would, if it existed at all, be a headless snake, and left in a state of disorder after he dealt with the Skull Lord, at least for a space of time until someone else rose up to fill the power vacuum his death would create. They might even learn a lesson to leave those who ruled this land in peace. Alex well knew that in the past, as long as their excesses were not too bad, it was deemed beneficial to leave them be. After all, that way they knew who to watch. However, the guild here in the capital had gone through a change of late and grown bolder. Attempts on the life of a high-ranking lord, let alone a prince of the realm, even the youngest son, had been unheard of in the past. It was yet another thing that continued to puzzle him. It really didn't fit the League's past behavior. Alex hoped it was something the mysterious Skull Lord could clear up before he died. Alex smiled and continued on his way without a backwards glance at the dead mercenary. Alex paused, closing his eyes, although it was more out of habit than need at this point. He could feel those of power around him these days without even having to concentrate. They were like bright sparks in his consciousness, although one was much stronger than all the others, but seemed to cut in and out, as if the individual was concentrating on something. Alex paused. His eyes flew open. So, his target knew he was coming. His adversary was giving away his location because he was concentrating on tracking his progress through the underground lair. He paused. The Skull Lord knew he was coming and was tracking his progress. He no longer needed to hide. Alex smiled self-deprecatingly. So much for a surprise attack. Although he kept the shadows pulled around him to mask his presence, he had no illusions. He was expected. He wondered what the Skull Lord had in store for him. Alex reacted even before he realized what it was he was reaching to. Then he saw it. That shadowed movement that triggered his own reaction, and his blade met the other's blade. Alex grinned in anticipation and pulled in more of the veil, concentrating. His opponent was good. Pushing aside the growing ache in his head that seemed to be now spreading throughout his body as well, Alex lost himself in the fight. Grateful that his old bumbling real-world self seemed to be banished somewhere. Or perhaps those who had been interfering had given up. Of course, he didn't know who they were or why, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been interfering. Alex chuckled despite his current activity. Perhaps that belief was just a sign of impending madness. No matter the reason, he was grateful. With the increase in power, he saw his opponent's movements and found that he was matching them. Alex felt a rush of power and had a moment of concern, then grinned when he felt a presence he recognized. Kyle. Alex felt his friend gather his own power and knew what he intended. Alex spared a moment and sent a shaft of power back down that bond between them. No, Kyle, brother, you are hurt. It's too late for me. Stay. Alex didn't have time to spare for Kyle after that. He knew that Kyle watched still, although he knew that he would stay out of this fight at least. Right now, his friend needed time to heal. He also gathered his friend would have a few words to say to him on his return to the palace. Pushing that distraction aside, Alex continued with his fight. Grinning, he pulled the surrounding power to him, and in that moment, his attacker was visible, a shocked expression on his face. Alex raised his main sword and blocked the blade of his enemy, then plunged his long dagger up into the man's heart. How? The blade slipped from the gifted thug's lifeless hands, and he crumpled, lifeless, into the cold stone floor, his sword clattering next to him. Alex stood for a moment, looking at the man he had battled, waiting to feel something, anything, as he knew he should. He didn't. Alex was wondering if, despite what they had all thought, it wasn't a deep madness and rage that affected the Sundered. He wondered if it was this coldness, this lack of compassion. He idly knew that yes, he was angry, in pain. yet he hadn't killed the men in the skull's lair due to that. He'd killed them because they'd been in his way. Unlike what Kyle had suffered, he didn't feel guilty in the slightest, and he wasn't suffering from fragmenting control and didn't believe he'd suffer the blackouts either. Alex shrugged and pushed aside his contemplation of the Sundered. It could wait until tonight was finished. Alex walked down the corridor, knowing, sensing that no one else was coming to confront him, still feeling that malevolent presence, although now he knew it was close. He could also tell it didn't fear him. Whoever the person was, they were waiting for him. Alex found himself at the end of the corridor facing a door. He knew stealth was unnecessary given that whoever was beyond the door knew he was coming and seemed to be waiting for him. Alex was about to open the door when it opened of its own accord. A cloaked figure stood there looking at him. "Your Highness, my master bids you welcome and asks that you come inside. No one will seek to harm you. You have his word." The man's voice was steady and well-spoken, much like the servants in the palace. Alex took in the palatial hallway with signs of wealth decorating the walls and wondered which of the Lordstown's estates he had made his way to. It had to be one of them, he just couldn't fathom which one. Then again, it could be one of the wealthy merchants or even a total unknown. Alex shook his head. He'd find out soon enough who was in charge. Still, if it was one of the lords, it would have to be one of the minor lords, since all the major ones have moved along with the court to the summer palace. Alex laughed at that, remembering he was at the summer palace, yet here he was back in Valencia, about to walk into the den of a man who had been trying to kidnap himself and his friends. Alex acknowledged the man as he walked in, sheathing his blades, taking the servant at his master's word. Still, Alex knew he didn't need the sword to kill the servant if it came to that. He paused, allowing the man to close the door and lead the way through the corridor and up a flight of stairs through yet another door into the house. Alex paid little attention to his surroundings, except to note that he wasn't even familiar with them, therefore wasn't the residence of any of his contemporaries. He could feel that Kyle was still following, and that he didn't recognize this place either. The servant stood at the entryway to what Alex gathered was a meeting room and gestured for him to enter, but made no move to follow. Alex paid no mind at all to the door closing behind him. It wasn't like he needed the door to get out and back to his rooms at the summer palace anyhow. Alex looked up and froze as he recognized the figure sitting relaxed on the other side of the room. "Welcome, little brother. I judge it won't be long before you join our rather select ranks. I was honestly expecting Lord Kyle to be the one who showed up on my doorstep." 34. Not as it seems. Alex shuddered at the man in front of him calling him little brother, along with the inference that he would join the Sundered ranks soon. The phrase causing his memory to flash back to that time so long ago, his mother's death. He tightened his grip and went to lunge, only to feel himself slam into a barrier that formed between him and the Skull Lord. Alex struggled against the restraint. "Relax, Alex. I mean you no harm. You are powerful. You will grow, and it's likely your power will outstrip mine in time. But for now, you are running on instinct." The Lord gestured to a chair where a goblet of wine sat on a low table next to it. "Please, sit down. I imagine you have questions. You didn't have to kill so many of my men, you know. My name is Simon." Alex felt sweat bead on his forehead as he struggled against the barrier before he conceded that he would not get through it. He glared at the man in front of him, then nodded, His mind shied away from acknowledging that this man had been a contemporary of his uncle. Or at least he looked just like the man in his dream about his uncle and friends saving the woman with the baby. He even had the same name that his uncle had used to refer to him in the dream. Simon. Feeling and seeing the barrier dissipate as fast as it had appeared, Alex walked and sat in the chair opposite the Skull Lord. Not hurrying, he glanced at the mug on the table next to him. Shrugging his shoulders, he picked it up and sipped, his eyes never leaving his host as he did so. Pushing his dreams aside, Alex asked, "Why did you try to kidnap me and my friends?" Alex knew he was being a little blunt, but he didn't have the patience for much else right now. Simon sighed, his smile fading. "Straight to the point, I see." He paused, picking up his own wine and sipped. "I didn't try to have you kidnapped, Alex. What need would I have for that?" Alex shook his head. "I don't know what I want to know. I killed your assassin when she came after Kyle again. It's why I came here." Simon frowned. "My assassin? I haven't sent an assassin after Lord Kyle. I wouldn't be that stupid. If I wanted Lord Kyle dead, I would have killed him myself." Alex absorbed Simon's assertion. He wanted to disbelieve the man sitting opposite him, but somehow he didn't. "Alyssa wasn't sent by you?" Alex flashed back to a memory from the battle with a female assassin in the ballroom at the palace, and projected it at Simon, knowing he would see it. "No, that poor unfortunate soul was not one of mine." Simon considered Alex for a moment before continuing. "There are more kin around you than you know of, Alex. I will see if I can find out any information about her for you. That is how we refer to ourselves, Alex, as kin. Sundered is a rather derogatory term and misguided." Alex felt his eyes widen. "You're sundered. Sorry, kin. I can feel it, and there was your little display earlier. What are you doing here in charge of the League of Skulls?" Alex had relaxed, despite himself. If Simon had wanted him dead, then he could have done so already. Simon smiled, picked up the bottle of wine on the side table next to him, and walked across to top up Alex's glass before returning to his own chair to refill his own. "In this era, those who survive the transition to become kin give up their old lives." Simon raised one eyebrow at him. "People notice that you are not aging after some time. Your old life has to die. After that, we tend to move around. For now, I am the Skull Lord. I can help a few of our kind who escaped and, if it's not too late, help them through the transition. I was a thief more years ago than I care to think about. So I guess you could say I'm doing what I know. It placed me ideal to keep an eye on you and your friends." Alex let the silence stretch between them for a moment while he thought through what he'd learned. For his part, Simon wasn't the least bit uncomfortable with Alex's regard. "I had a dream about my uncle. You were in it." Alex heard the faintly disbelieving tone in his own voice. Despite everything, he was still struggling to believe it all. Simon smiled. "Yes, Alex, I knew your Uncle Edward, and Cal and Kat." Alex stared at Simon, struggling with his own disbelief, yet somehow he did believe him, and regretfully let go of his initial plan to kill the man. If he was honest with himself, Simon's little display of power when he'd walked in made him doubt that he could kill the self-styled Skull Lord. Kyle sat in a sitting room at the Fourth's complex, watching as Alex paced, agitated. Still, Kyle knew Alex would tell him what the issue was eventually. Jess, for her part, seemed fine. If it was anyone else, they might even believe it. Kyle could feel the waves of distress coming from her. He tried to block both out of his mind, yet wasn't successful. He found he was more susceptible now after what Alyssa had done to him. Alex turned, accepting the drink that Miranda handed him. Kyle watched as she moved around the room, serving both Jess and himself as well, before leaving them all through a side door. Alex sipped his drink, walking to the large windows that led to a private courtyard. He stood watching the garden in the fading light before he spoke. Filling them both in on what he'd discovered, he didn't even hold back on finding the place where Kyle had killed the family. Kyle had closed his eyes, a pang of guilt assailing him, but kept his silence. He knew all of that had been at Alyssa's prompting. Still, it had been his fault she managed to get through his barriers and into his mind. He finished recounting his meeting with Simon, the Skull Lord. Kyle shook his head, almost laughing, since while Alex had gone there intending to kill the Skull Lord, he seemed to have left with a good impression. Kyle had followed most of the encounter, so wasn't surprised at any of the story, but knew Jess had been busy with other pursuits she had been keeping close to her chest, excluding them both. He watched her as Alex detailed what he knew about the Killiam order from Aaron, and his belief that they were the next place they should look for answers. Jess jumped at the mention of the order and paled. He looked at Alex, who had come out of his introspection and noticed how shaken she was. "Come on, Jess. It's obvious you know something." Kyle watched as she closed her eyes and buried her face in her hands for a moment. Jess sat back, swallowed, and pulled them both inside the memory of her investigations, starting with her conversation with Damien and finishing up with the woman coming out of the house and the final conversation. In that memory, they could see, hear, and feel everything Jess had. It didn't take long for Kyle to understand why she had been so shaken. He stood and walked to Alex, his hand on the shoulder of his friend. "Alex?" They all stood together, watching as the shadows in the empty, overgrown garden lengthened. The guards on watch, on lookouts on the wall, threw shadows that eerily matched those of the statues who still stood guard around his mother's tomb, still visible in the fading light. The silence stretched between as they each processed what they had learned. "I don't understand why. Why are they doing it?" Jess's voice was soft, the pain clear. Alex spoke, his face hard. He still didn't turn from his mother's tomb. "I don't care why. I will deal with him." Kyle shook his head. "No, Alex. Please leave it to us." Kyle stopped, his words freezing in his throat. Alex had shut down. Cold, hard anger emanated from him. "No, Kyle. He's mine. Lord Vannon is guilty of treason, as is Bane. Can you take care of them, Kyle?" Alex turned his gaze to Kyle, waiting until his friend nodded. Then his gaze moved on to Jess, assessing her. "Do you want me to?" "No, I'll handle it. She's mine." Jess turned her mind away from what she needed to do and concentrated on the pulsing flow of the veil, allowing it to calm her. "What about that scholar?" Kyle asked, turning his gaze back to the garden. "We'll track him down. I'm guessing that William will know where he is or how to find him, given he was dismissed from Father's service." They made no further comment. They didn't need to. They stood waiting, watching the garden sink into darkness that was pushed back by the flare of torches from the top of the walls, casting an eerie, flickering light across the garden. 35. Alex. Daniel rubbed the back of his neck and turned, his eyes widening in shock to see the hooded figure standing there, silent, watching him. Daniel swallowed, his mouth dry, and fear shot through him. His eyes darted to the door, knowing the guards were just on the other side. Still, as close as the person was to him, he doubted he would live long enough for the guards to get to him should the cloaked figure want him dead. Daniel took a step back, hitting the wall behind him as the cloaked figure walked toward him, closing the distance between them. Fear washed through him, and he felt a sudden, sharp, stabbing pain in his chest. Daniel looked down, not understanding, as he saw the blade being pulled from his chest. The light died from his eyes as he slumped to the ground, dead. The figure bent and cleaned the hunting knife on the prince's cloak, then stood, a hand reaching up to push the hood back. Alex stood, the burning anger he'd felt toward Daniel washing away, to be replaced by calmness. Looking around his brother's rooms, he spotted the drink counter. He walked across to it, scanning the numerous bottles on the counter. His eyes narrowed as he spotted a nondescript brown bottle at the back of the cabinet. Grabbing it, he held it up to the light, smiling as he recognized it from Jess's memory. The poison they had already used once that his brother had intended to use again. Alex turned, looking down on the dead body of his brother, knowing he should feel something, anything, at his death. Yet somehow he felt empty. His brother had tried to have him and his friends killed or enslaved. He'd been a member of the Killiam Order, the same order that had killed his mother and made his life a living nightmare. A satisfied smile on his lips, he transitioned into the veiled world, fading from view as he walked the shadow paths, leaving the dead body that had once been his brother to be found by the servants who would check in the morning. Alex traveled through the veiled world, the colors flickering around him. The real world he was passing by blurred, giving him his only sign of how fast he was moving. He felt as if his entire world was crashing in on him, his brain running and darting from one subject to another. His mother's death, the Sundered, his brother's broken dead body with the pool of blood spilling out on the floor. Feeling the draw of the veil, Alex fled into the void, acting on instinct. Driven by anger, by pain, a feeling of abandonment and betrayal, he fled. Seeking another target, an outlet he knew must be out there somewhere. Then he could feel the presence he was looking for, as it flared in the distance, pulsing, dark, and hateful. Not sure what he was doing or how he was doing it, Alex waded through the void between the veiled world and the real world. Forming a path, the world around him blurred further as his speed continued to increase. He allowed himself to be drawn, summoned to that malignant, mad presence he could feel, that sang to him through the veil. He paused in that void between realms. The real world settled and became distinct again. He pulled the veil to him to mask his presence from the one below. A part of Alex's brain realized that this was how Kyle managed some of his skills. The art of the assassin, the veil hiding his presence from humans and, it seemed, kin alike. Alex watched as the small child played, skipping small pebbles across the pond. Then he gasped as he felt the slight but unmistakable pull of the veil as the child extended the pebble's trajectory, bouncing it clear across the other side of the pond to hit the edge of a pier on the other side. A lot farther than one small little boy should be able to skip a pebble. The boy laughed in delight before turning and searching for another pebble to continue his game. The boy, Alex knew, was kin, just like him. Alex waited, knowing the presence that had drawn him here was nearby, hiding still, just like he was. Then he sensed that small whooshing sound, and his gaze shifted to the man who had appeared close to the child. He looked like a man, but Alex knew he was like him. From the feeling of the emanations rolling off of him, he was of the Sundered, and mad. Alex still waited, watching, feeling the anger build in him as the Sundered's intent became clear and he stalked up to the child who froze, his delight in his new skill leaking from him. The child knew, his eyes widening in fear as the Sundered drew his long, sharp hunting blade from its scabbard. He was holding the child in place, using the veil in a way that Alex hadn't known was possible. Unable to wait any longer, lost in his rage, Alex screamed and appeared in that place, pushing the child aside, his own blade coming up and blocking that of the Sundered. Using his momentum, Alex felt hate flood him and used this and the Sundered's shock to bring his dagger, that he hadn't realized he'd drawn, up through the chest of the Sundered, with a last push piercing the heart. As the Sundered slumped to the ground, dead, Alex's eyes tracked up and caught the terrified child, who had been trying to edge his way from the clearing but froze again as Alex caught him. Alex felt the rage bubble up, snarling, "My kill!" Alex screamed his rage out into the veil. Alex paused, trying to push the pain and confusion of the increased power he suddenly had access to aside. The frozen, terrified child sparked a series of memories to flash into his mind. The images and sounds burned into his brain, one flashing through his mind's eye after another. His mother with her throat slit, blood spurting, crumbling to the ground. The image of the Sundered he'd stabbed in the clearing, seeing him start healing what should have been a fatal wound. Then him in the bar on the anniversary of his mother's death. Kyle telling him that his mother had borne the taint. Simon sitting there saying, "People notice that you are not aging after some time. Your old life has to die. After that, we move around." His mother's tomb, the 5 cloaked faceless figures. The one female looking up, her delicate arm and hand reaching up toward where his room was. He knew the figure was female, but the hood hid her face in its depths.
"Alex, I'm sorry. Forgive me for leaving you. You'll be safer this way."
Then as she turned, a lamp flared, revealing the face in the hood for a brief moment before she disappeared into the veil. Then, back in the clearing as the guard picked him up, he caught a flash of his mother's face as the guards covered her broken form. The slash across her neck only going halfway across her throat instead of all the way across. She had begun to heal. Alex felt anger burn through him. That last image, when combined with the others, he knew. He knew what his nightmares had been trying to tell him. The veil swirled around him, thick strands of power rained down on him, through him. His power to reason and think started to fade. Pain exploded through his body and mind as he threw his head back and screamed out into the veil, "Mother!" 36. Kyle. Kyle had dressed impeccably. His target was in the high court tonight. He could still feel the connection, that bond with his friends, their pain echoing through and multiplying his own. He heard in his mind voice the moment a part of Alex broke, heard him scream in anger and pain, saw him kill in his mind's eye, like he was looking through a window but couldn't intervene. Kyle paused, his eyes closing, pain flashing across his face. "Ah, my brother, I wish I could take your place. Stay safe." Kyle sent his own mind voice out, but given how lost he knew Alex was, he doubted that he heard. Kyle walked into the court, noting the various lords and ladies' shocked expressions as they backed away, clearing a path for him. He spared them no attention, just stalked across the ballroom, even ignoring the looks from the king and William, their eyes widening as he grabbed a now shaking Lord Vannon and threw him across the floor. Kyle stalked up to him like he was stalking prey. "You are guilty of treason, Vannon. You are a member of the Killiam Order, the same order that tried to kill Prince Alexander, Lady Jesselyn, and me." Kyle didn't even bother to pull his weapon out. He knew he didn't need it. He grabbed the sobbing lord on either side of his head. Hauling him upright, he ignored the man's babbling and begging for forgiveness. "The same order behind the death of the Queen." With that final piece of information, he glanced up at the king and William. Both nodded, their faces blank. "Do it, Kyle. His life is forfeit for treason." The king's voice was cold. Kyle snapped the quivering man's neck, not having to look to see the king's face had gone pale with anger. William tried to shield Elizabeth and Amelia. There was a moment of silence in the court. Then the shrieking and sobbing began, as if someone had thrown a switch. Kyle turned and followed his own path out of the ballroom, back toward the complex of the Fourth. No one moved to stop him as he transitioned between one step and the next to the veiled world. Kyle strode down the shadowed paths, not even trying to push down the bloodlust that reared its ugly head. He let it roll through him, knowing he had a job to do. It didn't take him long to track down Bane. He'd done his homework and found out that the guard was on a day off and making his way into town with a full purse, likely to drink it all before returning to the palace. Kyle spotted his target close to the palace on a side trail, making his way into town. His eyes narrowed as Bane rode down the path toward town without a concern at all. That was about to end. Kyle snarled. Drawing in the power, he slammed it into Bane as he'd learned to do fighting the Sundered. At least the Sundered had a reason for what they did. They couldn't help the madness they'd been driven to. This monster had had a choice in everything he'd done. Kyle dropped out of the veiled world as his target went flying off his horse and slammed into a nearby tree. He paid his horse no attention as it reared and went running down the road. Kyle stalked over to the groaning man, yanking his head up by his hair, and had the pleasure of seeing his eyes widen in fear. His hands raised to deflect the blade, his scream cut short as the sharp blade sliced through his neck. Kyle dropped his head, stood looking down at what had once been a man who had caused him and his friends a great deal of pain. Ignoring the blood that was splattered all over him, dripping from his own face, he wiped his blade and disappeared once more into the veil. Kyle walked the veiled paths, the goal clear in his mind. While Alyssa was out of his mind and dead, the negative impulses she'd forced on him had persisted. Not that he confessed that secret to Alex or Jess. Both had their own issues and problems right now. He knew, even though they hadn't confided in him either, that they too were struggling with the taint, being sundered, or worse than they'd dreamed. Kyle paused, waiting in that place between worlds near the room that was his target, shaking off the sorrow and fear that threatened to swallow him. He stepped through, appearing in the room. "Welcome, Kyle. I wasn't sure if you would come." The Skull Lord lounged in his chair, not showing the slightest concern that Kyle had appeared in his quarters. It almost looked as if he had been expecting Kyle to come to him. Kyle licked his lips, nervous about what he would do, yet he knew there was no other way forward. "I heard what you said to Alex about being able to help those going through transition if it wasn't too late. Can you stop me from killing my friends?" Kyle expected harsh laughter, triumph, scorn. Yet he saw none of that. He stood his ground, stopping his first impression to grab a weapon as the Skull Lord stood and approached him. "With your permission, Kyle." The Skull Lord's eyes maintained contact with his own, waiting. Kyle took a shuddering breath and nodded. "Yes, my lord." A smile touched the Skull Lord's lips. He placed his hands on Kyle's temples. "Relax, Kyle. Let me see the damage that has been done." The Skull Lord's tone was gentle, which surprised Kyle. Taking a shuddering breath, Kyle tried to calm himself and lowered his barriers, even though every instinct in him screamed against allowing the Skull Lord entry to his head. Kyle wasn't sure if the almost delicate probing of his mind took hours or minutes, only that it seemed to take an eternity. Much to his astonishment, the Skull Lord withdrew and stepped back, regarding him. "Yes, Kyle, I can help you. I can stop you from killing your friends." Kyle felt himself slump with relief, falling to his knees as emotion hit him. He bowed his head, groaning as he felt an assault of overwhelming emotions crash over him in one wave after another, as he had since he was drugged, since he'd met Alyssa. He shuddered, wondering what he was about to become, what the life of a Sundered assassin would be like. 37. Jess. Jess traveled via the shadowed paths to a place she knew well yet hadn't paid a visit to for a long time. She was calm. Too calm. She contemplated as she walked, pausing at the home of her target. Knowing the house, Jess appeared in the solar since she knew it wouldn't be used at this hour. She smiled bitterly, looking around the room that appeared like it had never changed. Jess paused as she first heard Alex's cry, his pain. Yet she remained calm even as she could hear Kyle. Her instinct was to go to him, to help and try to drag him back to sanity. Yet she had her own job to do. He hadn't flinched from his. She wouldn't either. She waited a moment, knowing Kyle was next. She felt and saw it as he stalked up to Lord Vannon. She didn't even flinch when Kyle snapped the man's neck, even remaining calm as he transitioned into the veil. She followed him as he stalked the man Bane and killed him with brutal efficiency. The location he went to next gave her a brief pause and cracked her composure a little. "Kyle, what are you doing?" "No!" That last was screamed at her friend as it became clear what he would do, yet it was too late. He paid her no mind, and then that spark that was Kyle disappeared from her own mind. Jess walked out of the solar, allowing the veil to flow through her as she walked, not even trying to hide her presence in the house at this point. She knew there was no one near, not even a servant at this point. Her target would be in the sitting room, waiting for the appropriate time to appear for dinner. Even at home, everything had to run according to propriety. Pausing outside the door, she looked in with her mind's eye, seeing only one glowing pulse she knew signified a heartbeat inside the room. Glancing around her, she smiled, satisfied. As she had thought, the others in the house were getting ready for dinner. Jess walked into the room, closing the door, marveling at how calm she still was. The occupant of the room gasped in shock, not expecting company at this hour, standing, a hand rising to her mouth. "Why, Mother?" Lady Bearcloth's eyes widened. "I don't know what you mean. Jessalyn, what—" Jess walked forward, disgusted, as her mother stumbled back from her approach, afraid. Jess cut her mother off as her back hit the wall behind her.
Why were you involved with the Killiam Order?
Her mother looked around as if she expected someone else to appear to save her, yet she'd trained her servants too well. She was alone in this room, as she always liked to be. Then her expression turned ugly as she spat her answer out.
You're a monster, you and your friends. Don't think we don't know the truth about you all. The Order will take all of you. You won't be so high and mighty then.
Lady Bearclaw's voice had risen to a screech, her voice harsh, face screwed up into an ugly, hate-filled mask. Jess drew her blade, stepping in, and plunged it up through her mother's abdomen, watching as the tip of the blade pierced her heart. Her eyes dead, Jess shoved her mother back with one hand, watching as she crumpled to the floor.
Goodbye, Mother.
Jess dissipated into the veiled world, leaving the crumpled, lifeless body of the woman who had been her mother on the floor, in an expanding pool of her own blood. Jess felt the anger she'd expected to feel rolling through her, consuming her, and considered the emotion. It was different. She was different in multiple ways, hard to put a finger on. As she contemplated what had changed, the surrounding vale transformed into a forest. She wasn't thinking about it or willing it to occur. It was just happening. The change sweeping out from where she stood in a rolling wave changed the place she stood in. Trees, rocks, flowers, vines, and a tranquil pool of water were being fed by a small stream. Calming. Jess moved to one side and sat on a fallen log overgrown with moss. It looked like it was from the deepest jungle where few humans had encroached. Yet she knew it hadn't been there moments before until she'd sat. Jess turned her thoughts inwards and examined herself. She could feel the anger she had felt moments before on discovering the deception her uncle and the others had been playing on her. If she thought about it too much, that anger threatened to rise once more and consume her. She could kill. She'd been trained to be a very effective killer her whole existence. Yet she could push it aside, ignore it. After a moment more in consideration, she did just that. It would be easy to let the rage consume her and just kill without thought. But perhaps things were not productive that way. Her mind flitted to Kyle, her brother, and sadness almost threatened to overwhelm her. He had succumbed to the lure of killing that Alyssa had instilled in him. She knew he would have been capable of pushing aside that desire, just as she was. Jess's eyes widened, startled at the thought that had occurred to her. He'd chosen not to. Kyle had chosen to put himself on the path he was on. Her mind was unsettled by the thought and ran in circles. Waves of sadness and anger washed through her. Jess screamed as the rage, sadness, pain, and loss consumed her. Once more, the whispering across the veil paused, almost like they were waiting to see which way she would go. Jess forced down the emotions that threatened to overwhelm her and settled once more. She found that she was standing in the middle of the clearing, her blades in hand, raised, ready to kill. Shaken, since she didn't remember standing or drawing her blades, or what she had intended to kill, Jess sheathed her blades, allowing the calmness to wash over her. Another part of her brain analyzed the effect. It wasn't just calmness. She was dispassionate, calculating. She could kill or not kill as she chose. Jess threw her head back and laughter erupted, ringing through the small haven she created for herself. Alex. This is what Alex had done. The path through the madness he had taken, that he'd chosen to take.
Once again, Jess didn't know why or how he'd come to that moment. In one way, she could see why. It was easier than dealing with all the new and raw overpowering emotions. Yet Jess knew from what she had been going through that it was possible to exert control, to tread that path between, courting madness. Then there were those that were of the Sundered. The mad ones didn't choose a path. It was likely they didn't have enough knowledge to know that there were options. They had likely just been overwhelmed with the power crushing over and through them, their minds breaking under the strain. That was one problem with transition. It was a gradual change. At first, you thought you were on top of it, that you had control of it. Then you woke, and the world was crashing in on you. Jess thought about where she belonged now. While it was a difficult decision to come to, she knew she could not go back to the palace at this point. She was too dangerous to all around her, at least until she learned to control. And after her interactions with Damien, she knew she would. A path crystallized in her mind. Kyle was keeping close to the world of the Sundered Lord, learning everything he could about them. She was certain of that now. There was more to Simon. He had the taint. And yet, Alex's memories from meeting him showed that he was not mad like the Sundered they had met and killed. Alex was following the path of the broken, tracking and going after the Sundered ones. To kill them, she felt certain, but also to help them if he could, to discover why they were breaking in such numbers. Those poor souls who had been left to themselves with no training or understanding of who and what they were. Those who had sunk to madness. Those who had been deserted by their own kind and left to die, or live as luck and chance would have it. Jess considered her own path and concluded that with her brothers grasping the end of one path in this new world and seeking to unravel its inner workings, it was up to her to follow the only other path left. The Elder. They existed. And as she contemplated everything that had occurred, she believed she knew where to start. Damien. There was more to him than she'd realized. Of that, she was now certain. If Damien wasn't one of the Elder, she was certain he knew where to find them. Those that controlled and had far more influence on the human world which went on, oblivious that the other world existed. Jess smiled cynically. Except the king. Jess knew the king and William must know much more about the world within their world than they had let on. Jess felt her mind settle as she came to her own decision. She stood and walked the path between the worlds, the glade in the forest she had created dissipating as she disappeared into the gray fog, obscuring her from any casual observers. Then she paused, her eyes narrowing as another thought occurred to her. Sudden anger washed over her, only this time she didn't stop it. "Damn it, Uncle! You're not dead! You're not some otherworldly trainer from the Vale! None of you are! You're all kin!" She screamed her words out into the Vale. She felt the Vale quieten in response. The ever-presence whispering paused as others like her and those farther along their paths listened and took note before continuing with their various pursuits. 38. Amelia. Amelia walked through the hallways of the summer palace, making her way through the complex of the Fourth. Her dress trailed behind her, along with assorted guards and ladies who seemed to have become a permanent fixture since she'd been made consort-elect of the Fourth. She paid them no mind at all. She hadn't since Alex had disappeared. The ladies chatted. Amelia knew that, if only peripherally, though she didn't care enough to listen. She was always watched, never truly alone,
Her mind went back to the warning Kyle had given her about there being a price to pay for being in the inner circle of the royal family. She smiled a little bitterly as she realized that while at the time she hadn't understood the warning, now she did. It was a beautiful cage she lived in, gilded with gold and all the trappings, but it was still a cage. A part of her wished she'd listened to Kyle. The other part of her heart cried out. He was gone, and she was lost, locked in a cage of her own devising. The only solace she had was that at least in the complex of the Fourth, she had some refuge from the rest of the court. She had to get there. Breathing a sigh of relief, she raised her hand as she entered the complex of the Fourth. The guard stepped into the path of the gaggle of ladies that had been following her, blocking their entry into the complex that had become her home. She could hear the disappointment as she left them behind, yet again. The doors closed behind her with a thump. Amelia walked the familiar hallways into the garden, her pace measured. Turning her head, she murmured thanks and waved her hand at the guards. They stopped at the entrance as she bid them to. It was not like anyone could get to her here. It was a garden in the middle of the compound that few had access to. The garden was wild. Alex had liked it that way and had ordered that it remained as it had been since he was a small boy. The trees were old. Vines ran up the walls. Garden beds were overgrown. Yet still, despite it all, she found it soothing. She could block out the guards on the walls and the entrance. All of them looking at her, watching her, looking for anyone else that might be after her. Their only goal was to keep her safe. Amelia's careful, measured pace faltered as she came to the mausoleum at the center of the garden. 4 guards were standing to attention at each corner, facing outward, swords drawn, grasped in a double-handed grip, raised with the hilt across their faces, the tip planted in the ground.
Die. I deserve to die. What have I done? I'm damned evil.
The sobs Amelia had been holding at bay escaped her as she collapsed, skirts billowing around her, face in her hands as the insistent whispering voices filled her head. This has been Shattering Dreams, The Being of Dreams, Book 1, by Catherine M. Walker. Narrated by Steve Campbell. Text copyright 2018. Production copyright 2018. All rights reserved.